Chapter 14 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. In Time and Too Late. 1. The fitful sun of the March afternoon came flooding straight through the open door of Mr. Stewart of Glenbucky's house into the hall, which was also the living room, and through this same open door little Peggy Stewart, the room's sole occupant, had she not been otherwise engaged, could have looked out across the drop in front of the high-standing house to the tossing slopes beyond the Calair burn. But Peggy had earlier begged from her mother, who had been baking today, a piece of dough, and, following the probably immemorial custom of children, had fashioned out of it, after countless remodelings, an object bearing some resemblance to the human form, with two currants for eyes. And while she sat there, regarding her handiwork with a fond yet critical gaze of the artist, before taking it to the kitchen to be baked, there suddenly appeared without warning, in the oblong of pale sunlight which was the doorway, the figure of a large, very tall man. This stalwart apparition put out a hand to knock, and then, as if disconcerted at finding the door open, withdrew it. Miss Peggy, who was no shyer than she need be, rose from a little stool near the spinning wheel and advanced into the sunlight. And, to a man who had ridden all night on a stolen horse, and had since, tortured by the feeling that every delay was the final and fatal one, stumbled and fought his way over the steep and unfamiliar mountain paths on the western slopes of Ben More and Stobinian, and to such a man, the appearance at Stewart of Glenbucky's door of a chubby little girl of 6, dressed in a miniature tight-waisted gown of blue which almost touched the floor, and clasping in one hand what he took to be an inchoate kind of doll, was vaguely reassuring. "Is this the house of Mr. Duncan Stewart?" he asked. Gazing up at this tall stranger with her limpid blue eyes, the child nodded. "Is he within, my dear?" Miss Peggy Stewart shook her curly head. "Oh, my papa is from home." "And have you a gentleman staying here?" "Oh, he is not here neither. Only mother is here." Instantly, Ewen's thoughts swung round to the worst. And they had both been arrested then, Stewart as well as Archie. And the noticeable quiet of the house was due to its emptiness. Only a woman and a child left there. He was too late, as he had expected all along. He put his head mutely against the support of the door, and so was found an instant later by Mrs. Stewart, who, hearing voices, had come from the kitchen. "Where's autumn, miss, sir? Are you ill?" Ardroyd raised his head and uncovered. But this lady did not sound or look like a woman whose husband had recently been torn from her. Hope stirred again. "Madam, have the soldiers been here after any person?" Mrs. Stewart's calm, fair face took on a look of surprise. "Oh, no, sir, I'm glad to say. Oh, but will you not enter?" At this bidding, Ewen walked, or rather stalked, over the threshold. He was stiff. "Oh, thank God for that," he said fervently. "Oh, but they may be here at any moment." He bethought him and closed the door behind him. "Oh, there's a warrant out for that person." Mrs. Stewart lowered her voice. "Oh, then it is fortunate that he is not in the house." "Oh, he is away with your husband." "Oh, no, sir. Mr. Stewart is in Perth on affairs. I do not know where Mr. Chalmers has gone this afternoon, but he will return before dark." "Oh, he must at all costs be prevented from doing that, madam," said Ewen earnestly, while Peggy tugged at her mother's skirts, whispering, with equal earnestness, something about her bread manny and the oven. "If he comes back here, he will be running into a trap. Oh, I cannot understand why the warrant has not already been executed, but since it is not, let us take advantage of the mercy of heaven. Oh, my own name, by the way, madam, is Cameron, and I am Mr. Chalmers' near kinsman. He must be found and stopped before he reaches this house. Oh, certainly he should be, agreed Mrs. Stewart. Oh, unfortunately. Oh, be quiet, my child. Oh, unfortunately, I do not know in which direction he has gone, whether down the glen or up it. Mr. Chalmers was going to Balquidder, observed Peggy, with composure. He telled me. He said tell mother, but I forgot. Oh, mother, please put my bread manny in the oven. The two adults looked down anxiously at the source of this information. Are you sure, Peggy, that is where Mr. Chalmers has gone? Oh, yes, darling, added her mother hastily. I will have your bread manny put in at once, if this gentleman will excuse me. She gave Ewen a look which seemed to say, I am not usually so weak and indulgent, but it is politic in this case, for if she cries, we shall get no more out of her. Yet, as it happened, indulgence got no more either, for there seemed no more for Peggy to tell when she was asked, and so Ewen stood on the threshold of Mrs. Stewart's spotless kitchen and watched with troubled eyes the consignment of Peggy's masterpiece to the oven. And, with his own boys in mind, he found time to wonder at that world set apart, and that fairy world in which children dwell, and to think how happily and uncomprehendingly they move amid the tragedies and anxieties of the other, touching them at every point, and often by sheer contrast heightening them, but usually unaffected by the contact. And then Mrs. Stewart came out, saying over her shoulder to someone within, Oh, Janet, keep the child with you for a while. Oh, Mr. Cameron, you'll take some refreshment before you start. But Ewen refused, hungry and spent though he was, for he would not spare the time. Mrs. Stewart, however, returned swiftly to the kitchen, and was heard giving orders for bread and meat to be made ready for him to take with him. And now I'll give you directions, she said, hurrying out again. Oh, yet, Mr. Cameron, I cannot think that this is true about a warrant, for had there been any soldiers on the march from Loch Lomond's side, the country people would most certainly have sent messengers on ahead to warn us. For I've heard my husband say that since the garrison at Inversnaid makes a practice of selling meal and tobacco to the Highlanders, and there's a canteen in one of the barrack rooms itself, many a piece of news leaks out to us that way. For this is all, as you know, what the English call a disaffected region, and Mr. Chalmers has been with us for some time, quite unmolested. And yet, in this case, extraordinary precautions may have been taken against any tidings reaching you, urged Ewen. And I've seen a letter from a member of General Churchill's household, which stated that a warrant had been issued on the 15th, 6 days ago. It was, in fact, that letter which brought me here, for I did not know my cousin's whereabouts. Oh, but they certainly know it in Edinburgh. Someone has informed against him, Mrs. Stewart. And she was plainly shocked. Oh, sir, that's impossible. No one in these parts would do such a thing. But Ardroy shook his head. Oh, it may not have been a man from this district, but it has been done, and by someone who had speech with the doctor recently. It remains now to circumvent the traitor. Supposing the child to have been mistaken, have you any trusty person whom you can send in the opposite direction, or in any other, where you think Mr. Chalmers likely to have gone? Only the gardener, but I will send him at once up the glen. Yet, if Peggy is right, 'tis you will meet the doctor, though I know not how far you'll have to go, nor whether you had best— She stopped and drew her brows together. Oh, nay, I believe he ever takes the track through the wood when he goes to Balquidder, for the path down the open glen gives no shelter in case of danger. It will be best for you to go by the wood. You saw the burn, no doubt, as you came up to the house. Follow it a space down the glen until it goes into the wood, and go in with it. The track then runs by the water till it mounts higher than the burn, but you cannot miss it. And I must tell you, she finished, that Mr. Chalmers is wearing a black wig, which changes him very much, and commonly, unless he forgets, he makes to walk with a stoop, and to reduce his height. But you'll be knowing his appearance well, perhaps. Oh, very well indeed, said Ewen, checking a sigh. Oh, God grant I meet him. I'm to begin by following the burn, then." He repeated her simple instructions and went towards the door. Every moment he expected it to be flung wide by a redcoat. But he opened it, and there was nothing but the pale and clouded sun, almost balanced now on one of the crests opposite, the sharp, sweet hill air, and a murmur of wind in the pines below the house. On the threshold, Mrs. Stewart tendered him the packet of bread and meat, and a small voice from a lesser altitude was also heard offering him a sustentation, "My bread, Manny." It was true that this gift, withdrawn from too brief a sojourn in the oven, was far from being bread, but Ewen gravely accepted the amorphous and sticky object and wrapped it in his handkerchief. He could not refuse this fair-haired child, whose tidings might be destined to prove the salvation of Archibald Cameron, and he stooped and kissed her. And the little figure waving an adieu was the last thing he saw as he walked quickly away from the house towards the wood which clung about the downward course of the Kildare. 2. As Mrs. Stewart had said, the track through the wood was quite easy to find and follow, and Ewen hurried along it at a very fast pace, since the farther from Stewart's house he could encounter Archie, and the better. And yet it might be a wild goose chase into which he had flung himself. It might be for the sake of a mere rumour that he, Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, had assaulted the future Earl of Stow and stolen, or rather borrowed, a horse. The pistols he had certainly stolen, for he had not left them, as he had the horse, at the inn at Tindrum, but had kept them with him, and might be glad of them yet. For though, contrary to all his expectations, he was in time to warn Archie, if only he could come upon him, he could not feel at ease about the warrant, even though its execution was so strangely delayed, or believe that machinery of the kind, once set in motion, would cease to revolve. So he hastened on, and the path, fairly wide here, having quitted the stream, was full of holes crammed with damp dead leaves. Through the bare oaks and ashes and the twisted pine boughs on his left, he saw the sun disappear behind the heights opposite. As its rays were withdrawn, the air grew at once colder, and an uneasy wind began to move overhead. It left the oaks indifferent, but the pines responded to its harper's touch. Ardroy had lived his life too much in the open air, and in all weathers, and to be much mentally affected by wind, yet the sound tuned with his anxious thoughts almost without his being aware of it. So far he had not met or even seen a single person, but now, as he heard steps approaching, his pulse quickened. He was wrong. It was not Archie, for there came into sight an elderly man, bent under a load of sticks, which he had evidently been gathering in the wood. No word issued from him as they passed each other, but he turned, sticks and all, and stared after the stranger. Meanwhile, Ewen hastened on. He must, he thought, have come a considerable way by now, and for the first time he began to wonder what he should do if he got to Balquidder itself without encountering his cousin, and to regret that he had not asked Mrs. Stewart's advice about such a contingency. It was while he was turning over this difficulty in his mind that he came round a bend in the woodland path and perceived, at the foot of a tree, a man with one knee on the ground, examining something at its foot. How was it? What looked like? Yes. He broke into a run, and was upon Dr. Cameron before the latter had time to do more than rise to his feet and utter an amazed, Ewen! Ewen! What can't be? How and why? And not till that moment did it occur to Ewen that all this had happened before, in different surroundings. I'm come to warn you, once again, Archie, he said, seizing him by the arms in his earnestness. You must come no farther. You must not return to Stewart's house. There's a warrant out against you from Edinburgh, and soldiers coming from Inversnaid. And your hiding place has been betrayed. Betrayed, said Archibald Cameron, in incredulous tones. Oh, dear lad, you must be mistaken. There's but 6 or 7 people know that I'm in these parts, and I could answer for every one of them. Ewen was not shaken. It was like Archie not to believe in treachery. "You may think that," he replied, "but it has been done. I have the fact on too good authority to doubt it. I've seen Mrs. Stewart and told her, and have come to intercept you. You must not go back there." Archie slid his arm into his. "Oh, but first, my dear Ewen, I must learn whence you come and how. I know that you escaped from Fort William before the New Year, but—" "I'll tell you everything in proper time," broke in his kinsman. "Oh, but in the name of good sense, let us find a more concealed place to talk in than this path. What is occupying you by this tree, pray?" For at the mention of leaving the path, Dr. Cameron's gaze had strayed back to the spot over which he had been stooping. Ewen could see nothing there but some bright-coloured toadstools. "Oh, it is, I think, a rare fungus," said Archie meditatively. "Oh, I should like— Oh, well, why not?" He stooped and picked one, and then allowed Ewen to draw him away into the undergrowth, just there waist-high or more, and find a spot under an oak, where, if they chose to sit or crouch, they would be invisible from the track. But for the moment they stood beneath the oak tree, looking at each other, the elder man still holding the little orange toadstool between his fingers. Even though the black tie wig, in place of the brown one he usually wore, or of his own fair, slightly greying hair, did change Archibald Cameron, even though Ewen's gaze, scanning his face closely, did seem to find there a hint of a fresh line or two about the kindly mouth, he looked much the same as when Ardor had last set eyes on him in the dark little croft up at Slough nan Ian. And, as he might have done then, he wanted most to know of Ewen's affairs. But Ewen took him to task. "Are you fey, Archie, that you waste time over questions of no moment, and won't believe what I tell you? Someone has betrayed you and sent information to Edinburgh which has been acted upon. To come by the knowledge of this and of your whereabouts, I've made a lifelong enemy of a man I liked, committed an assault on him, stolen a horse, and, worse than all, read a private letter by stealth. You must at least pay some heed to me, and pay it at once." His concern was too acute to be ignored any longer. "Forgive me, Lochan," said the elder man. "What do you wish me to do?" "Move your quarters instantly. It means capture to return to Duncan Stewart's." Archie was attentive enough now. "Oh, I doubt if there's anyone else in the neighbourhood who is anxious for my presence." "Oh, but it would be infinitely better to leave the neighbourhood altogether," urged his cousin. Dr. Cameron considered. "Oh, I might lie for a while in the braes of Balquidder on the far side of the loch. Oh, 'tis solitary enough there. But if the soldiers are coming from Inversnaid, it would be well to avoid that direction, and better to make at right angles through this wood and up the slopes of Bain and Chihen. Yet, Ewen, 'tis sore hearing and hard believing that anyone can have informed on me. From whom was this letter which you—" The sound of a shot, followed by a scream, both quite near, killed the question on his lips and drove the blood from Ewen's heart, if not from the speaker's own. In a moment more, as they both stood mute and tense, a patter of light running feet and the pound of heavier ones could be heard, and along the path which they had left came flying, with terror on her face, a little barefoot girl of about 12, closely pursued by a soldier, musket in hand, who was shouting after her to stop. And both men started indignantly to make their way out of the undergrowth towards the pair, but Ewen turned fiercely on his companion. "Archie, are you quite mad?" he whispered. "I'll stay there, and down with you." He gave him a rough push, and himself crashed through the bushes and burst out onto the path just in front of the runners. The little girl, sobbing with fright, almost collided with him. He seized her, swung her behind him, and angrily faced the panting soldier. "Oh, put down that musket, you ruffian! This is not the slave coast." And the man's face was almost the colour of his coat from his exertions, but at least there was no evil intent written there. I were only trying to stop the varmint, he explained, very much out of breath. She's sent on ahead by some rebels in a farm. We marched by a while since, to carry a warning, belike. I've been a-chasing of her up and down hills for the last half hour. Orders, it was. I wouldn't lay a finger on a child, and got two of me own, only fired to frighten her into stopping. I'll hold her, or she'll be off again. But there did not seem much likelihood of that. The little girl was on her knees in a heap behind the Highlander, her hands over her ears. He stooped over her. You're not hurt, my child, are you? He asked in the Gaelic. Then get you home again. You've done your work. You need not be frightened any more, and the redcoat will not harm you. And he took out a piece of money and closed her fingers over it. What are you saying to her? What are you giving her money for? Demanded the soldier suspiciously. I believe you'll be in league with the rebels yourself. I should scarce tell her to go home, if I were, answered Ewen with an indifference which he was far from feeling. Good God, if next moment a picket should appear and search the bushes, or if Archie did not now remain motionless beneath them. I do not know what you mean, he continued, about a warning, but between us we have stopped the child, and the sixpence I've given her will make her forget her fright the quicker. Off with you, he repeated to the girl. Ewen's words had no doubt conveyed to the child a sense that she had accomplished her mission, and though the eyes under the elf locks of rusty hair were still fixed on him, and her whole eager, thin little face asked a wordless question, and to which he dared not make a further reply. And then, without a sign, she sprang up and slipped into the undergrowth, apparently to avoid the proximity of the redcoat, emerged from it on the other side of him, and ran back the way she had come. Her late pursuer turned and looked after her, while Ewen's fingers closed round one of Lord Aveling's pistols in his pocket. What was the soldier going to do next? If he took a dozen steps off the path to his right, he must see Archie crouched there, and if he did that, he would have to be shot in cold blood. If he even stayed where he was much longer, he would have to be accounted for somehow, since his mere presence would prevent the Jacobite from getting away unobserved. And get away he must at once. Where's your main body? Asked Ardroy suddenly. The soldier turned round again. Do you think I'm quite a fool that you ask me that? He retorted scornfully. If you're one of the disaffected yourself, as I suspect you are, from speaking Erse so glibly, you'll soon find that out. And swinging suddenly round again, he went off at a trot and the way he had come. Why, the Duke of Argyll himself speaks Erse on occasions, Ewen called after him mockingly. But there was no mockery in his heart, only the most sickening apprehension. He was right, only too right, about the warrant, and the child had been sent on ahead to carry a warning, just as Mrs. Stewart had said would probably happen. Had Mrs. Stewart herself sent her? No, the man said she had come from a farm. And directly the redcoat was out of sight, Ardroy hurled himself into his cousin's lair, and Dr. Cameron was already on his feet. Are you hurt, Archie? There's not a moment to lose. He'll be back with a party, very like, and from the child running this way. Though, how she knew. Yes, we must make for the side of Bain and Chihen, said Archibald Cameron, without comment. That is to say, I must. You. Do you suppose I'm going to leave you? Lead, and I'll follow you. There's no path, observed the doctor. Or perhaps this as well will not be so easy to track. For 10 minutes or so, Ewen followed his cousin uphill through the wood, sometimes pushing through tangle of various kinds, sometimes stooping almost double, sometimes running, and once or twice getting severely scratched by holly bushes. But they were not yet in sight of its upper edge when Dr. Cameron came to an abrupt stop and held up his hand. Listen, I thought I heard voices ahead. The wind, which had risen a good deal in the last half hour, and now tossed the branches overhead, made it difficult to be sure of this. And Ewen knelt and put his ear to the ground. "Oh, I hear something, undoubtedly." He got up and looked at Archie anxiously. "If we should prove to be cut off from the hillside, is there any place in the wood where we could lie hid? A cave, or even a heap of boulders?" "Oh, there's nothing that I know of. And Ewen, where are you going?" "Only a little farther on, and to reconnoitre. Oh, I'll be careful, I promise you. Meanwhile, stay you there." And he was off before Archie could detain him. It took him but 5 minutes or so of careful stalking to be certain that there were soldiers between them and the slopes which they were hoping to gain. There were also, without doubt, soldiers somewhere in the lower part of the wood, near the stream. If they could neither leave the wood nor hide in it, Archie must infallibly be taken. Ewen slid round the beech trunk against which he was pressed, meaning to retrace his steps immediately to the spot where he had left his kinsman, but for a moment he stood there, motionless, with a horrible premonition at his heart. Oh God! It could not be that this was the end for Archie. A sort of blindness seemed to pass over his vision, and when it cleared, he found his eyes fixed on something farther down the slope of the wood, a little to his left, and something that he must have been looking at already, without recognizing it for what it was: a small thatched roof. It seemed like a miracle, an answer to prayer at the least. And Ewen slipped back with all speed, and to the doctor. "Yes, we are cut off," he whispered, "and we cannot go back. But, Archie, there's some kind of little building farther down the wood. I saw but its roof, yet it may serve us better than nothing. And let us go and look at it." They hurried down the slope again. Here the dead leaves were dry and rustled underfoot, but the need of haste overrode that of silent going. And in a few minutes they both stood looking at Ewen's discovery, a small log hut. It stood on a level piece of the wood, with a little clearing of some 10 yards square in front of it, but on its other sides bushes and stout hollies pressed close up to it. "I never before heard of any hut in this wood," commented Archie in surprise. "But there it is, certainly. And perhaps the good people have put it there for us." If they had, it could not have been recently, for, as Ewen saw with relief, the logs of which it was constructed were so weathered and mossed that it was not at first very distinguishable from its surroundings. But it was in good repair, and on going round to the front, the fugitive saw that it actually had a solid, well-fitting door, which, indeed, they found difficult to push open, though it was not secured in any way. To Ewen it seemed of good augury, and that it opened inwards. Some logs, years old, lay about near the entrance. "Oh, I don't know that we are wise to hide here," murmured Ardroy, "but there seems no choice." And they went in. Within it was dark, for the hut had no windows. Finding that there was no means of securing the door on the inside save a crazy latch, Ewen suggested bringing in some of the stray logs and piling them against the door. So he and Archie hurriedly staggered in with several, and proceeded to lay some against the bottom and to rear others against it at an angle in order to wedge it. "But we cannot stand a regular siege in here, Ewen," objected the doctor, looking round their dim shelter. "No. But if the soldiers find the door immovably fixed, they may think it is so fastened up that no one could have got into the hut, and we, meanwhile, lying as close as weasels within, and they'll likely go away again. That is, if they come at all. Oh, please God, however, they'll pass the place without seeing it, as we nearly did. Or they may never search this quarter of the wood at all." "Yes, I think they'll have to break open the door to matchwood before they get it open now," opined Archie. "Oh, my sorrow, but it's dark in here." Indeed, the only light now came from the hole in the thatch intended to let out the smoke, which hole also let in the rain, so that the ground beneath, in the middle of the hut, was more puddle than anything else. It seemed as if the place had been occupied by a woodcutter, for, in addition to the felled logs outside, there was a big but extremely rusty axe propped against the wall in one corner, and by the side of the rough bench built into the latter. Axe and bench were, with the exception of the blackened stones of the fireplace, some of which they had added to the logs against the door, the only objects there. And so, having now no occupation but waiting upon fate, the cousins sat down in the gloom upon this bench, and it was then that Ewen realized that he was nearly famished, and ate his provisions. Archie would not share with them. "And now, tell me," each said to the other, and indeed there was much to tell, though they dared not utter more than a few sentences at a time, and those in a low voice, and must then stop to listen with all their ears. And Ewen learnt that Archie had come to these parts because Lochaber and the West were getting too hot to hold him, owing to the constant searches which were carried out for him. He was, he admitted, all but captured in Strontian when he went to Dungallan's house. That was when Ewen was in Fort William. But here, up till now, he had been unmolested, and who had given notice of his presence he could not imagine. "And the assistance you hoped for," asked Ewen, "is it to come soon?" He heard his kinsman sigh. "I am as much in the dark about it yet, Ewen, as you and I are in this moment. I begin to wonder whether Frederick of Prussia—" Ewen gave a stifled exclamation. "Oh, Prussia! It is Prussia, then? How, you did not know? Oh, Prussia, and perhaps Sweden, if certain conditions were fulfilled. Oh, but how have you not learned that? You forget. You did not tell me that night at Ardroy, and since then I've either been a close prisoner or skulking in the wilds. One night in Appin did not teach me much, especially as my cousin Ian was away. And so, troops are to land. They were to. 'Twas inspiriting news at first, to me and to those I visited. Oh, but time has gone on and on." Archie paused. "Oh, I am totally without information now, Ewen. My communications with Lochthorny are cut off, though I believe he is still in Scotland. But I doubt if he knows any more than I do. I verily think that if May comes and brings nothing, I shall return to the prince. Oh, talk of what is promised is windy fare to give to longing hearts, when the fulfilment tarries thus." A little chill ran through his listener. He had never heard Archibald Cameron so plainly dispirited. For himself, he knew too little to proffer any encouragement, and his uncle's words about the sunset of the cause recurred to him. But he had not subscribed to them, nor did he now. It was too natural to hope. Even when months ago he had bitterly asked of the man at his side who was to lead them, he had not despaired in his heart of the coming of a day when they might be led. But evidently it was not to be yet. And here was poor Archie risking his life to bring good tidings, and at last, after months of hardship and peril, himself doubting if the tidings were true. "Yes, many thousands of men were, I believe, promised," resumed Dr. Cameron, "when the ground should be prepared. But the preparing of it has not been easy, when the weeks slipped away, and I could hold out naught more definite than the hopes I had brought with me in September. Oh, not that I blame the prince one whit for that," he added quickly. And they both fell, and this time quite naturally, into one of the prudent silences which had continually punctuated this conversation in the semi-darkness. It was a longer silence than usual. Ewen's thoughts went circling away. Had Archie, with all his devotion, merely been beating the air all these months? "Oh, I hope Mrs. Stewart has not been molested," said Archie's voice after a while. "But I begin to believe that the soldiers have abandoned the search, or, at least, that they are not going to search this part of the wood. And Ewen nodded. I begin to think that it is so. I wonder how soon we might with safety leave this place, or whether we had best spend the night here. Oh, I've no idea what time it may be, said his cousin. He pulled out his watch and was peering at it when Ardroy gripped his other wrist. "Oh, did you hear anything?" he asked in the lowest of whispers. His watch in his hand, Dr. Cameron sat as still as he. With its ticking, there mingled a distant sound of snapping sticks, of something pushing through bushes, just as they had done in their approach to the hut. The sounds came nearer, accompanied by voices. Ewen's grip grew tighter, and the doctor put back his watch. "Aye, it is a hut," called out a man's voice. "Oh, come on, Cully, damn these hollies. I warrant he's in here. Oh, come on, I tell you, or he may bolt for it." "I'm coming as quick as I can," shouted another voice. The cracklings and tramplings increased in volume. Ewen slipped his hand into his pocket, took out one of Lord Aveling's elegant pistols, and closed his cousin's fingers over it. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. 'Twas there that we parted. 1. Archie shook his head with a little smile, which said that resistance would be of no use, and that their only hope lay in keeping perfectly quiet. But Ewen would not take the weapon back. The men outside could be heard fumbling over the door for the means of opening it, which, naturally, they could not find. "Oh, curse it, there's no way to open this door." Kicks and blows were bestowed upon it. "Oh, come out of it, rebel." "If you're in there," added the other voice with a snigger. "Oh, there ain't no means of knowing that till we get the door open," said the first voice. "If there was a lock, we could blow it open, but there ain't none." "And do you stay and watch the place, and I'll be off and fetch the captain. He ain't far off now. And while you're doing that, the rebel will burst out and murder me and be off. Maybe, and too, there's more than this Dr. Cameron in there." "Oh, you're a good plucked one, ain't you?" observed the first voice scornfully. "Oh, you go for Captain Craven, then, and I'll warrant no one comes out of this hut without getting something from this that'll stop his going far." By the sound, he smacked the butt of his musket. "Oh, good. I'll not be long then, I promise you." And the speaker could be heard to run off, and the man who remained, either to keep up his courage or to advertise his presence, began to whistle. Ewen and his cousin looked into each other's eyes, fearing even to whisper, and each read the same answer to the same question. If they attempted to break out and run for it, before the captain and the main body came up, it was beyond question that, since they could not suddenly throw open the door, but must first pull down their barricade at the cost of time and noise, and the man outside, forewarned by their movements, could shoot one or both as they dashed out. Moreover, wounded or unwounded, and they would undoubtedly be in worse case in the open, and the alarm once given by a shot, than if they remained perfectly silent, as close as weasels in their hiding place. And there was always a chance that the officer, when he came, would pooh-pooh the idea of anyone's being inside the deserted-looking little structure, and would not have the door broken open. Even, perhaps, a chance that he would not bring his men here at all. Oh, but it was a hard thing to do, to sit there and wait to be surrounded. It was too hard for Ewen. After 4 or 5 minutes, he put his lips to Archie's ear. "I'm going to open the door and rush out on him," he breathed. "I have another pistol. He will probably chase me, and then you can get away." He had brought off that same maneuver so successfully once. Why not again? But Archie clutched his arm firmly. No, you shall not do it. And in any case, I think it is too late. For the musician outside had ceased in the middle of a bar, and next instant was to be heard shouting, "This way, sir, in the clearing here." Then there was the tramp of a good many feet coming at the double. What did it matter in that moment to Ewen if the cause were once more sinking in a bog of false hopes? And for the safety of the man beside him, whom he loved, he would have bartered any levies that ever were to sail from Prussia or Sweden. But the issue was not in his hands. Why were we so crazy as to come in here, he murmured under his breath. Oh God, that I'd never seen this hut. Archibald Cameron had loosed his arm. He still held the pistol, but in a manner which suggested that he did not mean to use it. From the orders which they could hear being given, the hut was now surrounded. And the door was then pushed at hard from without, but, as before, when it had been attempted, it would not budge an inch. "Did you hear any sound within while you kept watch, Hayter?" asked the officer's voice. "No, sir, I can't say that I did." "Yet the door is evidently made fast from within. It is difficult to see how that can be, unless someone is still inside. And there's no window or other opening, is there, out of which a man could have got after fastening the door?" "No, sir," was shouted, apparently from the back of the hut. "For by the hole there'll be in the thatch for letting out the reek, sir," suggested another voice, and a Scottish one at that. "But a man would hardly get out that way," answered the officer. "No, and there's nothing for it but to break in the door." 2 or 3 musket butts were vigorously applied with this intention, but in another moment the officer's voice was heard ordering the men to stop, and in the silence which ensued could be heard saying, "Aye, an excellent notion. And then we shall know for certain and save time and trouble. One of you give him a back." The 2 motionless men on the bench inside looked dumbly at each other. What was going to happen now? A scrambling sound was heard against the log wall of the hut, and Archie pointed mutely upwards. They were sending a man to climb up and look in through the hole left for the smoke. Ewen ground his teeth, and they had neither of them thought of that simple possibility. The game was up then, and they could do nothing against such a survey. His cousin, however, possibly from previous experience in skulking, advised in dumb show one precaution. Pulling Ewen's sleeve to attract his attention, he bowed his head until it rested on his folded arms, thrusting his hands at the same moment out of sight. For a moment, Ewen thought that the object of this posture was to escape actual identification, not very probable anyhow in the semi-darkness. Then he realized that its purpose was that the lighter hue of their faces and hands should not be discernible to the observer. For a second or two he dallied with an idea which promised him a grim satisfaction, and that of firing upwards at the blur of a face which would shortly, he supposed, peer in at that fatal aperture in the thatch. But to do that would merely be to advertise their presence. So he followed Archibald Cameron's example, and they sat there, rigid and huddled in upon themselves, and trusting that in the bad light they would, after all, be invisible. And if so, then, to judge from the officer's words, the latter would be convinced of the emptiness of the hut, and would draw off the party without breaking in the door. Oh God, if it might be so! If it might be so! The scrambling sound had reached the thatch now. Half of Ewen's mind was praying for Archie's life, and the other wrestling with a perverse inclination to glance up. And, queerly mingled with that impulse, came a memory of his childish interpretation of the text, "Thou, God, seest me," when he used to picture a gigantic eye looking down through his bedroom ceiling. Eternities of waiting seemed to spread out, and then, abruptly, and to collapse like a shut fan, with a jubilant shout from above. "Oh, he's there, Captain, and there's 2 of them. I can see them plain." By the sound, the speaker slid down with the words from his post, and, almost simultaneously too, came another blow on the door and the ritual command, "Open in the king's name." The cousins both lifted their heads now, and Archie, hopeful to the last, laid a finger on his lips. The order was repeated, and then, as if uncontrollably, blows began to rain on the door. "Come out and surrender yourselves," called the officer's voice sternly, and another shouted, "Use that log there, you fools, it is heavier than the butts." And yet another cried excitedly, "What if we was to fire the thatch, sir?" And at that, quite suddenly, the battle madness of the Highlands and the Mire Chaha came upon Ewen Cameron, and he went berserk. And this was to be a trapped beast, an otter at bay. An otter, any beast that shows fight, then. Did the redcoats anticipate coming in unhindered to take them, or that they, Highlanders both, would tamely suffer themselves to be burnt out? He sprang up. Archie had got up too, and was holding out his hand to him and saying, through the hail of blows upon wood which almost drowned his words, "Oh, my dearest lad, I hope they'll let you go free." And from his kinsman's next action, this seemed unlikely in the extreme. Thrusting the second pistol at Dr. Cameron, with, "Take this, too, I'll need both hands," Ewen seized the great rusty axe from the corner and flung himself against the barricaded portal, just as one of the up-ended logs which wedged it slipped and fell, dislodged by the blows under which the door was quivering, and set against it the living prop of his own shoulder. "Oh, Ewen, Ewen," besought his companion in great distress. "'Tis useless, 'tis worse than useless. My time has come." But Ardroy did not even seem to hear him, leaning with all the might of his strong body against the door, his right hand gripping the axe, his left arm outspread across the wood, trying to get a hold on the logs of the wall beyond the hinges. Suddenly a crackling above showed that the suggestion just made had been carried out, and the roof thatch fired, probably by a brand flung upwards. The thatch, however, was damp and burned sullenly. Yet, in a moment or two, some eddies of smoke, caught by the wind, drifted in through the aperture. Then the flame caught, perhaps a drier patch, and a sudden thick wave of smoke, acrid and stifling, drove downwards in the gloom, as though looking for the fugitives. But already the door was beginning to splinter in several places. The assailants seemed to guess that it was buttressed now with the body of one of the besieged. "Stand away from that door, you within there," shouted the officer, "or I fire." "Oh, fire then, and be damned to you," said Ewen under his breath. "Get back, Archie, get back." But instead of a bullet, there came stabbing through one of the newly made little breaches in the door, like a snake, a tongue of steel, bayonet or sword. It caught Ewen just behind and below the shoulder, pressed against the door. A trifle more to one side, and it might have gone through the armpit into the lung. As it was, it slid along his shoulder blade. Involuntarily, Ardroy sprang away from the door, as involuntarily dropping the axe and clapping his right hand to the seat of the hot, searing pain. "Are you hurt?" exclaimed his cousin. "Oh, Ewen, for God's sake!" "They are not going to take you as easily as they think," said Ewen between his teeth, and with the blood running down his back under his shirt, he pounced on the fallen axe again. The door shivered all over, and by the time he had recovered his weapon, he saw that it was giving, and that nothing would save it. He pushed Archie, still imploring him to desist, roughly away. "Oh, keep out of sight, for God's sake," he whispered hoarsely, and, gripping the axe with both hands, stood back a little, the better to swing it, and also to avoid having the door collapse upon him. In another moment it fell inwards with a bang, and a noise of rending hinges, and there was revealed, as in a frame, the group of scarlet-clad figures with their eager faces, and the glitter of weapons, and the tree trunks beyond. And to those soldiers who had rushed to the dark entrance, Cameron of Ardroy also was visible against the gloom and smoke within, towering with the axe ready, his eyes shining with a light more daunting even than the weapon he held. And they hesitated and drew back. And the officer whipped out his sword and came forward. "Oh, put down that axe, you madman, and surrender Archibald Cameron to the law." "Oh, Archibald Cameron is not here," shouted back Ewen, "but you come in at your peril." And nonetheless, whether he trusted in his own superior quickness with a slighter weapon, or thought that the rebel would not dare to use his, Captain Craven advanced. And neither of these hypotheses would have saved him, though he was saved, luckily for Ewen. For the Highlander in his transport had forgotten the small proportions of the place in which he stood, and his own height and reach of arm. And the smashing two-handed blow which he aimed at the Englishman never touched him. With a thud which shook the doorway, the axe buried itself in the lintel above it, and as Ewen with a curse tried to wrench it out, the haft, old and rotten, came away in his hand, leaving the head embedded above the doorway, and himself weaponless. As he saw the axe sweeping down towards him, the young officer had naturally sprung back, and now, before Ewen had time to recover himself, the sergeant rushed past his superior and seized Ardroy round the body, and trying to drag him out. As they struggled with each other, all danger from the axe being now over, another man slipped in, got behind the pair, and raised his clubbed musket. Archie sprang at the invader and grabbed at his arm, and though he only half caught it, his act did diminish the fierce impact of the blow, and probably saved Ewen from having his head split open. As it was, the musket butt felled him instantly. His knees gave, and with a stifled cry, he toppled over in the sergeant's hold, his weight bringing the soldier down with him. But the redcoat got up again at once, while Ewen, with blood upon his hair, lay face downwards across the fallen door, the useless axe shaft still clutched in one hand. And it was over his motionless body that Archibald Cameron was brought out of his last refuge. 2. Inversnaid, said Ewen to himself in a thick voice. Inversnaid on Loch Lomond. That is where I must go. Which is the way, if you please? He had asked the question, it seemed to him, of so many people whom he had passed, and not one had answered him. Sometimes it was true, and these people bore a strong resemblance to trees and bushes, but that was only their cunning, because they did not want to tell him the way to Inversnaid. He was not quite sure who he himself was, either, nor indeed what he was doing here, wandering in this bare, starlit wood, stumbling over roots and stones. But at least he understood why Ewen Cameron had thought him drunk, when he had only received a blow on the head. Oh, poor Hector. Oh, poor Hector, he repeated, putting up a hand to it. It was bandaged, as he could feel. Oh, who had done that? And Dr. Kincaid. But he could not see Loch Treig anywhere. This was a wood, and the wood people refused to tell him the way to Inversnaid. It was not very dark in the wood, however, for it was a clear, windy night, and the starlight easily penetrated the stripped boughs of it, only under the pines, with their pools of shadow. It was now some time since Ewen had discovered that he was lying out in the open, under a tree, and no longer sitting in that little hut which he faintly remembered, where Archie and he had been together one day. Some time since he had got with difficulty to his feet, had lurched to that very hut, and, holding on tight to the doorway, had looked in at its black emptiness and wondered why the door lay on the ground. Yet it was while he stood propped there, and that the name of Unforeseen had come to him with an urgency which he could not interpret, and he had turned at once in what he felt was the direction of Loch Lomond. He was in no state to realize that it was much less the absence of a warrant against him than the impossibility of transporting him, in his then inert condition, over miles of the roughest country to Unforeseen, which had saved him, in spite of the resistance which he had offered, from being taken there as a prisoner himself. Here was a tree or bush of some kind, covered with red flowers, holding a lantern. How very odd, that. No, 2 of them, both with lights. The first was a female bush, a rose tree by the look, and one must be polite to it. He tried to doff his hat, but he had none. "Madam, will you tell me the shortest way to Unforeseen?" The kind bush replied that she would take him there, and then she drew an arm through his, while the other lantern-bearing tree did the same. And so, at last, he found someone to help him on his journey. "He's clean crazed, James," said Mrs. Stewart, showing an anxious face above a red and green flowered shawl, as she looked round the lurching figure which she was guiding, at the man who was performing the same office on the other side. "I don't know what we're going to do with him, now that we've found him." "I'll put him to bed, and gar him bide quiet," responded the practical James. "Haud up, sir. You mun lift your feet a ween higher, if you please." "I remember now. The blade came off the axe," said Ewen suddenly, his eyes fixed as though he were seeing something ahead. He had been silent for some time, though talkative at first. "If it had not, I should have killed that officer, and some of the other redcoats, too, perhaps." "Aye, I make no doubt of it," agreed James Stoddart soothingly, and they went on again, while behind the 3 pattered the little barefoot girl whom the soldier had chased that afternoon. It was she who, having hung about in the wood instead of going home, had played Mercury, and had given Mrs. Stewart, already horrified by the news of Dr. Cameron's capture, and the further tidings that the other gentleman had been left lying as if he were dead at the spot of the disaster. Yet, though she had been afraid to go near him, she reported having seen him move. On that, Mrs. Stewart had summoned the only person likely to be of use, James Stoddart, her gardener and factotum, and had set out for the hut in the wood. "I doubt this is not the way to Loch Lomond," said Ewen, stopping dead all at once. "Madam, you are misleading me, and that is worse than not answering." He looked down at Mrs. Stewart rather threateningly. "Man," said James Stoddart stoutly, "and dinna haver, but trust the lady. She kens where to take you. Come on now, we're gae near the place." And this was true, in the sense which he gave to the phrase, for Ewen's previous wanderings in the wood had all the time been leading him back in the direction of the house above the Kildare. "Come on, Mr. Cameron," added Mrs. Stewart gently. "My name is Grant," retorted Ewen with some irritation. "Hector Grant, an officer in the French service." And under his breath he promptly began to sing snatches of Malbrouck. But when he got to "Ne sais quand reviendra," he broke off. "Yes, he's gone, and God knows when he will return. Madame a sa tour monte," it says. "Will you go up into your tower, madam, to look out for him?" But there was a man who looked in, through the roof. That is not in the song. He wrinkled his brows and added, like a pettish child, "When shall we be through this wood? I'm so weary of it." Yet for the rest of the night he walked in it, always trying to find the way to Loch Lomond, long after Mrs. Stewart and James Stoddart had somehow got him into the house, and into the bed which Archie Cameron had occupied but the night before. and not until she had him lying there, still babbling faintly of doors and axes and eyes in the roof, and Inversnaid and Lochaber, and also of a stolen horse and some letter or other, and once or twice of his brother-in-law, Ewen Cameron, did Mrs. Stewart, just outside the room, and bring forth her pocket handkerchief. Oh, the doctor betrayed and taken, and this gentleman that tried to save him, clean broken his wits. Oh, James, what a weary day's work. And to think that but this morning I was baking, and the bread never came forth better. Had I the second sight, as I might have, being Highland. Oh, if you had it, ma'am, broke in James Stoddart. Not that I believe any has it, and 'tis an idle and mischievous superstition. You and the laird would never have taken the doctor into the house, and you'd have been spared all this stramash. But Mrs. Stewart was already drying her eyes. Well, if it comes to that, she retorted, with spirit, a body might think it wiser never to have been born, and that would be a poor choice. Oh, there's a man will be wishing the night he hadn't been, I'm thinking, observed the gardener uncompromisingly, and that's Dr. Cameron. Oh, Dr. Cameron will be wishing no such thing, returned his mistress. Oh, he's a brave man, and used to running risks, though he'll be grieving indeed, for the blow his taking is to the prince. Oh, me, what will the laird say when he hears the news? Ha, said her downright companion. And the doctor will be grieving for more than Prince Charlie. He kens well they'll hang him, the English. Oh, nonsense, James, retorted Mrs. Stewart. The English have not sufficient cause nor evidence against him. He has done nothing they can lay their fingers on. But no doubt they'll put him in prison, and for long enough, I fear. Nay, you'll see, ma'am, he'll not bide long in prison, predicted James Stoddart, shaking his head with a certain gloomy satisfaction. And yet, Presbyterian and Lowlander though he was perfectly staunch to his master's political creed, and no tortures would have drawn any admissions from him. Oh, a kind and bonny gentleman, too, the doctor, he went on, but for all he never said aught, as he went about his business in these parts, whatever it was, he kenned fine what would happen him if the redcoats catched him. I saw it whiles in his eye. You have too much imagination, James Stoddart, said Mrs. Stewart a trifle severely, and most unjustly. Turning from him, she tiptoed back into the room for a moment. I think the poor gentleman is quieting down at last, she reported, returning. I shall go to bed for a while. Do you sit with him and give him a drink if he asks for it. And for God's sake, hold your tongue on the subject of the doctor's being hanged. I've no need to hold it, responded the irrepressible James. If the gentleman did not ken it too, and over well, would not he have kept his skin hale on his back, and his head from yon muckle dunt it's gotten? End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. The door in Arlington Street. 1. The trees of St. James's Park this May afternoon made a bright green canopy over the hooped and powdered beauties who sailed below, over the gentlemen in their wide-skirted coats and embroidered satin waistcoats, the lapdogs and the sedan chairs, and the attendant black boys and footmen, and also, since spring leaves flutter equally above the light heart and the heavy, over a tall, quietly dressed young man in a brown tie-wig who was making his way, with the air of looking for someone, among the loungers in the birdcage walk. Of the glances which, despite his plain attire, more than one fine lady bestowed upon him, he was completely unconscious. He was too unhappy. The weeks of Ewen's convalescence at Glenbucky had been bad, but this was worse. To come to London directly one was physically fit for it, only to find that no scheme of real value was on foot to save Archibald Cameron from the fate which seemed to be awaiting him. Taken from Inversnaid to Stirling, and from Stirling to Edinburgh Castle, Dr. Cameron had been brought thence with a strong escort to London, arriving in the capital on the 16th of April, and the very anniversary of Culloden. He had been examined the next day before the Privy Council at Whitehall, but it was common knowledge that they had got from him neither admissions nor disclosures, and he had been taken back a close prisoner to the Tower. And that was nearly a month ago. At first, indeed, his bandaged head on the pillow which had been Archie's, Ewen had known little about past or present. Mrs. Stewart, aided by Peggy, so Peggy herself was convinced, had nursed him devotedly, and the task had perhaps helped her to forget her own anxiety on her husband's account, for Duncan Stewart had been arrested as he was returning from Perth. Luckily, however, for Ewen, once Mr. Stewart's person was secured, his house had not been searched. But a considerable harvest of suspects had been reaped, as Ewen was to find when he came perfectly to himself. For his own cousin, John Cameron of Fassifern, Lochiel's and Archie's brother, had been imprisoned, and Cameron of Glen Nevis as well, and there was glee in Whig circles, where it was recognised what a blow to a dying cause was Archibald Cameron's capture. Of Lochaber there was no news, but a warrant had been issued against him. Ewen himself, who had arrived in London but the day previously, had now come to St. James's Park, merely to search for a Scottish Jacobite gentleman of his acquaintance, one Mr. Galbraith, who, on inheriting a small estate from an English relative, had settled in England and had a house in Westminster. Had he not been told that Mr. Galbraith was walking here with a friend, Ewen would not have chosen so gay a promenade. It was the first time that he had ever been in London, and though he was not unaccustomed to cities, knowing Paris well, and not to speak of Edinburgh, he seemed to feel here, and to resent, an unusual atmosphere of well-to-do assurance and privilege. Even the trees had not to struggle out with difficulty in this place as in the north. None too soon for his wishes, he got sight of the elderly Mr. Galbraith at a distance, talking earnestly to a tall, thin gentleman with a stoop. Just before the Highlander reached them, this gentleman took his leave, and Mr. Galbraith came on alone, his head bent, his hands holding his cane behind his back, so deep in thought that he almost ran into Ewen. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir." "Oh, why, it is Mr. Cameron of Ardroy." He held out his hand. "Oh, what are you doing in London? I'm very glad to see you again, however, very glad." Ewen glanced around. No one was within earshot. "I've come to try what I can do for my unfortunate kinsman in the Tower. Oh, it must be possible to do something. You have studied law, Galbraith. You can tell me of what worth is any evidence which can be brought against him at his trial." "Oh, at his trial," repeated Mr. Galbraith, with an intonation which Ewen found strange. Oh, but then some noisy beaux went past, and he stopped, took Ewen's arm, and piloted him to a more secluded spot where a hawthorn tree invited to a seat on the bench below it. But they did not sit down. "Oh, Dr. Cameron will not be so fortunate as to have a trial," resumed Mr. Galbraith. "You've not heard that?" "But no, I've only just heard it myself, this afternoon. I was even now discussing it with a friend from the Temple." "No trial," stammered Ewen. "But, Mr. Galbraith, in Great Britain an accused man must have a trial. It is illegal. It is perfectly legal in this case," said Mr. Galbraith gravely. "Have you forgotten that Dr. Cameron's attainder of 1746 has never been reversed? He will be brought up quite soon now, it is thought, for sentence to be pronounced. And the sentence will probably take its course." A gust of wind shook down some hawthorn petals between them, and Ewen's eyes followed them to the ground. "You mean to say," and he found a difficulty in speaking, that he will be put to death on a charge 7 years old, for a course of action on account of which so many have since made their peace and been amnestied. Oh, but he has never made his peace, nor been amnestied. He was exempted from the Act of Indemnity, as you know, because he did not surrender himself in time. Oh, surely, if he is your kinsman, you must always have known that, Ardroy. Oh, I knew, naturally, that he was exempted from the Act. But to proceed to this extremity is iniquitous, said Ewen hotly, unworthy even of the Elector and his parasites, to deny a man a fair trial. Mr. Galbraith put his hand on his arm. Oh, my dear Ardroy, remember where you are, and be careful of your language. You will not help your kinsman by getting yourself arrested. Come home with me now, and we will talk the matter over quietly. They left St. James's Park and its throngs in silence. And the beauty of the trees in the sunlight was hateful to Ewen. The sunlight itself was hateful. And these laughing, careless men and women in their bright clothes, more hateful still. And they were of the same race, too, as the Crown lawyers who were going to do this heartless thing under a show of legality. And yet, for all the resentment in his heart, through which throbbed the long-memoried and vengeful Celtic blood, there was also a voice there to which he did not wish to listen, appealing to the innate sense of justice which had come to him from some other strain, telling him that the English could hardly be blamed for using this weapon ready to their hand, if they considered Archibald Cameron so dangerous a foe to their peace. And again another, as sombre and hollow as the wind in a lonely quarry, whispering that this was what he had always feared. In Mr. Galbraith's comfortable dark-panelled house in Westminster, Ardroy talked little. He listened. No, said his compatriot, and there had not been a great deal of interest shown when Dr. Cameron was brought to London in April, so many people being out of town with the Duke, horse-racing at Newmarket. Should popular feeling be sufficiently aroused, it was possible that pressure might be brought to bear on the government. As to why the authorities preferred to rely upon the old sentence of attainder rather than to try Dr. Cameron for treason, it was said, and very secretly. And here Mr. Galbraith, in his own library, dropped his voice and glanced round. It was said that the government had sufficient evidence to hang him if he were brought to trial, but did not wish to use it, because to do so would probably reveal the source through which it was acquired. I should not have thought their hands so clean, and that they need hold back for that, commented Ewen scornfully. His host shook his head. Oh, that is not the reason for their reluctance. Yet, mind you, Ardroy, this is but a theory, and whispered only in corners at that. The government are said to have the evidence from an informer whose identity they do not wish known. Whoever he may be, he's either too highly placed or too useful to expose. Disgust and wrath fought together in his hearer. An informer. Pah! But yes, there has been treachery. I know that well. I wish I had the wringing of the scoundrel's neck. But he is, I think, some man up in Perthshire. In Scotland, at any rate. And the government are so tender of him that they do not wish his identity disclosed. If Dr. Cameron is sacrificed, I think it will not be impossible to find him, protected or no. But that's for later on. Now, Mr. Galbraith, what do you think of the chances of a rescue from the tower? Oh, I think nothing of them, said the Scot emphatically. A rescue is impossible. An escape only feasible by some such stratagem as Lady Nithsdale employed to save her husband after the 15, and such a stratagem has a very small chance of succeeding the second time. No, the only hope is that, for whatever reason, the government should see fit to commute the sentence, which is, I fear, sure to be pronounced. You'll stay and sup with me, I hope, Ardroy, for I have some friends bidden, with whom I should like to make you acquainted. Tomorrow evening, if you will allow me, I shall take you to the White Cock in the Strand and present you to some of those who frequent it." "It may be," said Mr. Galbraith somewhat doubtfully, "and that in the multitude of counsellors there is wisdom." 2. It was late, after 11 o'clock, when Ewen left Mr. Galbraith's house in Westminster and started to walk back to Half Moon Street, off Piccadilly, where he lodged over a vintner's. All the time he wished that he were walking eastwards and towards the Tower. Oh, but what would be the use? He could not gain admission if he were. The hand of care lay fast upon his shoulder, and to dull the pressure he turned his thoughts, as he walked, to the one bright spot in the last few weeks, Alison's visit to Glenbucky. Unknown to him, Mrs. Stewart had contrived to get word of his condition to Ardroy, and the convalescent woke one day to feel his wife's lips upon his brow. He had made much more noticeable progress towards recovery after that. There were other patches of sunlight, too, in those heavy days. Little Peggy Stewart had made one of them. More than once, in the early part of his illness, he had wakened to find beside him a small, sedate, and very attentive watcher, whose legs dangled from the chair in which she was installed, and who said, when he opened his eyes, "I will tell Mamma that you are awake, sir," and slipped importantly down from her sentry post. Later had come conversation. "Have you a little girl, sir?" And the comment made with great decision when the small damsel heard of 2 boys, and that she thought a little girl would be better. Another time it was, "Oh, you never eated my bread, Manny. Mamma found it in your pocket." "Oh, I'm very sorry, Peggy," Ewen had meekly replied. "Oh, I'm sure it would have been very good." Peggy also expressed regret that his hair had been cutted off, and this was the first intimation which Ewen received that his fevered head had been shorn, and that, when he was restored to the outer world, he would in consequence have to wear a wig, as, indeed, most men did. Alison, on her arrival, like Peggy, had lamented that operation, and when her husband, making a jest which for him held a pang, suggested that he might take the opportunity of wearing a black wig in order to change his appearance, Alison had cried out in horror. She did not desire his appearance changed. And then, understanding the reason of his speech, was all for anything which would serve to disguise him, particularly when she found, to her dismay, that he was set upon going to London directly the journey was possible for him, entirely abandoning his long-cherished idea of engaging an advocate for himself at Edinburgh. To that course, in the end, she became at least partially reconciled, and longed to accompany him, separated from him so long as she had been, and feeling that he would not be fit to look after himself for a while yet. But the great obstacle to this plan had been, not the children, since Aunt Margaret was back at Ardroy now, but the stark, bare obstacle which wrecks so many desires, want of money. Alison had brought her husband all that she could raise at the moment, but it would barely suffice for his own outfit, journey and maintenance in London. So she must stay behind. And besides, as she said bravely, "What could I do towards saving the doctor, Ewen? I'm not his wife, and cannot play the part of Lady Nithsdale." Oh, Lady Nithsdale. Here, within 3 miles of the Tower, those words of Alison came back to him, and Mr. Galbraith's of this afternoon, who had said that part would never again be played with success. Had it any chance of prospering, and then that brave woman, Jean Cameron, who was Archie's wife, was of the stuff to play it. But she was in France. Ewen could not throw off the shadow which dogged him. Why had he ever persuaded his cousin to shelter in the woodcutter's hut? Indeed, if the fairies had put it there, as Archie had suggested, it had been for no good purpose. He saw it again, a cursed little place, as he walked up St. James's Street in surroundings so widely different, glancing back at the palace front as he crossed to the farther side. And it occurred to him how strange it was that he should be walking about London perfectly unmolested, when, if the authorities here knew of his doings at Fort William and Glenbucky, or if he were to meet Lord Evelyn coming out of one of the clubs or coffee-houses which abounded in this region. As well he might, though not perhaps at so late an hour as this. But he felt beyond troubling over his own fate. As yet the Highlander hardly knew his way around London, and at the junction of Bennett Street with Arlington Street made a mistake, turned to the left instead of the right, and, being deep in thought, went on without at once realizing that he was in a cul-de-sac. And then, brought up by the houses at the end, he stopped, wondering where he had got to. As he tried to take his bearings, the door of a house on the opposite side, almost in the angle, opened a little way, and a gentleman muffled in a cloak slipped very quietly, almost stealthily, out. A man who must have been waiting for him outside stepped forward and took the burning torch out of its holder by the door to light him home, though Arlington Street itself was sufficiently well lit. The two crossed over near Ewen, whom perhaps they did not notice, and made for the little street up which he had just come. Ewen turned quickly and looked after them, for the cloaked gentleman had spoken to his attendant in Gaelic, bidding him, somewhat sharply, hold the torch more steady. How the two were Highlanders, then. Ewen stifled the half-impulse to follow and accost them, which the sound of that beloved tongue had raised in him. After all, they were no concern of his, and he certainly did not know the speaker, who was young and wore his reddish hair unpowdered, for his hat cocked at a rakish ankle suffered the torchlight to gleam for an instant upon it. Some Highlander, Jacobite or Whig, more probably the latter, who knew intimately a man of position, to judge from the elegant new brick house from which he had emerged. Well, God knew he only wished that he had a friend with influence living in this street, which looked as if it housed people of importance. 3. Next evening, a rainy one, Mr. Galbraith took Ewen, as he had promised, to the White Cock in the Strand, to introduce him to some of its habitués. The Highlander was struck with the discreet and unassuming appearance of this Jacobite resort, which some said should be called en toutes lettres, the White Cockade, the narrow passage in which it was situated, the disarming and rather inconvenient short flight of steps which led into its interior. But if its accessories were discreet, there did not seem to be much of that quality about its customers. Already, Ardra had been a little astonished at the openness with which Jacobite sentiments were displayed in London. But was this merely vain display? Had the tendency roots, and was it likely, in the present instance, to bear fruit? Somehow, as he talked with the men to whom his fellow countrymen presented him, he began to doubt it. He had been there perhaps 3/4 of an hour or more, when the door at the top of the steps, opening once again, admitted a man who removed his wet cloak to his arm, and stood a moment looking round with a certain air of hesitation, as one searching for an acquaintance, or even, perhaps, a trifle unsure of his reception. Then he threw back his head in a gesture which was not unfamiliar to Ewen, who happened to be watching him, and came down the steps. Ardra got up. Oh, it could not be. Yet, unlikely as it seemed, it was Hector. Ardra hurried forward, and Hector's eyes fell upon him. "Oh, Ewen, you here in London!" And there was not only astonishment, but unmistakable relief in Lieutenant Grant's tone. Ewen was even more surprised to see him, but not particularly relieved. What on earth had brought Hector to London again? Or had he never rejoined his regiment last January? "I'll tell you in a moment why I'm in England," said the young officer hurriedly. "What incredible good fortune that you should be here. Come with me to my lodging. It is not far off." "First, however, let me present you," began Ewen, but Hector broke in. "Another time, not tonight, another time," and began to ascend the steps again. puzzled, Ewen said that he must excuse himself to his friend Mr. Galbraith, and going back he did so. By the time he got up the steps, Hector himself was outside. His face in the light of the lamp over the doorway had a strange wretchedness, or so Ewen thought. "Hector, is aught amiss with you?" "Amiss?" queried his brother-in-law, with a sort of laugh. "I'm ruined, unless... Oh, but come to my lodging, and you shall hear." Seizing Ardroy by the arm, he thereupon hurried him off through the rain. No, he had not got into trouble over his outstayed leave, and he had only arrived in London that morning. "Oh, and God be praised that I've met with you, Ewen, and though I cannot think why you're here." "Oh, surely you can guess that," said Ardroy. "And because of Archibald Cameron. I thought it must be the same with you." "Oh, so it is," answered Hector, with what sounded like a groan. "Here we are. Beware the stair. 'Tis very ill lit." He guided his kinsman into an upstairs room, fumbled with tinder and steel, and lit a lamp so carelessly that the flame flared high and smoky, without his noticing it. "Archibald Cameron. Aye, my God, Archibald Cameron," he said, and turned away. "Oh, don't take it so much to heart, Elin," said Ewen kindly, laying a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, 'tis not quite hopeless yet." "Oh, God, you don't know yet what it is I'm taking to heart," exclaimed Hector with startling bitterness. "Oh, I'm grieved to the soul over the doctor. But unless I can disprove the slander about his capture, I am ruined, as I told you, and may as well blow my brains out." Ewen stared at him in astonishment. "Oh, my dear Hector, what slander? Ruined? What in heaven's name are you talking about?" Hector seized his wrist. "You've not heard it, then? Nor have they, I suppose, at the White Cock, or they would have turned me out sans façon. I tell you, I was in a sweat of fear when I went in, but thank God that I did go, since by it I found you, and there's no man in the world I'd sooner have at my back. More, by token, since you know the circumstances." "Oh, but those are just what I don't know," exclaimed Ardroy, more and more bewildered. "See, Hector, calm yourself a little, and tell me what you're talking about. Has it anything to do with Archie?" "Oh, everything in the world. And they're saying, over there in Lille, in the regiment, the doctor's own regiment and mine, and that 'twas an officer in French service who betrayed him, and something that the officer is—" He stopped, his mouth twitching, his eyes distracted, and made a sort of gesture of pointing to himself. "Oh, good God!" ejaculated Ewen in horror. "You? On what possible? On what grounds? Because of the fatal letter which I lost that day on Loch Treig's side, and the letter which, you remember, we agreed at Fort William had probably never reached the authorities or done any harm at all, which, in any case, was taken from me by treachery and violence. But they hint, so I'm told, and that it was written in order to convey information, and that I gave it to the spy. Oh, my God, that men should whisper such a thing of me, and that I cannot kill them for it." Hector smote his hands together and began to pace about the little room like a wild animal. But Ewen stood a moment half stupefied. Too well he knew, at least from hearsay, of mutual accusations among Jacobites of divergent views. But in Hector's own regiment, among his fellow officers. And then he recovered himself. "Hector," he said, with emphasis, "that story is sheer nonsense. It was a much more recent piece of information than any contained in your letter, which led to Archie's capture." "How do you know?" asked the young man, swinging round with a tragic face. "How do you know that?" "Because But I'll tell you the whole story in a moment. First, do you tell me?" Ewen interrupted his brother-in-law vehemently. "If you'll only clear me, I give you leave, with all my heart, to dirk me afterwards if you like." Ewen could not keep back a smile. "The inducement is not overwhelming. But, Hector," he added, as a sudden unwelcome idea smote him, and he, in his turn, gripped the young officer by the arm. "Oh, I hope to God that you've not deserted. Have not come over without leave." "No, no. Lord Ogilvy gave me leave. He does not believe the rumour, thank God. He thought it best that I should come. I had already called out a lieutenant in my company. Unfortunately, he got wind of it and stopped the meeting. He thought that if I came over, I might be able to find out who really was responsible for the doctor's capture, and thus clear myself. And it goes without saying that if there's any scheme on foot for Dr. Cameron's release or rescue, you may count on me de tout mon cœur." "Alas, I fear that there's none at present," said Ewen sadly. "Yet, as regards his capture, though I cannot give you the name of the man responsible, I can prove that it was not you." "But Hector, who can have put about this slander? Who started it?" Hector shook his head. "Oh, I could not find out. How does one discover a thing like that? Nor has anyone dared to tax me with it directly. It was more hints, sneers, looks, avoidance of me. And those of your name and the regiment were naturally among the foremost." "You must," said Ewen, considering, "have been too free with your tongue over your unlucky loss of that letter last autumn." "Too free with my tongue? I never breathed a word about it to a soul over there, and not even to Lord Ogilvy. I was far too much ashamed." "And you did not tell anyone when you were in Scotland?" "Oh, save you, no one." "'Tis very strange. Well, tell me what chanced after our sudden parting that dark morning at Ardgour, and how you succeeded in getting over to France." Hector told him. "Oh, they!" exclaimed his brother-in-law at the end. "So 'twas young Glen Sheehan who helped you to papers. How the devil did he contrive to do that?" "Oh, faith, I don't know over well. He gave me a letter to someone whom I never saw, with a feigned name at that. I was grateful enough to the future chief, though there's something about the man which I find hard to stomach. You've never met him, I think. Now, Ewen, keep me in suspense no longer." "Oh, stay, one moment," said Ardroy slowly. "You told young Glen Sheehan, how you could not help yourself, of the loss of your necessary papers. Perhaps you told him of the loss of the letter, too." A flush ran over Hector's face, and his jaw fell a trifle. He thumped the table. "Oh, you're right, I did. Oh, but he, surely, could not have spread." No, I do not suppose that for an instant. It was only that you said you'd told nobody, save me." "Nobody over the water nor in Scotland. Oh, I vow, I'd forgotten Finlay MacPhair in London. He was so anxious to know whether I had lost any compromising document. But that he could have put about such a libel is out of the question. Oh, I fear, however, that he may have mentioned my misfortune to some third person. But now for your proof, Ewen, which is to clear me. And tell me, too, how soon you got back from Ardgour, and all that has befallen you of late. How you look, now that I see you closer. Have you been ill, by any chance?" End of chapter 16. Section 17 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Foreseen and Unforeseen. 1. It had been arranged that Hector should come to Ewen's lodging early next morning, and that they should both go to wait upon Mr. Galbraith. Ewen therefore remained in his room writing a letter to Alison, but when it was already 3/4 of an hour past the time appointed, and still the young man did not arrive, Ardroy began to get uneasy about him. When an hour and a quarter had elapsed, he was walking about his room really anxious. What had the boy been doing? Should he go to the Strand in search of him? But then he might so easily miss him on the way. When another 20 minutes had ticked itself away among the sun, moon, and stars of Mrs. Wilson's great clock, he strode into his bedroom for his hat. He could wait no longer. He must go and look for the truant. And then he heard his landlady's voice, explaining to someone that she thought Mr. Cameron must by now have gone out. "No, I've not," said Ewen, appearing on the threshold of his bedroom. "Was that you at last, Hector? What on earth has delayed you so?" "I'll tell you in a moment," said young Grant, rather hoarsely. "I've made what haste I could." And indeed his brow was damp, and he sank down in a chair in the sitting-room, as if exhausted. Ewen asked him if he were ill, for he was clearly under the sway of some emotion or other, and when Hector shook his head and said, "Then 'tis this business of the slander on you. Have you discovered something?" "Oh, no, it is not that," said Hector, and then he got it out with a jerk. "Ewen, Dr. Cameron was this morning condemned to death, without trial." A club seemed to strike Ewen's head, like that musket butt in the wood. Yet this news was expected. "How did you hear it?" he asked, after a moment's silence. Oh, Ewen, I would have given anything to get to you in time, but I swear that it was only by chance that I was on the spot, and then it was too late. I tried to send a messenger. In truth, it should have been you, not I, but it was not my fault." A light broke on Ardroy. "You mean that you actually heard him sentenced?" Hector nodded, and went on in the same apologetic tone. "It was all chance and hurry. Had your lodging not been so far away." "You've seen Archie this morning. Where was he brought up for sentence, then?" "At the Court of King's Bench in Westminster Hall." Ewen sat down at the table. "Tell me about it." "No, I do not blame you, Hector. Why should I?" Yet I would have given much." He clenched his hand a second on the edge of the table. "Tell me everything." So Hector told him. The story began with his going for an early walk along the riverside and finding himself, when he got to Westminster, in the presence of a considerable crowd, which, as he then discovered to his surprise, was waiting in the hopes of getting a glimpse of the Jacobite as he was brought by coach from the Tower to have sentence passed upon him. "After the first astonishment, my thoughts were all of you, Ewen," said Hector earnestly, "and I was for coming at once to fetch you. But it appeared that the court was already assembled, and that the prisoner might arrive at any moment. I tried to get a hackney coach. I could not. I tried to send a messenger. No one would stir. Then I thought, if I cannot warn Ewen, who, after all, has probably heard of this from some other source, I will at least do my best to get a sight of the doctor, to tell him how he seems. I'd no hope of entering Westminster Hall, since the press was so great, and moreover those who went in appeared to have tickets of admission. And the crowd moved and pushed to such an extent that I began to fear I should not get the slightest glimpse of Dr. Cameron when he came. And after a while, indeed, I found myself penned with one or two others into an angle of the building where I could see nothing. However, there was in this angle a small door, and when the man nearest it, in a fit of annoyance, began to beat upon it, it was suddenly opened by an official, who grumblingly consented to find places for 4 or 5 of the nearest, and this he did. And so you heard, or saw. I did both, though with difficulty, being at the back of the court, which was crammed with persons like myself, and suffocatingly hot. The proceedings were quite short. The doctor was extremely composed, neither defiant nor a whit overwhelmed. He appeared, too, in good health. Nor did he attempt to deny that he was the person named in the Act of Attainder. Did he make no defence? Had he not an advocate? No. The only defence which he made was to say that he could not have acted otherwise than he did, having to follow Lochaber, his brother-in-chief, and that in the troubles he had always set his face against reprisals or harsh treatment, of which he gave some instances, and that his own character would bear investigation in the same light. Then came that barbarous sentence for high treason, pronounced by one of the 3 judges present, the Lord Chief Justice, I think it was. And Ewen, it was not imagination on my part that he laid particular emphasis on those words respecting the hanging. But not till you are dead. glowering at the doctor as he uttered them. Many people remarked it and were talking about it afterwards. But Dr. Cameron was perfectly calm and merely made a civil bow at the end. After that, however, he asked earnestly that the execution of the sentence, which had been fixed for this day fortnight, might be deferred a little, in order to enable him to see his wife, to whom he had already had permission to write, bidding her to come to him from France. And he added that she and their 7 children were all dependent upon him, and that it would be worse than death to him not to see her again. And so the court decided to instruct the Attorney General that the sentence should not be carried out until a week later, on the 7th of June, in order to permit of this. And then the doctor was removed, and everyone fought their way out again, and I came away feeling that if I really believed my rashness and carelessness last September were the causes of Archibald Cameron standing there, and where I suppose he may stand in 3 weeks' time, even though no one accused me of it, I would blow my brains out tonight. Be reassured, Hector, they are not the cause, said Ardroy in an emotionless voice. But his face was very haggard. It is I am the person most immediately responsible, for it was I who found that accursed hut in the wood at Glenbucky, and persuaded him to lie hid in it. Yes, I expected this news, but that makes it no easier to bear. Hector, he must be saved somehow, even if it should mean both our lives. How I'm quite ready to give mine, answered young Grant simply. It would be the best means, too, of clearing my honour, far the best. But we cannot strike a bargain with the English government, Ewen, and that they should hang us in his place. And I hear that the Tower is a very strong prison. Let us go to Westminster and see Mr. Galbraith, said his brother-in-law. And they walked for some distance in silence, and when they were nearing the top of St. James's Street, Ewen pulled at his companion's arm. Let us go this way, he said abruptly, and they turned down Arlington Street. Just from curiosity, I have a desire to know who lives in a certain new house in the bottom corner there. Hector, usually so alert, seemed too dulled by his recent experience to exhibit either surprise or curiosity at this proceeding, and they walked to the end of Arlington Street. Yes, that is the house, observed Ewen after a moment's scrutiny. Now, to find out who lives in it. Why? Asked Hector. And, rousing himself to a rather perfunctory attempt at jocularity, he added, remember that you're in the company with Alison's brother, Ardroy, if it's the name of some fair lady whom you saw go into that house which you're seeking. It was a man whom I saw come out of it, replied Ewen briefly, and noticing a respectable-looking old gentleman in spectacles advancing down Arlington Street at that moment, he accosted him with a request to be told who lived at number 17. Oh dear me, said the old gentleman, pushing his spectacles into place and peering up at the tall speaker. You must, indeed, be a stranger to this part of the town, sir, not to know that number 17 is the house of Mr. Henry Pelham, the chief minister, brother to my Lord Newcastle. I am a stranger, admitted Ewen. Thank you, sir. He lifted his hat again, and the old gentleman, returning the courtesy, trotted off. Mr. Pelham the minister, remarked Hector, with reviving interest. And whom, pray, did you see coming out of Mr. Pelham's house? That is just what it might be useful to discover, replied Ewen musingly, now that one knows how important a personage lives there. But I suppose that a good many people must come out of it, objected the young officer. Why does the particular man whom you happened to see so greatly interest you? Because he was a Highlander, and it was close upon midnight. And, as a Highlander, and though naturally a Whig, if one could interest him on a fellow Highlander's behalf, and he is an intimate of Mr. Pelham's. How did you know that he was a Highlander, since I take it that he was not wearing the Highland dress? Because I heard him rate his servant in Erse. That's proof enough, admitted Hector. Would you know him again if you saw him? I think so. However, the chances are against my having the good fortune to do so. Ewen began to walk on. Oh, I wonder what Mr. Galbraith will have to say about this morning's affair." And he sighed heavily. And there was always much to be said. It was rather what was to be done. 2. Darkness had fallen for some time when Ewen neared his lodging in Half Moon Street again. In fact, it was nearly 11 o'clock. But when he was almost at the door, he realized that to enter was out of the question. He must do something active with his body, and the only form of activity open to him was to walk anywhere. So, not knowing or caring where he was going, he turned away again. His brain was swimming with talk with Hector, talk at Mr. Galbraith's, talk at the White Cock, where the three of them had supped. There it had been confidently announced that public opinion would be so stirred over Dr. Cameron's hard case, and that the government would be obliged to commute the sentence, for already its severity seemed like to be the one topic throughout London. It was reported that many Whigs of high standing were perturbed about it, and the effect which it might have upon public opinion, coming so long after the rising of '45, and having regard to the blameless private character of the condemned man. It was even said, the wish having perhaps engendered the idea, and that sentence had only been passed in order that the elector might exercise his prerogative of mercy, and by pardoning Dr. Cameron, perhaps at the 11th hour, gain over wavering Jacobites by his magnanimity. But one or two others, less optimistic, had asked with some bitterness whether the party was strong or numerous enough now to be worth impressing in this way. For fully half an hour, Ewen tramped around streets and squares until, hearing a church clock strike, he pulled himself out of the swarm of unhappy thoughts which went with him for all his fast walking, saw that it was between 11:30 and midnight, and for the first time began to consider where he might be. He had really become so oblivious of his surroundings as he went, and that it was quite a surprise to find himself now, and not particularly reputable-looking street. Surely, a few moments ago. Yet, on the other hand, for all the attention he had been paying, it might have been a quarter of an hour. He had been in a square of large, imposing mansions. Had he merely imagined this? Were grief and anxiety really depriving him of his senses? He turned in some bewilderment and looked back the way he had come. London was a confusing town. It was a light spring night, and he could see that beyond the end of this narrow street there were much larger houses, mansions even. He was right. But he also saw something which kept him rooted there. 2 men, armed with weapons of some kind, stealing out of a passage about 50 yards away, and hastening to the end of the street, where it debouched back into the square. When they got there, they drew back into the mouth of an entry and stood half crouching, as if waiting. Surprise and curiosity kept Ewen staring. And then he realized that these men were probably lurking there with a purpose far from innocent. And even as he started back towards the entry, this purpose was revealed, and for the bulk of a sedan chair, with its porters, came suddenly into view, crossing the end of the street, on its way, no doubt, to one of the great houses in the square. And instantly the 2 men darted towards it, flourishing their weapons, which had the appearance of bludgeons. Ewen quickened his pace to a run, ran in fact with all his might to the succour of the sedan chair, which very probably contained a lady. He was certainly needed by its occupant, of whichever sex, for the 2 chairmen, calling loudly for the watch, had taken ingloriously to their heels at the approach of danger. Before Ewen came up, one of the footpads had already lifted the roof of the chair, opened the door, and was pulling forth no female in distress, but a protesting elderly gentleman in flowered brocade, stout and a trifle short. Yet he was a valiant elderly gentleman, for the moment he succeeded in freeing his right arm, out flashed his sword. But the next instant his weapon was shivered by a cudgel blow, and he himself seized by the cravat. That, however, was the exact instant also at which another sword, with a longer and a younger arm behind it, came upon the assailants from the rear. Apparently they had not heard Ardroy's hurrying footfalls, nor his shouts to them to desist. Now one of them turned to face him, but his stand was very short. He dropped his cudgel with a howl, and ran back down the narrow street. His fellow, of a more tenacious breed, still held on to the cravat of the unfortunate gentleman, trying to wrest out the diamond brooch which secured the lace at his throat. Ewen could have run his sword through the aggressor from side to side, but, being afraid of wounding the gentleman as well, took the course of crooking his left arm round the man's neck from behind, more than half choking him. The assailant's hands loosed the cravat with remarkable celerity, and tore instead at the garroting arm round his own throat. The rescuer then flung him away, and, as the footpad rolled in the gutter, turned in some concern to the victim of the attack, who by this time was hastily rearranging his assaulted cravat. "Oh, my dear sir," began the latter in a breathless voice, desisting and holding out both his hands. "Oh, my dear sir, I can never thank you enough. Most noble conduct. Most noble. I am your debtor for life. No, thank you. I am shaken, but little the worse. If you will have the further goodness to lend me your arm to my house, and 'tis but a few paces distant, and then I must insist on your entering, and that I may thank my preserver more fittingly. Oh, I sincerely trust," he finished earnestly, "that you are yourself unharmed." Ewen assured him that this was the case, and, sheathing the sword which in England there was no embargo upon his wearing, offered his arm. By this time the second footpad had also vanished. How the outrageousness, went on the rescued gentleman, how the insolence of such an attack within a few yards of my own door. How those rascally chairmen, I wonder were they in collusion? I vow I'll never take a hired chair again. Oh, there come the watch, and too late as usual. Oh, my dear sir, what would have befallen me without your most timely assistance, heaven alone knows. They were by this time mounting the steps of a large house in the square, whose domestics, even if they had not heard the disturbance in the street, must have been on the lookout for their master's entrance, for he had given but the slightest tap with a massive knocker before the door swung open, revealing a spacious pillared hall and a couple of lackeys. Almost before he knew it, Ewen was inside, having no great desire to enter, but realizing that it would be churlish to refuse. "A most disgraceful attack has just been made upon me, Jenkins," said the master of the house to a resplendent functionary, who then hurried forward. "Oh, here, at the very corner of the square. Had it not been for this gentleman's gallantry in coming to my assistance. Oh, if that is the watch come to ask for particulars," as another knock was heard at the hall door. "Oh, tell them to come again in the morning. I'll not see them now." "Yes, my lord," said the resplendent menial respectfully. "Oh, your lordship was actually attacked." His tone expressed the acme of horror. "Oh, may I ask, has your lordship suffered any hurt?" "Oh, none at all, thanks to this gentleman. All my lady's company has gone, I suppose. Has she retired? No? Oh, I'm glad of it. Now, my dear sir," he went on, laying his hand on Ewen's arm, "allow me the pleasure of presenting you to my wife, who will wish to add her thanks to mine." He steered his rescuer towards the great staircase, adding as he did so, "Oh, by the way, I fancy I've not yet told you who I am. Oh, the Earl of Stowe, henceforward very much yours to command." End of chapter 17. Section 18 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Crossing Swords. If a man ever wished himself well out of a situation in which, as it happened, his own prowess had landed him, it was Ewen Cameron of Ardroy when that announcement fell upon his ears. What fatality had induced him to succour and be brought home by the father of the very man whom he had treated so scurvily 2 months ago, and who had sworn to be revenged upon him? Obviously, the wisest course was to excuse himself and withdraw before he could meet that injured young gentleman. But already Lord Stow was motioning him with a courteous gesture to ascend the imposing staircase. Without great incivility, he could not withdraw now, nor, it seemed to him, without great cowardice to boot. And if he must encounter Lord Aveling again, this place and these circumstances were certainly more favourable than any which he could have devised for himself. Moreover, Aveling might not be in London at this moment. Above all, Ewen's was a stubborn courage, as well as, on occasions, a hot-brained one. He never relished running away. He therefore went on up the wide, shallow staircase, and was looked down upon with haughty disapproval by Aveling's ancestors. Outside a door, the Earl paused. "May I know the name of my preserver?" "Oh, I beg your pardon, my lord," returned Ewen. "I forgot that I had not made myself known to you. My name is Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, at your service." Now, what had Lord Stow heard of Ewen Cameron of Ardroy? If anything at all, nothing of good, and that was certain. And the bearer of that name lifted his head with a touch of defiance, for its utterance had certainly brought about a change in his host's expression. "A kinsman of the unfortunate Dr. Cameron's, perhaps?" he inquired. "Yes, he is my cousin, and my friend," answered Ewen uncompromisingly. "Ah," observed Lord Stow, with a not unsympathetic intonation. "Oh, a sad business, his. Oh, but come, Mr. Cameron." And, opening the heavy inlaid door, he ushered him into an enormous room of green and gold, where every candle round the painted walls burned, but burned low, and where the disposition of the furniture spoke of a gathering now dispersed. But the most important person still remained. On a sofa, in an attitude of incomparable grace, languor, and assurance, with a little book poised lazily between her long fingers, half sat, half reclined, and the most beautiful woman whom Ewen had ever seen. And then only, in the suddenness of these events and introductions, did he realize that he was in the presence of Keith Windham's mother, as well as of Lord Aveling's. As the door shut, Lady Stow half turned her head, and said in silver tones, "Oh, you are returned at last, my lord. And do I see that you bring a guest?" "Oh, I do, my love," replied her husband, "and one to whom we owe a very great debt indeed." And Ewen was led forward across the acres of carpet to that gilt sofa, and kissed the cool, fragrant hand extended to him, but faintly conscious of embarrassment at the praises of his courage which the Earl was pouring forth, and with all thoughts of an avenging Aveling dissipated. It was of Lady Stow's elder son, his dead friend, whom he thought as he looked at that proud and lovely face. Oh, not that there was any likeness. But surely this could not have been Keith Windham's mother. She seemed no older, at least by candlelight, than he, when he died 7 years ago. And then Ewen found himself in a chair, with the Countess saying flattering things to him, rallying him gently, too, in those seductive tones. "You are a Scot, sir, a kinsman of that unfortunate gentleman who is in all our minds just now, and yet you come to the rescue of an Englishman and a Whig." "It was an Englishman and a Whig, Lady Stow, who once saved me from a far greater danger," replied Ewen. He said it of set purpose, for he wished to discover if she knew what her elder son had been to him. Apparently Lady Stow did not, nor was she curious to learn to what he referred, for she merely said, "Oh, indeed, and that is gratifying." And, in fact, before the subject could be enlarged upon from either side, Lord Stow was remarking to the guest by way of conversation suitable to his nationality, "Oh, my son has recently been visiting Scotland, and for the first time." How the menace of Aveling returned to Ewen's memory, and by the tense it seemed as if that young gentleman had now returned from the north. You are from the Highlands, I suppose, Mr. Cameron, went on the Earl pleasantly. My son visited them also for a short while, going to Dunstaffnage Castle in Lorne. How do you happen to know it? Ewen intimated that he did, from the outside. And now a voice was crying out to him to end the difficult situation in which he stood, though neither his host nor his hostess was aware of it, by offering of his own will some explanation of the episode at Dalmally. For, with this mention of Lord Aveling in the Highlands, not to acknowledge that they had made each other's acquaintance there seemed so unnatural and secretive as to throw an even worse light upon his behaviour towards him. At the very least, it made him appear ashamed of it. He pulled himself together for the plunge. "Oh, I must tell you, my lord," he was beginning, when his voice was withered on his lips by an extraordinary grating, screeching sound, which, without warning, rent the air of the great drawing-room. Startled, as at some supernatural intervention, Ewen glanced hastily round in search of its source. "Oh, do not be alarmed, Mr. Cameron," came Lady Stowe's cool tones through the disturbance. "It is only that my macaw has waked up, but I apologize for the noise he makes." And then the Highlander beheld, in a corner not very far away, a gilded cage, and therein a large bird of the most gorgeous plumage, with a formidable curved beak and a tail of fire and azure, who was pouring forth what sounded like a stream of imprecations. "Oh, for heaven's sake," cried the Earl, jumping to his feet. "Why, I thought you had given up having that creature in this room, my lady. Is there no means to make him stop?" For the deafening scolding went on, without intermission. Lady Stowe leant forward. "If you will have the goodness to cover him up," she said, with complete calm, "he will be quiet." Both men looked round helplessly for something with which to carry out this suggestion. Ewen, too, had got to his feet. "Oh, cover him up with what, pray?" asked Lord Stowe indignantly. "Oh, good gad, this is insupportable." And, slightly red in the face, he tugged at the nearest bell-pull. Meanwhile, the infernal screeching continued unceasingly, except for one short moment, when the macaw made a vicious grab at the Earl's lace-bordered handkerchief, with which he was exasperatedly flapping the bars of the cage in an endeavour to silence its inmate. A footman appeared. "Remove this bird at once," shouted his master angrily. He was obliged to shout. And the man hesitated. "Montezuma will bite him, and he knows it," observed Lady Stowe, raising her voice but slightly. "I'll send Sambo, John." The man bowed and withdrew with alacrity. "Oh, this is worse than footpads," declared the Earl, with his hands to his ears. "Oh, I cannot sufficiently apologize, Mr. Cameron." He had almost to bawl the words. "Oh, really, my lady, if I could wring your pet's neck without getting bitten, I would." "Oh, I know it, my love," returned her ladyship, with her slow, charming smile. "And so, I'm sure, would poor Mr. Cameron." Then Black Sambo appeared in his scarlet turban and jutting white plume. Smiling broadly, he strutted off with a great gilt cage, whose occupant continued to scream, but made no onslaught upon those dusky fingers. "Oh, I really cannot sufficiently apologize," began the Earl once more to his half-deafened guest, "for my wife's fancy." "What?" called a young, laughing voice from the door. "Has Montezuma been misbehaving again?" Someone had come in just as the exiled and vociferating fowl was borne out. "But for that noise, I thought you gone to bed by this time. Oh, you promised, my dear mother, that he—" But here the speaker realized that there was a stranger in his family circle, pulled out a handkerchief, flicked some probably imaginary grains of powder off his gleaming coat, and advanced across the wilderness of carpet to the three by the sofa, a veritable Prince Charming, in peach-coloured satin and a deal of lace. And Ewen, watching his fate advance upon him, in the person of this smiling and elegant young man, silently cursed the departed macaw with a mortification 1,000 times deeper than the Earl's. But for that ridiculous contretemps, he might either have made his confession, or escaped meeting his late victim, or both. But there was no escape now. Lord Evelyn, still smiling, got within a yard or two of the group when he saw who the stranger was. He stopped, the smile died, his face froze, and the hand with the filmy handkerchief fell, gripping the Mechlin. Lord Stow must have been blind had he not noticed the startling change on the countenance of his heir. But if not blind, he was possibly short-sighted, for he did not by any means appear to read its full significance. "You are surprised to see a guest here so late, Evelyn, I perceive," he said mildly, "but you will be still more surprised when you learn the reason for this gentleman's presence tonight." "I've no doubt at all that I shall," said Lord Evelyn under his breath. He had never removed his eyes from Ewen, and they seemed to say, almost as clear as speech, "You cannot have had the insolence to make your way in here to apologize." "I was this evening," went on Lord Stow with empressement, "the victim of a murderous attack, and perhaps you have already heard of it from the servants." "An attack," repeated Lord Evelyn, at last turning his gaze upon his parent. "On whose part? This gentleman's?" "Oh, good gad, Evelyn, what can you be thinking of?" exclaimed his father, shocked. "This gentleman, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, had the great goodness to risk his own person for mine. Mr. Cameron, this is my son, Lord Evelyn." Ewen bowed, not very deeply. "An introduction is not necessary, my lord," observed Lord Evelyn. "We met not long ago in Scotland, Mr. Cameron and I." And with that he turned his back carelessly on the guest and went over to the sofa to speak to his mother. Lord Stow looked as if he could hardly believe his ears or eyes, partly at this announcement, partly at the sight of his son's uncivil behaviour. "You met in Scotland," he repeated after a moment, in tones of amazement. "I was just on the point of making that fact known to your lordship," said Ewen, "when the bird interrupted me." He was white with chagrin. "Lord Evelyn and I did, indeed, meet as he was returning from Dunstaffnage Castle." "Yes," cut in the young man, turning round again, "and owing to a difficulty over post-horses, I had the privilege, as I see I must now consider it, of offering Mr. Cameron a seat in my chaise as far as Dalmally." "Oh, my dear Evelyn, why did you not tell us this before?" asked Lady Stow. "How could I guess that it would be of any interest to you to learn that I gave a lift to a stranger in the wilds of Scotland? It would have seemed, my dear mother, to be laying too much stress upon a deed of charity. Moreover, I can affirm, with my hand upon my heart, that Mr. Cameron of Ardroy is the last person in the world whom I expected to find in this house." His manner, if controlled, was patently full of some ironical meaning, which, though clear enough to Ardroy, was puzzling to his parents, who, having no clue to it, may have received the impression that he was a trifle the worse for wine. The Countess said, with smiling authority, "Oh, then, it behoves you all the more, Frances, to hear how Mr. Cameron beat off the footpads who assailed your father's chair this evening at the corner of the house." "English footpads?" queried the young man, and he looked meaningly for an instant at the rescuer. "Oh, why, what else?" asked his father. "2 footpads armed with cudgels. I had the narrowest chance of being robbed, if not of being murdered." "Oh, I can quite believe that you had, sir," observed Lord Evelyn, looking at Ewen again. But Ewen had by now resolved that he was not going to suffer these stabs any longer, nor was he disposed to hear the account of his prowess given a second time, and to the mocking accompaniment which he knew that it would receive. He therefore took advantage of the check to Lord Stow's imminent narrative, brought about by these, to him, unintelligible remarks of his son's, firmly to excuse himself on the score of the lateness of the hour. Either Lord Evelyn would allow him to leave the house without further words, or he would not. In any case, it was probable that he desired such words to take place without witnesses. The fact that he had not previously mentioned to his family their encounter and its disastrous end seemed to point to the fact that his young pride had been too bitterly wounded for him to speak of it, even in the hope of obtaining revenge. it might be very different now that his enemy was delivered so neatly into his hands. "Oh, you must promise to visit us again, Mr. Cameron," said the Countess with the utmost graciousness, and Lord Stow said the same, adding that if there were any way in which he could serve him, he had but to name it. Ewen thought rather sardonically how surprised the Earl would be if he responded by a request that he should prevent his son from landing him in Newgate, but he merely murmured polite thanks as the Earl conducted him to the door of the drawing-room. It seemed as though he were going to pay his rescuer the further compliment of descending the stairs with him, but in this design he had reckoned without his son, who, as Ewen was perfectly aware, had followed behind them, awaiting his opportunity. "I will escort Mr. Cameron down the stairs, my lord," he said easily, slipping in front of his father. "You must remember that we're old acquaintances." He sounded perfectly civil and pleasant now, and after a barely perceptible hesitation, the Earl relinquished the guest to his care, shook hands with great warmth, repeating his assurance of undying gratitude and a perpetual warm welcome at Stow House. And then the door closed, and Ewen and Lord Aveling were alone together. "Will you come into the library downstairs?" asked the young man, somewhat in the tone he might have used to a mason come about repairs, and with as little apparent doubt of the response. "Yes," answered Audroy with equal coldness. "I will," and followed him down the great staircase. In the marble-pillared hall, a footman stepped forward. "Take lights into the library," commanded the young lord, and while he and Ewen waited for this to be done, without speaking or even looking at each other, Ewen, gazing up at a portrait of some judicial ancestor in wig and ermine. Not inappropriate to the present circumstances, I thought. What is to prevent my opening the door into the square and leaving the house? What, indeed? Something much stronger than the desire to do so. But in another moment, the lackey was preceding them with a couple of branched candlesticks into a room lined with books. He made as though to light the sconces, too, but Lord Aveling checked him impatiently, and the man merely set the lights on the big polished table in the centre and withdrew. The son of the house waited until his footsteps had died away on the marble outside. "Now, Mr. Cameron," he said. Ewen had always known that to come to London was to invite the fates to present him with a reckoning for his behaviour at Dalmally. Well, if it had to be, it was preferable to have it presented by the victim himself, rather than by some emissary of the justice which he had invoked. And, however this unpleasant interview was to end, he might perhaps during its course succeed in convincing Lord Aveling of the sincerity of his regrets for that lamentable episode. "I suppose, my lord," he now answered gravely, "that you must say what you please to me. I admit that I have little right to resent it." The admission, unfortunately, appeared but to inflame the young nobleman the more. "You are vastly kind, Mr. Cameron, upon my soul. You lay aside resentment, forsooth. I fear I cannot rise to that height, and let me tell you, therefore, that what I found almost more blackguardly than your infamous conduct at Dalmally is the coup you have brought off tonight in—" "The coup I've brought off," exclaimed Ewen in bewilderment. "My lord, what?" Aveling swept on. "In forcing an entrance to this house, and ingratiating yourself with my parents, having put my father under a fancied obligation by a trick so transparent that, if he were not the most good-natured man alive, he would have seen through it at once." At this totally unexpected interpretation of the sedan chair incident, a good deal of Ewen's coolness left him. "You cannot really think that the attack on Lord Stow was planned, and that I was responsible for it?" "How else am I to account for your being there so pat?" inquired the young man. "You hired the ruffians, and then came in as a deliverer. It has been done before now. And having succeeded in laying Lord Stow under an obligation, you know that I cannot well—" He broke off, his rage getting the better of him. "But the insolence, the inexpressible insolence of your daring to enter this house after what has happened." "Since I did not plan the attack, Lord Aveling," said Ewen firmly, "I'd no notion whom I was rescuing. Nor did Lord Stow tell me his name until he was on the point of taking me upstairs. It was too late to withdraw then. As I am henceforward unable to believe a word that you say, sir," retorted the young man, "it is of small use your pretending ignorance of my father's identity. Yet perhaps you are still able to recognize logic when you hear it," rejoined Ewen with some sharpness, his own temper beginning to stir. "Had I known that the gentleman in the sedan chair was Lord Stow, which, if I'd planned the attack, I must have known, the merest prudence would have kept me from entering a house in which I was so like to meet you." "Yes," said Lord Aveling with a bitter little smile, "you would have done better to part sooner from my father after this pretended rescue." "And yet," said the Highlander, looking at him with a touch of wistfulness in his level gaze, "as chance has brought us together again, is it too much to hope, my lord, that you will at least endeavour to accept my most sincere and humble apologies for what my great necessity forced me to do that evening?" "Apologies," said Viscount Aveling. "No, by heaven, there are no apologies humble enough for what you did." "Then I'm ready to give you satisfaction in the way usual between gentlemen," said Ewen gravely. And the young man shook his powdered head. "Between gentlemen, yes, but a gentleman does not accept satisfaction of that kind from a highwayman. He has him punished, as I swore I would you. But you doubtless think that by gaining the Earl's goodwill you've put that out of my power. Let me assure you, Mr. Highwayman, that you have not. The law is still the law." "Oh, I doubt if the law can touch me for what I did," answered Ewen. "Not for theft, horse-stealing, and assault. And then this must indeed be an uncivilized country. And behind those crimes remains always the question of how my brother really met his end. That I've already told you, Lord Aveling. Yes, and I was fool enough to believe you. I'm wiser now. I know of what you are capable, Mr. Ewen Cameron." Ewen turned away from the furious young man, who still maintained his position by the door. He was at a loss what to do next. And there was no common ground on which they could meet, though once there had seemed so much. But he himself had shorn it away. One of the candles in the massive silver-branched candlesticks, which had been deposited upon the table, was guttering badly, and in the strange way in which a portion of the mind will attend to trifles at moments of crisis, he took up the snuffers which lay there in readiness, and mended the wick with scarcely the least consciousness of what he was doing. His action had an unexpected result. Lord Aveling started a few paces forward, pointing at the hand which had performed the service. "And you still have the effrontery to wear the ring which you took from poor Keith." And Ewen laid down the snuffers. "I have the effrontery, since you call it so, to wear the ring he gave me, and I shall wear it until my own dying day." The words, though they were very quietly uttered, rang like a challenge, and as a challenge the young man took them up. "Oh, will you?" he asked. "Why, think not. Here, in this house, above all, I've no liking to see my poor brother's property on your finger. You will kindly surrender it to his family." "Although I take you to be jesting, my lord," began Ewen very coldly. "Oh, jesting!" flashed out Aveling. "No, by God, you will give me back Keith Windham's signet ring, or, questioned Ewen, "or I'll have it taken from you by the lackeys." "Oh, then, you will hardly be in a position to throw my theft of your property in my face," retorted Ardroy. "I had not stolen my pistols and my horse," riposted Lord Aveling. "Nor have I stolen my friend's ring. He gave it to me, and I give it up to nobody." "Well, I dispute your statement," cried the young man with passion. "You took that ring, whether you're guilty of my brother's death or no. You are very capable of such an act. I know that now. Give it up to me, or I shall do what I say. My father has retired by now, and do not imagine that he can protect you." "As to that, my lord, you must follow your own instincts," said Ewen scornfully. "But you'll not get my friend's dying gift from me by threats. No, nor by performances either," he added, as he saw Lord Aveling move towards the bell-pull. "Yes, you think they are but threats, and that you can treat them with contempt," said the young man between his teeth. "I'll show you in 1 moment that they are not. I've only to pull this bell, and in 2 or 3 minutes a so-called Highland gentleman will go sprawling down the steps of Stowe House. You will not be able to bully 6 footmen as you bullied me." Ewen stood perfectly motionless, but he had paled. It was quite true that this irate, beautifully dressed young man had the power to carry out this new threat. Of the two, he fancied he would almost have preferred the menace which Lord Aveling had uttered at Dalmally, and that he would bring his assailant to Newgate. But he put the hand with the ring into his breast and said again, "I can only repeat that you must follow your instincts, my lord. I follow mine, and you do not get this ring from me unless you take it by force." Aveling put his hand to the embroidered Chinese bell-pull hanging by the mantelpiece. Ewen looked at him. It needed a great effort of self-control on his part not to seize the young man and tear it out of his hand before he pulled it, as he could easily have done. And, in view of events in the bedroom at Dalmally, still only too fresh in his mind, this abstention evidently struck the angry Aveling as strange. "Oh, I observe," he said tauntingly, still holding the strip of silk, "and that you're not so ready to assault me now, Mr. Cameron, when you know that you would instantly have to pay for it." "It was in someone else's interests that I used violence on you then, my lord. I've no one else's to serve now," said Ewen sadly. Suddenly and oddly reflective, Lord Aveling gazed at him, the tassel of the abandoned bell-pull still moving slowly to and fro across the wall. "Oh, I would have given well-nigh all I possess to be in your place, my lord," went on Ardroy, his own dangerous and unpleasant situation clean forgotten. "Oh, to see how he looked, though I've heard how well he bore himself. But if the judges knew what manner of man he was, how generous, how kind, how humane, they would not have condemned him on that 7-years-old attainder." Francis Delahaye, Lord Aveling, was a very young man, and he had also been in an extreme of justifiable rage. But even that fury, now past its high-water mark, had not entirely swamped his native intelligence and sensitiveness, which were above the ordinary. He continued to look at Ewen without saying anything, as one in the grip of a perfectly new idea. Then, instead of putting his hand again to the bell-pull, he slowly walked away from its neighbourhood with his head bent, leaving the door unguarded and his threat unfulfilled. But Ewen neither took advantage of these facts, nor looked to see what his adversary was doing. The full wretchedness of the morning was back upon him. Archie had only 3 weeks to live. And if only he had not made an enemy of this young man, Lord Stowe, so grateful to his rescuer, might have been induced to use his influence on Archie's behalf. Oh, but it was hopeless to think of that now. It was at this moment, during the silence which had fallen, that steps which sounded too authoritative to be those of a servant could be heard approaching along the marble corridor outside. Lord Aveling, at any rate, could assign them to their owner, for he came back from whatever portion of the library he had wandered to, murmuring with a frown, "Oh, my father." On that, the door opened, and the Earl came in. His expression was perturbed. "Oh, I waited for your reappearance, Aveling," he said to his son, "and then I was informed that Mr. Cameron had not left the house, and that you were both closeted in here. And your manner to him had been so strange that I decided to come in person to find out what was amiss." There was dignity about Lord Stowe now. He was no longer a somewhat fussy little gentleman deafened by a macaw, but a nobleman of position. His son seemed undecided on whether to speak or no. Ewen spoke. An explanation is certainly owing to you, my lord, and by me, rather than by Lord Aveling. His manner to me a while ago was, I regret to say, quite justified by something which occurred between us in Scotland, and which, if you please, put in Aveling like lightning, I wish to remain between us, Mr. Cameron. Oh, that is very unfortunate, observed Lord Stow gravely, looking from one to the other. As you know, I am under a great obligation to Mr. Cameron. From his past experience of me, my lord, Lord Aveling doubts that, observed Ewen quietly. Oh, doubts it? Oh, good gad, Aveling, are you suggesting that I was drunk or dreaming this evening? No, my lord, said his son slowly. He was examining his ruffles with some absorption. Since I gave voice to my doubt, I have revised my opinion. I do not question your very real debt to Mr. Cameron. Oh, I should hope not, said the Earl with some severity. And, as I said before, I am extremely anxious to repay it. If I can do this by composing the difference which has arisen between you. No, you can't do that, my dear father, said the young man with vivacity. Leave that out of the question now, if you will, and ask Mr. Cameron in what way you can best repay that debt. I believe I could give a very good guess at what he will reply. Ewen gave a start and looked at the speaker, upon whose lips hung something like a smile. How did Lord Aveling know? Or did he not know? Such intuition savoured almost of the supernatural. Well, Mr. Cameron, what is it? Inquired the Earl. In what can I attempt to serve you? You have but to name the matter. But Ewen was so bewildered at this volte-face in his enemy, not to mention his uncanny perspicacity, that he remained momentarily tongue-tied. Mr. Cameron's request is not, I believe, for himself at all, said Lord Aveling softly. There's a person upon whose behalf he has done and risked a great deal. I think he wishes, if possible, to enlist you on the same side. Oh, I take it, said his father, that you are referring to the unfortunate gentleman, Mr. Cameron's kinsman, who was today condemned to death. Am I right, Mr. Cameron? Ewen bent his head. Oh, I ask too much, perhaps, my lord. He lifted it again, and speech came to him, and he pleaded earnestly for commutation of the sentence, almost as though the decision had lain in Lord Stow's hands. And surely, my lord, he finished, clemency in this case must prove to the advantage, not to the disadvantage of the government. The Earl had listened with courtesy and attention. Well, I will certainly think over what you've said, Mr. Cameron, and if I can convince myself, from what I hear elsewhere, that a recommendation to mercy is advisable, I will take steps in the proper quarters. Come and see me again tomorrow afternoon, if you will give yourself the trouble. Aveling, you wish me, I gather, to leave you to settle your own difference with Mr. Cameron. If you please, my lord. He smiled a little and opened the door for his father to pass out. Why did you do that? How, in God's name, did you know? Cried Ewen directly it was shut again. The dark mahogany panels behind him threw up Lord Aveling's slight, shimmering figure. It was not so difficult to read your mind, Mr. Cameron. I wish I could think that among my friends I numbered one with the same notions that you have. As to my own mind, well, and perhaps Dr. Cameron made an impression on me this morning, other than I had expected, so that, and to tell truth, I half wished that you had been in time with the information which you stole from me. Ewen sat down at the table and took his head between his fists. Once more Keith Windham's ring glittered in the candlelight. We heard a rumour in Edinburgh, went on Aveling, that there was one man and one man only with Dr. Cameron when he was taken, and that he resisted desperately and was left behind too badly hurt to be taken away by the soldiers. I begin to have a suspicion who that man was. Ewen was silent. Although you said that you arrived too late. But I do not wish to press you to incriminate yourself. Yes, you have enough against me without seeking any more, answered Ardroy, without raising his head. I think that I've wiped out that score, said Evelyn reflectively. Indeed, and that I have overpaid it. He was silent for a second or two, and then went on with a very young eagerness. Mr. Cameron, I am going to ask a favour of you, which may not displease you either. Will you, as a matter of form, cross swords with me? Over the table, if you prefer it, so that we may each feel that we have offered satisfaction to the other. I was too angry to know what I was saying when I refused your offer of it just now. See, I will shift the candlesticks a little. Will you do it? Ewen got up, rather moved. I shall be very glad to do it, my lord. He drew his plain steel-hilted sword. Out came the young man's elegant damascened weapon. The glittering blades went up to the salute, and then kissed for a second above the mahogany. Thank you, sir, said Evelyn, stepping back with a bow and sheathing again. Will you forgive me now for what I said about my brother? I am well content that you should keep his ring, and I'm sure that the giver would have been pleased that you refused to surrender it, even to save yourself from what I had the bad taste to threaten you with. Sword in hand, Ewen bowed. Words, somehow, would not come. So much that was racking had happened this day, and he was not long over a convalescence. The young, delicate face, looking gravely and rather sweetly at him across the table, swam for a second in the candlelight, and when he tried to return his sword to the scabbard, he fumbled over the process. I can see that you're much fatigued, Mr. Cameron, said Lord Evelyn, coming round the table. Will you take a glass of wine with me before you go? End of section 18. Section 19 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Keith Windham's mother. 1. A gentleman to see you, sir, said the voice, not of Ewen's landlady, Mrs. Wilson, but of the impish boy from the vintner's shop below. And, coming nearer, he added confidentially, he ain't given no name, but he's mighty fine. A lord, belike. Where is he, then? Show him in at once, ordered Ewen, picturing Mr. Galbraith, the only person save Hector likely to call at this morning hour, left standing at the top of the stairs. And yet, what should make the soberly attired Mr. Galbraith mighty fine at this time of day? But the impish boy's diagnosis was exactly correct. The young gentleman who entered was fine, though not so fine as last night, and he was a lord. Ewen went forward amazed, and despite the peaceful termination to last night's encounter, Viscount Evelyn was the last person he should have expected to walk into his humble apartment. I'm not intruding, I hope, Mr. Cameron, visiting you thus early, inquired the young man in the voice which was so like his dead brother's. I wish to make sure that you would keep your promise of waiting upon my father this afternoon, for he is genuinely anxious to afford you any assistance in his power. Yet I feared that you might be kept away by the memory of my exceedingly inhospitable behaviour last night. All the frank and boyish charm which had formed the essence of Ewen's first impression of him was back, more than back. I assure you, my lord, replied Ewen warmly, and that any memories of that sort were drowned in the glass of wine we took together. I shall most gratefully wait upon Lord Stow at any hour convenient to him. But will you not be seated? It is exceedingly good of you to have come upon this errand. Lord Evelyn laid down his tasselled cane upon the table, and lifting the full skirts of his murrey-coloured coat out of the way, complied. I do not think that Lord Stow can promise much, Mr. Cameron, he said, and it may be that any step will take time. But I believe that strong feeling is being aroused by the sentence, which is a hopeful sign. My father was himself present when judgment was given, and was much impressed, as I was, by Dr. Cameron's bearing. "Oh, everyone seems to have been at the court of King's Bench, but I," said Ewen sadly. "Oh, yet surely," objected the young man, "it would have been very painful for you, Mr. Cameron, to hear the details of that sentence, which sound so barbarous and cold-blooded when enumerated beforehand, and I must own that the Lord Chief Justice hurled them, as it were, at the unfortunate gentleman with what seemed more like animus on his part than a due judicial severity." "Yes, I've already been told that," said Ewen. "Yet I should have seen my kinsman had I been present, even though I could not have had speech with him. That, I knew, would be too much to expect in the case of a state prisoner. It is I, alas," he added with a sudden impulse towards confidence, "who am, in a measure at least, responsible for his capture." "Oh, my dear Mr. Cameron," exclaimed young Evelyn with vivacity, "considering how you moved heaven and earth to warn him, and that you, if I guess rightly, were the man struck down defending him, how can you say that?" "Oh, because it was I who suggested our taking refuge in the fatal hut in which he was captured," answered Ewen with a sigh. "Oh, I should like to hear him say that he forgives me for that. But I must be content with knowing in my heart that he does." Lord Evelyn was looking grave. "You have touched, Mr. Cameron, on the other reason which brought me here. It seems to me that you're going openly about London without a thought of your own safety. But you must be a marked man if any note were made, at the time of Dr. Cameron's capture, of your personal appearance, of your uncommon height, for instance. Have you taken any precautions against recognition?" "What precautions could I take?" asked Ewen simply. "I can only hope that no such note was made. After all, I am of no importance to the government, and, as it happened, I did not even touch a single soldier. My weapon broke, or rather, it came to pieces." "Oh, I should call that fortunate," observed his visitor with the same gravity. "Oh, I suppose it was, since I must have been overpowered in the end, and there were too many of them. Oh, I think I am singularly fortunate," he added, with the same simplicity. "Last night, for instance, Lord Evelyn. I am still at a loss to know why you changed your mind, and did not carry out your threat, and showed besides so much generosity to me, and helped instead of hindering me with my request to Lord Stowe." The blood showed easily on Evelyn's almost girl-like complexion. He rose and resumed his cane, saying meanwhile, "Oh, if you do not guess why you turned my purpose. Oh, but no, why should you? It would be out of keeping. I'll tell you some day." And here he hesitated, half-turned, turned back again, and then, fingering with deep interest the tassels of his cane, said in a lower tone, "You have a secret of mine, Mr. Cameron. I hope I can rely upon you to preserve it as such." "Oh, a secret of yours, my lord," exclaimed Ewen in surprise. And then a flush spread over his face also, and he became more embarrassed than his visitor. "Oh, you mean that letter? Oh, Lord Evelyn, if I were to spend the rest of my life apologizing—" "Oh, I do not desire you to do that, sir," interrupted the young lover, now poking with his cane at one of Mrs. Wilson's chairs, to the considerable detriment of its worn covering. "Oh, we have closed that chapter. Nevertheless—" He stopped. "Oh, then at least believe me," put in Ewen earnestly, "and that anything I may have had the misfortune to read is as though I'd never seen it." The young man ceased stabbing the chair. "Oh, I thank you, Mr. Cameron, and I've no hesitation in relying upon that assurance. Nevertheless, since you are shortly to wait upon my father, it is well that you should know that, though the lady has consented to my unworthy suit, my parents, that is to say, my mother—" Again he stopped. Ewen bowed. "You honour me with your confidence, my lord." And indeed, as he felt, the way in which he had earned it was sufficiently singular. "Or my mother," went on Lord Aveling after a second or two, "has, I know, other views for me. Oh, I doubt if she suspects this attachment, but of my father's suspicions I am not so sure, yet he may very well give his consent to the match. And as for me," here he threw back his head and looked Ewen, if not in the face, yet very nearly. "As for me, my heart is immutably fixed, though at present I find it more politic to say nothing as yet of pledges which I am firmly resolved never to relinquish until they are exchanged for more solemn vows at the altar." Ewen bowed again, rather touched at this lofty declaration, which promised well for the happiness of Miss Georgina Churchill. "Oh, there's no conceivable reason, my lord, why any member of your family should suppose me aware of this attachment." "I know, that is true," said his visitor, "and you must forgive me for troubling you at such a time with my affairs. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave. Do not fail to wait upon my father, Mr. Cameron, and if you should get into trouble with the authorities over your doings in that glen, whose name I still cannot remember," he added, with a half-shy, half-mocking smile, "send for your humble servant." And he bowed himself out of the door. The room was the darker for his going. When Ewen had recovered from the surprise of this visit, he went out in search of Hector, who was sufficiently amazed at the tale of his brother-in-law's doings on the previous night. "Oh, but the fact remains," was his summing up, "that you have made an exceedingly useful friend in the Earl of Stow, not to speak of the young lord." "And your own investigations as to the source of that slander, Hector, how are they going?" Hector frowned. "Oh, not at all. And 'tis a ticklish matter to investigate, and to ask men, for instance, if they have suspicions of you." "Oh, that I can well believe. Promise me that you will do nothing rash, and that you will take no serious step without consulting me. Don't, for God's sake, get involved in a dispute just now, Hector. Oh, you must forgive me for lecturing you, but you know that you have a hot temper." "Yes," agreed Hector Grant with surprising meekness. "I know that I have. And you know it too, Ewen, none better. I will be careful." On Ewen's return to Half Moon Street, Mrs. Wilson was prompt to call his attention to an elegant coroneted note lying on his table. "A Blackamoor boy brought it soon after you was gone out, sir. One of them the quality has." The note was from the Countess of Stow, Stow House seeming to favour the vintner's abode that day. "Oh, dear Mr. Cameron," ran the delicate writing, "I understand that you will be having an interview with Lord Stow this afternoon. Oh, pray do not depart without giving me the pleasure of your company. My son has told me something of you, which makes me greatly desire to see you as soon as possible. Be good enough, ere you depart, to ask to be conducted to my boudoir." How strange it was, how strange. He might have been going to meet Keith in that boudoir, instead of telling his mother about the circumstances of their friendship and his death. For that, of course, was why Lady Stow wished to have speech with him. 2. The Earl of Stow received the Highlander in his own study that afternoon. He was extremely gracious, made many references to his rescue and to his gratitude, announced that, after reflection, he had come to the conclusion that the government would certainly do well to spare the life of so amiable and humane a gentleman as Dr. Cameron appeared to be, and that he should use his utmost endeavours to persuade them to do so. He could not, naturally, say what success would attend his efforts, and he warned his visitor not to be too sanguine. Yet a great deal of public interest and sympathy was undoubtedly being aroused by the case. For his part, he had been very favourably impressed by the Jacobite's appearance and by his manly and decent bearing on a most trying occasion. "You, I understand, Mr. Cameron, were not able to be present in the King's Bench when he was sentenced. My son made a suggestion to me with regard to that after seeing you this morning. I fancy, from what he said, that you would be gratified if I could procure you an order to visit Dr. Cameron in the Tower." "Oh, gratified!" exclaimed Ewen, in a tone which left no doubt of the fact. "Oh, my lord, you would be repaying my trifle of assistance last night 100 times over. How does your lordship mean that? Oh, certainly I do, replied his lordship, and I think that it is a matter within my power, since I know Lord Cornwallis somewhat well. Today is Friday. I will try to procure you an order for next Monday. But if it is granted, you would, I fear, have to submit to a search on entering the tower, for I understand that they are keeping Dr. Cameron very strictly. Ewen intimated that that process would not deter him, and, thanking the Earl almost with tears in his eyes, prepared to withdraw, a little uncertain about his next step. Was Lord Stowe, for instance, aware that the Countess also wished to see his visitor? Yes, fortunately, for he was saying so. And you will excuse me if I do not myself take you to my lady, an enemy who, I trust, will not attack you for many years, yet is threatening me today, and just at present I am using this foot as little as possible. It was with a wry smile that the Earl hobbled to the bell-pull. A large portrait of Evelyn as a ravishingly beautiful child, playing with a spaniel, hung over the fireplace in Lady Stowe's boudoir. Another of him as a young man was on the wall opposite to the door, while a miniature of a boy who could only have been he stood conspicuously on a table among various delicate trifles in porcelain or ivory. All these Ewen saw, while looking eagerly round for some memento of his dead friend, of which he could detect no trace. Then a door at the other end of the warm, perfumed room opened, and the mistress of the place came in, regally tall, in dove-grey lutestring, the black ribbon, with its single dangling pearl, which clasped her slender throat, defining the still perfect contour of her little chin. A famous toast who could afford to dress simply, even when she had a mind to a fresh conquest. "Oh, Mr. Cameron, this is kind of you," she said, as he bent over her hand. Save Alison's, he had heard no sweeter voice. "Oh, it is even generous, for I fear that your reception by my son last night was not what it should have been, considering the debt we all owe you." Wondering not a little what explanation Lord Aveling had subsequently given his mother of his behaviour, Ewen replied that the difference which had unfortunately arisen between them in Scotland had quite justified Lord Aveling's coldness, but that they had afterwards come to a complete understanding. "So my lord told me," said the Countess, "and indeed my son also. But he was mysterious, as young men delight to be. How I know not whether you disagreed over the weather, or politics, or over the usual subject, a woman." Here she flashed a smiling glance at him. "Oh, but I see, Mr. Cameron, that you are not going to tell me. Therefore it was the last. Oh, I hope she was worth it." "If it had been a woman," replied her visitor, "surely your son's choice, Lady Stowe, would have been such as you would have approved. However, our difference was over something quite other. You will remember that I do not share Lord Aveling's political allegiances." Lady Stowe smiled. "Oh, I suppose I must be content with that, and put away the suspicion that you fell out over sharing an allegiance which was not political." "As to that, my lady," said Ewen, "I give you my word of honour." Entirely wrong as she was in her diagnosis, the remembrance of that love letter made him very wishful to leave the dangerous proximity of Miss Georgina Churchill, lest by any look or word he should betray the secret he had so discreditably learnt and so faithfully sworn to keep. "Oh, but you are standing all this while," exclaimed Lady Stowe. "Oh, be seated, I pray. Have you seen my lord, and is he able to do what you wish?" "His lordship has been most kind, and promised to use his influence," said Ewen as he obeyed, extremely relieved at the change of subject. "And knowing that influence to be great, I have proportionate hopes." "Oh, you must command me, too, if there's anything that I can do," said the Countess softly. "Oh, the Princess Amelia might be approached, for instance. No stone must be left unturned. Oh, but fortunately, there's a good while yet. Oh, do you know many people in London, Mr. Cameron?" Ewen replied that he did not, that he had never been there before, though he knew Paris well. "Ah, there you have the advantage of me, sir. observed his hostess. "I've never been to Paris. It must by all accounts be a prodigious fine city. Do you know the ambassador, the Earl of Albemarle?" "No, my lady. Not as an ambassador, at least. He was in command at Fort Augustus when I was a prisoner there in the summer of '46. But I never saw him. He wanted to talk about Keith Windham, not to exchange banalities about Paris and diplomats, and hoped that a reference to the rising might bring about this consummation. In a measure, it did." Lady Stowe turned her powdered head away for a moment. "Ah, yes, I remember," she said in a low voice. "It was the Earl who gave my unfortunate elder son the commission which led to his death. Evelyn has told me the story which he had from you. No need to repeat it, Mr. Cameron, for the recital must be painful to you also. And to a mother, you can guess, her firstborn murdered." She was unable to continue. She put a frail handkerchief, with a scent like some dream of lilies, for an instant to her mouth, and Ewen could see that her beautiful eyes were full of tears. And he pictured Alison, or, for the matter of that, himself, bereaved by violent means of Donald. He began to say, with deep feeling, how good of her it was to receive him, saying that he had been, in a sense, the cause of Major Windham's death, and once again the moonlit sands of Morar blotted out for a second what was before his eyes. "Oh, I was wholly devoted to him," went on Keith's mother, in the same sweet, shaken voice. "I was so proud of his career, so... but that must not make me unjust. It was to be, no doubt. And I'm very glad to have you here, Mr. Cameron, the last person who saw my dear son alive." And she looked at him with a wonderfully soft and welcoming glance, and considering what painful memories the sight of him might be supposed to call up. Who was Ewen, the least personally vain of men, and absorbed besides in far other reflections, and to guess that Lady Stowe, like old Inverna Cree, had found him the finest piece of manhood she had ever seen, and that she was wondering whether the charm, which had never yet failed her with the opposite sex, would avail to bring to her feet this tall Highlander, already bound by a sentimental tie, though not exactly the tie which a lady desirous of forgetting her years would have chosen. As she put away her handkerchief. "Oh, but it is wrong and selfish, and do you not think, Mr. Cameron, and to dwell too much on painful memories? I'm sure my dear Keith would not wish to see us sad. He is happy in heaven, and it is our duty to make the best of this sometimes uncheerful world. I'm holding a small rout here upon the Thursday in next week. Will you give me the pleasure of your company at it?" Ewen was conscious of the kind of jolt caused when a hitherto decorously travelling chaise goes unexpectedly over a large stone. "I fear I shall be too much occupied, my lady," he stammered. "Oh, I thank you, but I must devote all my time to—" "Oh, now, do not say to conspiring," she admonished him, smiling. "As a good Whig, I shall have to denounce you if you do." "If it be conspiracy to try to procure the commutation of Dr. Cameron's sentence," answered Ewen, "then his lordship is conspiring also." "Very true," admitted Lady Stowe. "We will not, then, call it by that name. But, Mr. Cameron, you cannot spend all your time writing or presenting petitions. What do you say to coming to a small card party of my intimate friends on Monday? You can hardly hope to be accomplishing anything so soon as that." Ewen bowed. "I'm deeply grateful to your ladyship, but I'm in hopes of an order to visit Dr. Cameron in the Tower on that day, and since I do not know for what hour the permission will be granted." "Oh, Mr. Cameron, you're as full of engagements as any London beau. And an order for the Tower. How are you going to procure that? It will not be easy. Ah, the Earl, I suppose." "His lordship has been so good as to promise to try to obtain one." Lady Stowe made a moue. "Oh, I vow, I shall ask Lord Cornwallis not to grant it. Ah, nay, I was but jesting. And yet you are vastly tiresome, sir. If you should not get the order, will you promise me to come and take a hand at quadrille on Monday?" I'm a poor man, Lady Stowe, with a wife and children, and cannot afford to play quadrille," replied Ewen bluntly. His hostess stared at him. "Oh, you are married, and have children." "Why, I have been married these 7 years," said Ewen in a tone of some annoyance. Lady Stowe was, he knew, old enough to be his mother, but that was no reason why she should think, or pretend to think him, a boy. The Countess began to laugh. "How I cry you mercy, sir, for having supposed you a bachelor, since it seems to displease you. Oh, tell me of your wife and children." "Oh, there's little to tell," responded Ewen. At least there seemed little to tell, this fine lady. "Oh, 7 years," said her ladyship reflectively. "And then you were married soon after the rising." "No, during it," replied her guest. "About 5 weeks before the Battle of Culloden. But I'm sure that this cannot interest you, my lady." "Oh, on the contrary," said Lady Stowe, smiling her sweet, slow smile. "Oh, and your wife, how romantical. Oh, tell me, did she seek and find you upon the battlefield? Oh, for something tells me that you were left there for dead." "My wife was then in France," replied Ardroy rather shortly. "Oh, but you were left upon the battlefield," pursued Lady Stowe, looking at him with fresh interest. "Yes, I was," admitted Ewen, with a good deal of unwillingness. "Oh, but you must forgive me for saying once more that I do not see of what interest it can be to your ladyship whether I was or no." "Oh, Mr. Cameron, do not snub me so," cried the Countess. Secretly she was charmed. What man in the whole of London would have spoken to her with such uncompromising directness? "Oh, I protest, I meant nothing uncomplimentary in the assumption, rather the reverse." "Few men who were so left were lucky enough to come off with their lives," remarked Ewen grimly. "Oh, why? I remember hearing that it was very cold in the north then. How did you suffer from the severity of the weather?" "I suppose I did," admitted Ardroy, "though I knew little about it at the time. And it was not, for the most part, the weather which killed our wounded. But I am occupying too much of your ladyship's time, and if you will permit me, I will take my leave." And he rose from his chair with that intention. But Lady Stowe remained sitting there, looking up at him. "Oh, have you taken a vow never to speak of your past life, Mr. Cameron? And for I protest that you are singularly uncommunicative, which is, I believe, a trait of your countrymen from the lowlands. Oh, that provokes a woman, you know, for she is naturally all curiosity about persons in whom she is interested. And in your case, too, there's the link with my poor Keith. Oh, did you tell him nothing?" "Oh, it was about him, not myself, that I came to talk," was almost upon Ewen's lips, but he kept the remark unuttered. If Keith's mother wanted to know more about his past history, he supposed he must gratify the desire. Moreover, he was afraid that he had taken up a churlish attitude towards this gracious and beautiful lady. He had not yet got over the jolt. So he tried to make amends. "I fear that I am being extremely uncivil, and that you will think me very much a barbarian, Lady Stowe. Anything that you care to hear about me, I am very ready to tell you, and in exchange you will, perhaps, if I do not ask too much, tell me something of Major Windham. I knew so little of his past life." The Countess of Stowe studied him as he stood there in her boudoir, nothing of the barbarian about him, save, perhaps, his stalwart height. He would evidently come to see her to talk about her dead son, though he would not come to a rout or a tea party. Very well, then. And for how many occasions could she make her reminiscences of Keith last out? Oh, there must not be too many served up at each meeting. And would those deep blue eyes look at her again with that appealing gaze? On such a strong face, that fleeting expression held an irresistible charm. But then, so had his very different air when she tried to make him speak of what he had no mind to. Like a true connoisseur, Lady Stowe decided to cut short the present interview in order to have the pleasure of looking forward to others. She glanced at the Cupid-supported clock on the mantelpiece, gave an exclamation, and rose. Oh, I had forgotten the time. I must go and dress. How then, is it a bargain, Mr. Cameron? You'll come again and hear of my poor boy. Come at any time when you're not conspiring, and I will give orders that you shall be instantly admitted. That is, if I'm without company. You shall not, since you do not wish it, find yourself in the midst of any gatherings. Nor indeed, she added with a faint sigh, could we then speak of my dear Keith. And with that, swaying ever so little towards him, she gave him her hand. No, thought Ewen, as he went down the great staircase, but they might have spoken of him this afternoon, a great deal more than they had done. Lady Stowe had told him nothing, yet the shock of Keith's death, even to a mother's heart, must be a little softened after 7 years. And what could it have mattered to her, whether or not he had been left out all night on a battlefield, and whether he were married or single? He concluded that fashionable ladies were strange creatures, and wondered what Alison would have made of the Countess of Stowe. Not far from the steps of Stowe House, when Ewen got into the square, there was waiting an extremely respectable elderly man, who somehow gave the impression of being in livery, though he was not. As Ardroy came towards him, he stepped forward, and, saluting him in the manner of an upper servant, asked very respectfully for the favour of a few words with him. "Oh, certainly," said Ewen. "What is it that you wish to speak to me about?" "Oh, I understand, sir," said the man, "that you are the gentleman that was with Major Windham when he was killed, and was telling my lady his mother how it happened. Oh, I'm only a servant, sir, but if you would have the goodness. I taught him to ride, sir, held him on his first pony, in the days when I was with Colonel Philip Windham, his father, and I was that fond of him, sir, and he always so good to me. 'Twas he got me the place in his lordship's household, and that I have still. And if, sir, you could spare me a moment to tell me of his end among those murdering Highlanders." His voice was shaking, and his face, the usually set, controlled face of a superior and well-trained servant, all quivering with emotion. Ewen was touched. Moreover, no chance of learning more of the friend about whom he really knew so little was to be lost. "Come back with me to my lodging," he said, "and I will tell you anything you desire to know." The man protested at first, but, on Ewen's insisting, followed him at a respectful distance to Half Moon Street. So yet another inmate of Stowe House came to the vintners that day. The name of this one was Masters, and Ewen, bidding him sit down, told him the whole story. "Oh, it must have been a terrible grief to Lady Stowe," he ended sympathetically, and was surprised to see a remarkable transformation pass over the old servant's saddened face. "Oh, did her ladyship give you that impression, sir?" "Nay, I can see that she did." He hesitated, his hand over his mouth, and then broke out. "Oh, I must say it. In justice to him, I must say it. And I'm not in her service, but in my lord's. Oh, Mr. Cameron, she never cared the snap of a finger for Mr. Keith, and when he was a boy, it used near to break his heart, for he worshipped her, lovely as she was. But 'twas my young lord she cared for when he came, and rightly, for he is a very sweet-natured young gentleman. Yet she had Mr. Keith's devotion before her second marriage, when he was her only son, and she took no heed of it, and she neglected him. Oh, I could tell you stories, sir. Oh, but 'tis better not, and he's dead now, my Mr. Keith, and few enough people in his life to appreciate him as they should have done. But if you did, sir, that's a great thing for me to think of, and your being with him at the end, and too. Oh, might I look at that ring of his you spoke of, sir, if not asking too great a favour? Oh, thank you, sir." For Ewen had taken off Keith Windham's signet ring and put it into the old man's hand. And then he went to the window and stood looking out. He could not but believe the old servant. What he had told him interpreted the whole of this afternoon's interview. Lady Stowe had avoided speaking of Keith to him at any length, not from grief, but from indifference. He could hardly credit it, yet it must have been so, unless, perchance, it was from remorse. Well, now he knew what he thought of ladies of fashion. Oh, poor Keith. Oh, poor Keith. Masters, he said at last, without looking round. Oh, since you knew him well, I will ask you to tell me something of Major Windham's young days. Oh, but not now. I hope, by the way, that he and Lord Evelyn were upon good terms. Oh, very good indeed, the old man hastened to assure him. My young lord admired Mr. Keith, I think, and Mr. Keith was fond of him, and there's no doubt, and though he teased him at times for being, as he said, as pretty as a girl. But my young lord took it in good part. 'Twas he, young as he was then, that wanted to have Mr. Keith's body brought to England for burial, but her ladyship would not. Oh, may I give you back this ring, sir, and thank you for allowing me. He faltered, and holding out the ring with one hand, sought hastily with the other for his handkerchief. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Lochaber no more. So smart a coach, drawing up on Tower Hill this fine May morning, soon drew a little crowd of idlers, mostly small boys, some shouting their conviction that it contained the Lord Mayor, against others who upheld that the Prince of Wales would emerge from it. But the two gentlemen who presently stepped out did not fulfill either expectation. "I've brought you to this spot, Mr. Cameron," said the younger of the two in a lowered voice, "that you may see for yourself how vain are any dreams of a rescue from that." And Ewen, standing, as he knew, on perhaps the most blood-drenched spot in English history, gazed at the great fortress prison whence most of those who had died here had come forth to the axe. And at the sight of it his heart sank, and though he knew Edinburgh Castle on its eagle's nest, and how the Bastille upreared its sinister bulk in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine at Paris. Oh, it is a bitter kindness, Lord Evelyn, but it is a kindness, and I thank you. The young man motioned to him to enter the coach again, and they drove down to the entrance under the Lion Tower, where he would leave him. It was indeed a kind thought of the young lord's, not only to bring him, on his father's behalf, the permit from Lord Cornwallis to visit Dr. Cameron, but also to carry him to the Tower in his own coach. Yet, as Ardroy, showing the precious paper with the constable's signature, followed his conductor over the moat and under the archway of the middle tower, he felt how powerless, after all, were the very real friendship of the Earl of Stowe and his son, and all their prestige. Archibald Cameron was in a place whence it would take more than aristocratic influence to free him. At the third, the Byward Tower, his guide halted and informed him that he must be searched here, and led him to a room for that purpose. The officials were extremely civil and considerate, but they did their work thoroughly, taking from him every object about him and in his pocket, save his handkerchief, his sword, as a matter of course, his money, a little notebook of accounts, and a pencil, even his watch. All, naturally, would be restored to him as he came out. Ewen rather wondered that he was allowed to retain his full complement of clothes, but he did not feel in spirits to make a jest of the affair. And then he heard, to his surprise, that Dr. Cameron was confined in the deputy lieutenant's own quarters, and that, therefore, he had little farther to go. Soon he found himself in a house within the fortress. In reality, the lodgings of the lieutenant of the Tower, who occupied the rank next the constables in this hierarchy. But neither he nor the constable resided here. On one side this house looked out to the river, and on the other to the parade, Tower Green, and the chapel of St. Peter, and Ewen was told that it was by no means unusual for state prisoners to be confined in its precincts. Several of the Jacobite lords had been imprisoned here. And then he was suddenly in the presence of the deputy lieutenant himself, General Charles Rainsford. The soldier was as considerate as the rest, and even more courteous. His affability chilled Ewen to the core. Had the authorities seemed hostile or anxious? But no, they knew that once they were on their guard, no one escaped or was rescued from the Tower of London. "You will find Dr. Cameron well, I think, sir," volunteered the deputy lieutenant. "My orders are so strict that I cannot allow him out of doors, even attended by a warder, to take the air. But as he has 2 rooms assigned to him, he walks a good deal in the larger, and by that means keeps his health." "How does he know that I'm to visit him?" "He does, and has expressed the greatest pleasure at it." "Oh, Mrs. Cameron is not yet arrived in London, I think." "No, but the doctor expects her shortly." And on that, the visitor was entrusted to a warder, and went with him up the shallow oaken stairs. They stopped before a door guarded by a private of the regiment of guards, and when it was opened, Ewen found himself in a long, narrowish room, almost a gallery, at whose farther end a figure which had evidently been pacing up and down its length had turned expectantly. And they each hurried to the other, and for the first time in their lives embraced. Ewen could never remember what were the first words which passed between them, but after a while he knew that Archie and he were standing together in the embrasure of one of the windows, and that Archie was holding him by the arms and saying, in a voice of great contentment, "How ever since I heard that you were coming, I've been asking myself how in the name of Fortune you contrived to get permission." "Oh, it was Fortune herself contrived it," answered his cousin, laughing a trifle unsteadily. "Oh, 'tis indeed a fairy story of luck. I will tell you of it presently. Oh, but first," and he looked at him searchingly, "are you well, Archie? They told me you were, but are you?" "Oh, I'm wonderfully well," said the doctor cheerfully, "and more, I am happy, which you don't ask me. I've done my duty, as well as I can, to my prince. I'm to have my Jean's company for more than a week. None of the Privy Council nor any of the government is a whit the wiser for aught I've told them. And for the resolution which God has given me to die without enlightening them, and, I hope, with becoming firmness, I thank him every day upon my knees. You cannot think how well content I am, Ewen, now that there's no hope left to torment me." Ewen could not look at him then. Yet it was obviously true. One had only to hear the ring of quiet sincerity in Archibald Cameron's voice to know that this attitude was no pose. That was the wonder, almost the terror of it. "Oh, but there is hope, said Ewen, more to himself than to Archie. "Meanwhile, is there not something you want?" "Yes, one thing I do stand in need of, and have displayed a good deal of impatience, I fear, because it is denied me, and that is paper and pen." "You have not such a thing as a bit of old pencil about you, ill." "Oh, I haven't a thing about me, save my pocket handkerchief," answered Ewen regretfully. "Oh, they took good care of that, out by." "And why have they denied you writing materials?" "Oh, if I had but known, I might have smuggled in the pencil I had when I came, and some paper, perhaps, in my hat." "Oh, as to that, I must be patient," said Archie with a little smile. "And, indeed, I'm no hand at composition, yet there are some matters that I desire to set down. Perhaps I'll contrive it still. Oh, come, let me show you my other apartment, for I'd have you know that I'm honoured with a suite of them, and the other is indeed the more comfortable for a sederunt, though I please myself with a glimpse of the river from this room. Oh, 'tis low tide, I think." Ewen, following his gaze, saw without seeing the glitter of water, the tops of masts, a gay pennon or two, and a gull balancing on the wind. And then Archie put his hand on his arm and drew him into a smaller room, not ill-furnished, looking in the opposite direction, and they sat down on the window-seat. "Yes," said the doctor, "I fare very differently here from poor Alexander. I've been thinking much, of late, of him and his sufferings. Oh, God rest him." It was long since Ewen had heard any reference to that third of the Lochaber brothers, who, by turning Roman Catholic and Jesuit, had cut himself off from his family, but who had been the first to die for the White Rose. a martyr to the horrible conditions on board the ship which brought him as a prisoner to London. Yes, went on Archie, this is a paradise compared to the place where Alexander was confined. Indeed, looking through the window by which they sat, one saw that May can come even to a prison. The pear trees on the wall below, which General Rainsford's predecessor had planted not so many years before, had lost their fair blossom by now, but below them was a little border of wallflowers, and Tower Green, at a short distance, deserved its name. On the spot, too, where the child queen had laid down her paper diadem after her 9 days of reign, a little boy and girl were playing with a kitten. "And your head, Ewen?" asked his cousin after a moment's silence. "How long was it before you recovered from the effects of that blow? I was greatly afraid at the time that your skull was fractured." "Oh, it was you, then, who bound up my head. Oh, I thought it must have been. Oh, Archie, and by that the soldiers must have known for certain who you were. Oh, you should not have done it." "Oh, tut, the redcoats knew that already. And I could not accomplish much in the way of surgery. My dear Ewen, I had not the necessaries. As you may guess, I have not had a patient since. You will be my last. So take off that wig, in which you seem to me so unfamiliar, and let me see the spot where the musket butt caught you." "Oh, there's naught to see, I'm sure, and not much to feel," said Ewen, complying. "Oh, my head is uncommon hard, as I proved once before. I was laid by for some weeks, and that is all," he went on, as the cool, skilful fingers felt about among his close-cropped hair. "Oh, just when I naturally was afire to get to London after you. Oh, but now, when I'm here, there seems nothing that one can do. And, Archie, 'tis I have brought you to this place." Dr. Cameron had ended his examination, and now faced him with, "Oh, my dear Ewen, I can, indeed, feel small trace of the blow. Yet it is clear that it must have severely shaken your wits, if you can utter such a piece of nonsense as that." "Oh, 'tis not nonsense," protested Ewen sadly. "Was it not I who discovered that thrice unlucky hut, and persuaded you to go into it? Oh, and I suppose it was you that surrounded the wood with soldiers from Inversnaid. Oh, you might have brought them from somewhere nearer, for it was a most pestilent long tramp back there that night. Oh, nay, you'll be telling me next, that 'twas you sent the information to Edinburgh." "Oh, God, when I can find the man who did," began Ewen, in a blaze at once. "Oh, my dear Ewen," said his kinsman soothingly, "oh, leave him alone. To find him will not undo his work, whoever he is, and I've wasted many hours over the problem and am none the wiser. Oh, I had better spend the time thinking of my own shortcomings. Fret not thyself at the ungodly. 'Tis sound advice, and believe me. I can forgive him. He may have thought he was doing a service. It will cost me more of a struggle to forgive the man who slandered me over the Lochaber gold. But I think I shall succeed even in that before the 7th of June. "Who was that man?" demanded Ewen instantly, and all the more fiercely, because he winced to hear that date on Archie's lips. And the doctor shook his head with a smile. "Oh, is it like I should tell you, when you ask in that manner? Oh, 'tis a man whom you have never met, I think, so let it pass. Is he known to me by name, however?" "Oh, how can I tell?" replied Dr. Cameron shrewdly, "unless I pronounce his name and see. Oh, but come, let's talk of other folk better worth attention. There are so many I should be glad to have tidings of. How is Mrs. Allison and the boys, especially my wee patient? And have you any news, since we parted, of your fellow prisoner in Fort William?" "Oh, poor Hector is over here in London, and in great distress," began Ewen without reflecting, "for there's an ill rumour abroad, in Lille at least, accusing him—" And there he stopped, biting his lip. He ought not to have brought up that subject in Archie's hearing, a blundering fool that he was. "Oh, accusing him of what, lad?" So Ewen had to tell him. He hurried over the tale as much as he could, and seeing how shocked and grieved Archie appeared, laid stress on the fact that, if ever Hector were really brought to book, he himself was in a position to disprove his connection with the capture of the Jacobite. But I would give much to know who set the story about, he ended, for there were only 2 persons whom he told of the loss of that letter, myself, and the man who helped him to return to his regiment in January, young Finlay MacPhair of Glen. And it is almost incredible that he should have spread such a report. But the end of that sentence left Ardroy's lips very slowly. In fact, the last words were scarcely uttered at all. He was staring at his companion. Over Archie's face, at the mention of Finlay MacPhair, there had flitted something too indefinable to merit a name. But in another moment, Ewen had reached out and caught him by the wrist. "Oh, Archie, look at me. No, look at me." For Dr. Cameron had turned his head away almost simultaneously, and was now gazing out of the window and asking whether Ewen had seen the 2 bairns out there playing with a little cat. Ewen uttered an impatient sound and gripped the wrist harder. "Oh, deny it, if you dare," he said threateningly. "Why, I've named your slanderer, too." "Oh, dear lad." "Yes or no?" demanded Ewen, as he might have demanded it of his worst enemy. The doctor was plainly rather chagrined as he faced him. "Oh, I'm sorry that I've not better control of my features. Oh, now, for God's sake, Ewen." For Ardroy, releasing his wrist, had got to his feet. "Ewen, I implore you not to take advantage of a secret which you have surprised out of me." But Ardroy was in one of his slow, white rages. "Oh, the man who was associated with you when you risked your life for that accursed money in 49, who was viper enough to traduce you over it. Oh, it was he, and then, who poisoned his cousin Lochaber's mind against you. Oh, God's curse on him till the judgment day. And I warrant his dirty lie did not stop short with Lochaber. How did it now, Archie?" Dr. Cameron, distressed, did not answer that. "Oh, my dear Ewen, if I could persuade you to leave this question alone. Oh, what does it matter now?" "Your good name matters to me as much as my own," said Ewen, towering and relentless. "Oh, but 'tis all past history now, Ewen, and the slander will die with my death. Oh, Ewen, promise me that you'll not go stirring up old scores with that young man. Oh, I cannot say I love him, but he is powerless to harm me any more now, and, as I say, I hope to forgive him without reservation. Oh, my dear lad, you will only cause me more distress than the lie itself, if I'm to spend the short time which remains to me thinking of you quarrelling on my behalf with young Glen. Ewen had begun to stride up and down the little room, fighting with his resentment. "Oh, very good, then," he said, after a moment, coming and sitting down again. "I will not give you that distress. It is a promise. Moreover, perhaps this will reassure you a little," he added with a wrathful snatch of a laugh. "The man is not in London now, I believe." "Then let's cease to waste time over him," said Dr. Cameron with evident relief. "And you've not told me yet, as you promised, how you procured this order to see me." Trying to put away the thought of Glen, Ewen told him. "Had I not good fortune? Though, indeed, at first, when I found myself in Stowe House, I thought it was the worst kind of ill luck which had befallen me. The Earl and his son were both at the King's Bench that day, too, which prejudiced them, it is clear, in your favour. By the way," he added, with some hesitation, "was it a surprise to you that you had no trial?" "No," replied his cousin. "I always suspected that the government would make use of the old sentence of attainder if ever they caught me." "Yes, perhaps it was inevitable," murmured Ewen, but he was thinking, though he did not mean to speak, of the unknown informer protected by the government, whose identity, according to Jacobite belief, a trial would have revealed. Yes, I was not long before their lordships in the King's Bench, went on Archie. The Privy Council examination at Whitehall a month before was a more lengthy affair, but, I fear, a very unsatisfactory one to those honourable gentlemen. My memory was grown so extraordinarily bad, he added, with a twinkle in his eye. All the world knows that you told them nothing of the slightest importance, said Ewen admiringly. Was that how you contrived to outwit them? Oh, if you can call it outwitting. I think no man on earth could possibly have forgotten so many things as I made out to have done. And I admit that in the end their lordships lost patience with me, and told me squarely that, as I seemed resolved not to give any direct answers, which they assigned to a desire to screen others, and they did not think it proper to ask me any further questions. The remembrance seemed to entertain him. But before that came to pass, my Lord Newcastle, saving his presence, had become like a very bubbly jock for fury and disappointment, because he thought that I was about to tell them that I had met the prince quite recently in Paris. I had met him recently, but 'twas not in Paris. They made great preparations for noting the date, and when I told them that it was in 1748, the Duke positively bawled at me, and that it was the height of insolence not to be borne with, till I had hard work to keep my countenance. Oh, it is sad, and no doubt blameworthy, to rouse such emotions in the great. And Archibald Cameron laughed a little laugh of genuine amusement. Oh, you know, Archie, said Ewen earnestly, or more probably you do not know, that popular feeling is very strongly stirred about you, and that remonstrances are preparing on all sides. And when Mrs. Cameron comes, if she has any intention of petitioning, I expect she will desire to. Oh, poor Jean. How can I commend her to you a little, ill? Oh, you do not need to. I was about to ask you where she is likely to lodge. Oh, near the Tower, no doubt. I will tell her to leave her direction at the Tower gates, that you can learn it, if necessary, and give me yours, that I may tell her of it. Oh, she may be lonely, poor soul. I doubt she will be allowed to stay here with me all day. And afterwards. It was Ewen who looked out at Tower Green this time, but more fixedly than Archie had done. Oh, afterwards, he said, in a moment, if there is to be the afterwards, you mean, I will take Mrs. Cameron. He stopped, wrenched his fingers together for a second, and said, with great difficulty, Oh, I cannot speak of that afterwards, Archie. Oh, I don't know how you can. Oh, if one could but push time back, and be again as we used to be 8 years ago. The sunshine out there makes me think of that fine spring in Lochaber, before Lochiel and you had staked everything on the sword that was drawn in summer at Glenfinnan. Oh, but even Donald, even Alexander, did not pay as you are going to pay. Though, indeed, there's hope still, he added quickly. Dr. Cameron laid his hand on his. But I'm not unhappy, Ewan, he said, and gently. 8 years ago I'd done nothing for my prince. I do not know that I would change. Hector Grant was having a supper when Ewen walked in upon him that evening. Oh, at last, said Ardroy, throwing his hat upon a chair. And this is the second time that I've tried to find you today. And I have been seeking you, retorted Hector. Where were you? Oh, I've been in the tower, answered Ewen, and went and stood with his back turned and an elbow on the mantelpiece, and for a while said no more. After a moment, Hector rose and put a hand on his shoulder, also without a word. Oh, I see no hope of rescue, even by guile. I see no way in which any man's life can be given for his, said Ewen, after a long pause. Nothing but a reprieve can save him. But I do not think that he is hoping for one. Oh, I am, said the sanguine Hector, who had recovered from his emotion of the morning of the sentence. The government must soon be aware how widespread is the feeling in favour of it. And there was another silence. Go on with your supper, said Ewen. I've a piece of news for you, meanwhile. From something which I learned from Archie, I think it may well have been young Glen who put about that slander on you concerning his capture. Hector showed no disposition to continue his forsaken meal. Dieu du ciel, what makes you think that? Because he was the man who vilified Archie himself over the matter of the Lochaber treasure. But I don't suppose you know of that dirty and cowardly action. Archie did not tell me that it was he. I surprised it out of him. Yet, by the same token, Finlay MacPhair is quite capable of having traduced you. Hector frowned. Yes, and now that I come to think of it, he repeated that story about Dr. Cameron to me last January. To you, exclaimed Ewen in amazement. Why have you never told me? Well, it has only once come into my mind since we've been in London, and then I thought it would needlessly distress you. Archie has made me promise that I'll not make it an occasion of quarrel with Glen, said Ewen, looking not at all like a man who had given so pacific an understanding. Otherwise, I would challenge him directly he returns to town, and make him withdraw his slander publicly. But I have not promised to abstain from making my injury a cause of quarrel, quoth Hector in tones of anticipation. When Mr. MacPhair of Glen is returned, will you come with me, Ewen, and we will ask him a question or two. But Ewen, instead of replying, suddenly sat down at Hector's supper table and covered his face with his hands. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Finlay MacPhair is both unlucky and fortunate. 1. Wherever Ewen went during the next few days, the hard case of Dr. Cameron seemed to be the all-absorbing topic of conversation, and that among persons of no Jacobite leanings at all. Mrs. Wilson, when she encountered her lodger, could talk of nothing else, and reported the general feeling of her compeers to be much roused. At the half-moon, the public house at the corner of the street, she heard that quite violent speeches had been made. Indeed, she herself all but wept when speaking of the condemned man, with that strange inconsistency of people easily moved to sympathy, who would nevertheless flock in thousands to see an execution, and who, doubtless, would so flock to Tyburn on the appointed day to see the carrying out of the sentence against which they so loudly protested. Had, therefore, a name been mentioned, it would probably have been with tears of sensibility that Mrs. Wilson conducted to Ewen's little parlour, one day at the end of the week, a lady, very quietly dressed, who said, on hearing that Mr. Cameron was out, that she would await his return. Mrs. Wilson would have liked to indulge in visions of some romance or intrigue, but that the lady, who was somewhat heavily veiled, seemed neither lovely nor very young. Ardroy, when he came in a little later and was informed of her presence, was at no loss to guess who it was, and when he entered his room and found her sitting by the window with her cheek on her hand, he took up the other listless hand and kissed it in silence. The lady drew a long breath and clutched the strong, warm fingers tightly, and then she rose and threw back her veil. Under the bonnet her face appeared, lacking the pretty colouring which was its only real claim to beauty, but trying to smile. The brave face of Jean Cameron, whom Ewen had known well in the past, surrounded by her brood, happy in the Highlands before the troubles, less happy, but always courageous in poverty and exile after them. Oh, Ardroy! She bit her lip to fight down emotion. Oh, Ardroy, I've just come from him. He looks well, does he not? And Ewen nodded. He says that he has not been so well for years. You know he suffered from ague all the winter, 2 years ago. But now... and they seem so kind and well-disposed. In that place. She seemed to shrink from naming the tower. Yes, he's in very good hands there, answered Ewen, and felt a shock run through him at the other interpretation, which might be wrested from his speech. And you think, do you not, that there is... But Mrs. Cameron could not bring out the little word which meant so much, and she bit her lip again, and harder. "Oh, I think that there's a great deal of hope, madam," said Ewen gently, in his grave, soft voice. "And now that you have come, there's even more than there was, for if you have any purpose of petitioning, all popular feeling will be with you." "Yes," I thought, "I've been drawing up an appeal." She sought in her reticule. "Or perhaps you would look at what I've roughly written. How 'tis here at the end." And into his hand she put a little paper-covered book. Opening it where it naturally opened, Ewen saw that it was a record of household accounts, and that on a page opposite the daily entries made at Lille, sometimes in English, sometimes in French, for bread or coffee, pain de sucre, or stuff for Margaret's gown, figured alien and tremendous words, majesty and life and pardon. I thought that when I'd made a fair copy, I would present the petition to the elector at Kensington Palace on Sunday. "Yes," said Ewen, "but you will need an escort. May I have the great honour?" Mrs. Cameron gave a little exclamation of pleasure, soon checked. "Archie tells me that you have got into serious trouble with the government on his account. You should not show yourself in so public a place, and with me." And no one would dream of looking for me at Kensington Palace. "Moreover, I've someone to answer for me now," said Ewen, smiling down at her. And he told her about Lord Stowe. 2. When, that afternoon, Ewen had taken Jean Cameron back to her lodging in Tower Street, he went to the White Cock, where he had arranged to meet Hector Grant. But that young man was to be seen walking to and fro in the Strand itself, outside the passage, evidently waiting for him. "Oh, don't go in there, Ewen," he said eagerly, "till I have at least told you my news. A young Glensheen is back in town, if he ever left it." "Oh, are you sure?" "Oh, I've seen his gillie. I met him by chance about an hour ago. He said that his master had been ill, though I could not make out from him whether he had really been away from London or no. At any rate, the man, who recognized me, admitted that Glensheen was able to receive visitors. It seems that he's recovering from a fever of cold, which settled upon his lungs. So now I can perhaps find out the part which Finlay MacPhair has played in this slander upon me, for I'm no nearer the truth than when I arrived here. Will you come with me? I think you have a score to settle too." "I promised not to settle it," answered Ardroy. "And you, Hector, do not yet know that you have one." "Oh, I'll be prudent," promised the young soldier. "Oh, I will move cautiously in the matter, I assure you, for Finlay is not over-peaceable himself. But I must at least put the question to him, and what time better than the present, if you are at liberty?" Ewen said that he was, and would accompany him, though he was not himself anxious to meet Archie's traducer, since he might not have his way with him. But it seemed unwise to let Hector go alone, and his presence might conceivably keep the bit a shade tighter in that young gentleman's mouth. At the house in Beaufort Buildings, Hector was prepared to find his way unannounced to the upper floor, but the woman this time said that she would take the two gentlemen up, since Mr. MacPhair's servant was out, and she thought his master as well. Indeed, she seemed sure of the latter's absence, for she threw open the door with barely a knock, advanced into the room, and was consequently brought up short. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," she said in half-abashed tones. "I quite thought you was out. Two gentlemen from Scotland to see you." And there was visible, in a room less disorderly than Hector remembered, Mr. Finlay MacPhair sitting by a small fire fully dressed, with a large flowered shawl about his shoulders and a book in his hand. He turned his red head quickly. "I thought I'd given orders," he began with a frown, and then seemed by an effort to accept the inevitable. "Our visitors from Scotland are always welcome," said he, and rose, holding the shawl together. "Why, 'tis rather a visitor from France. Is it not Mr. Hector Grant?" Hector bowed. "And my brother-in-law, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy. Ewen, let me present to you Mr. MacPhair of Glensheen." "Oh, the gentleman, I think, who went to prison in order to shield Dr. Cameron last autumn," said Glensheen, and held out his hand. "I'm honoured to make your acquaintance, sir. Very greatly honoured. Be seated, if you please, gentlemen, and forgive my being happed up in this fashion. I'm still somewhat of a sick man after a recent illness." Mr. MacPhair was easy and fluent, and apparently more concerned with apologies for his shawl than observant, which was perhaps as well, for the man whose acquaintance he professed to be so proud to make was gazing at him in what would have been a disconcerting manner had young Glensheen been fully aware of it. Hector took a chair and said that he was sorry to hear of Mr. MacPhair's indisposition. Ewen also seated himself, more slowly, but he said nothing. The cloaked gentleman who had come so secretly out of Mr. Pelham's house that May night was here before him, and he was no Whig, but Finlay MacPhair, the son and heir of a great chief whose clansmen had fought for the cause. Oh, what had he been doing in Arlington Street? "Yes," said young Glensheen, going to a cupboard. "I had the ill luck to take a cold at the Carnival Ball in Paris, for I was over there on the King's affairs in the spring, which ended in a fluxion de poitrine, and left me with somewhat of a cough and a general weakness. I doubt I shall not be my own man again for a while. Now, gentlemen, before you tell me why I'm thus honoured by your company, you'll pledge me, I hope, in this excellent Bordeaux. Oh, but where the devil has Seamus put the glasses?" His guests, however, both refused the offer of the Bordeaux with so much decision and unanimity that Finlay, raising his eyebrows, left the cupboard and came and sat down. "Not even to drink the king's health," he observed. "Well, gentlemen, if you will not drink, let us get to business, unless this is a mere visit of ceremony." "No, 'tis not a visit of ceremony, Mr. MacPhair," answered Ewen gravely. "Mr. Grant has a question to ask of you, which you will greatly oblige him by answering. And I, too, find that I've one which, by your leave, I should like to put when you have answered his." "This sounds, I declare, like an examination before the Privy Council," remarked young Glensheen, his lip drawing up a little. "Pray proceed then, sirs, each in your turn. You'll allow me, I hope, the liberty of not replying, if I so wish." "Nay, Mr. MacPhair, do not imagine that we come as inquisitors," said Hector with unwonted suavity. "It will be of your courtesy only that you reply." "Ask, then," said Finlay, fixing his piercing light eyes upon him. Even Hector hesitated for a second, choosing his words. "Mr. MacPhair, while eternally grateful to you for your assistance in procuring my return to France last January." He paused again, seeing in those eyes something akin to the sudden violent resentment with which their owner had at first greeted the subject on that occasion, then went on. "I should nevertheless be glad of your assurance that you did not, by pure inadvertence, let it be somewhat freely known that I had lost, along with my other papers in the Highlands, the compromising cipher letter of which I told you." There was no outburst from Glensheen, but all and more of his native arrogance in his reply. "Oh, certainly I did not," he said contemptuously. "Why should I speak of your private affairs, Mr. Grant? They are nothing to me." Hector bit his lip. "Why, thank you for the assurance, Mr. MacPhair. Yet that letter was hardly a private affair, and the knowledge of the loss of it has undoubtedly gone about and has much damaged my reputation, especially in my regiment." "Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, Mr. Grant," responded his host, pulling his shawl about him and crossing his legs. "But you must forgive me if I say that to lose a paper of that nature could hardly be expected to enhance it." At the half-amused, half-hortatory tone, Ewen fully expected Hector to flare up. But that young man remained surprisingly controlled, and answered, though with rather pinched lips. Yet the strange thing is that I told no one save Mr. Cameron and yourself that I had lost it. Finlay turned his dangerous gaze on Mr. Cameron. "Oh, I suppose he has satisfied you that he is not the culprit?" he asked, again in that half-humorous tone. To this Hector vouchsafed no reply, and apparently Glensheen did not expect one, for he went on. "Oh, but surely, Mr. Grant, if a letter such as you told me of were sent, upon capture, to the English government, as is natural, you could scarcely accept them to be so tender of your reputation as not to let it be known upon whom it was captured." "Aye, but was it sent to the government?" demanded Hector. Glensheen's haughty head went back. "And pray how do you expect me to know that?" Ewen leant forward. It was the same man. After this prolonged scrutiny, he felt sure of it. "Oh, that is indeed an idle question, Hector," he observed, "and Mr. MacPhair has assured you that he had no hand in spreading the knowledge of your misfortune, which assurance no doubt you accept. I think the moment has come for me to ask my question, if he will be good enough to answer it." "Oh, I hope yours is less offensive than the last," rapped out Glensheen. "I'm afraid it is not very pleasant," admitted Ardroy, "and I must crave your indulgence for putting it. I should wish to learn how it is, Mr. MacPhair, that you know Mr. Pelham so well as to leave his house in Arlington Street between 11 and 12 at night." Oddly enough, it was Hector, not young Glensheen, who appeared most affected by the shot. "What?" he exclaimed. "And do you mean to say that Mr. MacPhair was the man you saw that night?" But Mr. MacPhair himself was frowning at his questioner in an angry and puzzled astonishment which seemed genuine enough. "Mr. Pelham, sir," he said sharply. "Whom do you mean? You cannot, I imagine, refer to Mr. Pelham, the Minister of State." "Yes," said Ewen unperturbed. "I do. Mr. Henry Pelham, my Lord Newcastle's brother. And as you leave his house so late at night, I conclude that you must know him very well." Now young Glensheen pushed back his chair, his eyes glittering. "You are crazy as well as infernally insulting, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy. I do not know Mr. Pelham even by sight." "Then why were you coming out of his house that night?" pursued Ardroy. "You were speaking Erse to your servant, who was carrying a link. I happened to be passing, and by its light I saw enough of your face and hair to recognize you. Perhaps you had quite legitimate business with Mr. Pelham, but it would be less disquieting if we knew what it was." The young chief had jumped to his feet, the shawl sliding to the ground. His expression was sufficiently menacing. Hector, all attention, had sprung up too, and was now at Ewen's side. "Do you imagine," said Glensheen between his teeth, "that we are in Lochaber, Mr. Cameron, and that you can safely come the bully over me and the two of you? I thought the late Lochaber had tried to civilize his clan. It seems he had not much success. I tell you that I do not know Mr. Pelham, and have never been inside his house. And God damn you to hell," he added, in an excess of fury. "How dare you put such a question to me?" "Because," answered Ewen unmoved, "I desired to find out who was the man who came out of Mr. Pelham's house on the night of the 15th of May, a red-haired, Erse-speaking man as like you, Mr. MacPhair, as one pea is like another." "I'd like to know," broke in Finlay bitterly. "Why, if you see a red-headed Highlander coming out of an English minister's door, you must jump to the conclusion not only that he is a Jacobite playing fast and loose with his principles, but that it is the future chief of Glensheen, a man who has lain near 2 years in the Tower for Jacobitism. If it were not so amazing in its impudence." "You mean that I am to consider myself mistaken?" "I do indeed, Mr. Cameron, and before you leave this room, you'll apologize for your assumption in any words I choose to dictate. Oh, faith, I'm not sure that an apology, even the humblest, is adequate." And here, if the assumption in question were mistaken, Ewen agreed with him. "I am quite ready to apologize, Mr. MacPhair," he said, "if you'll prove to me that I was wrong. On my soul, I am only too anxious that you should. Or if you will convince me that your clandestine business with the Elector's chief minister was such as an honourable man of our party might fairly have." "And who made you a judge over me?" cried Finlay the Red, and his left hand went to his side, gripping at nothing, for he was not wearing his sword. Then he flung out the other in a fiery gesture. "I'll have that apology, by heaven. You'll be only too ready to offer it when you hear my secret." "If you tell me that your errand to Mr. Pelham's house," began Ewen. "For God's name," broke out the angry MacPhair, "am I to shout it at you that I never went there? He went, I don't doubt, and you saw him coming out. I suppose, therefore, that I should not have been so hot with you just now. You'll pardon me for that when you hear. And perhaps you'll pardon me if I sit down again. I'm still weakly." Indeed, he was palish, and there was moisture on his brow. "Be seated again, gentlemen, and I will tell you both why Mr. Cameron thought he saw me coming out of the minister's house one night. A night, too, when, if he had inquired, he would have found that I was not in London." The visitors somewhat doubtfully reseated themselves, Hector frowning tensely on their host, but content to leave the weight of the business for the moment on Ardroy's shoulders, where Mr. MacPhair himself seemed to have put it. "The explanation," said Glensheen, coughing a little and picking up his shawl, "is that I have, to my sorrow, a double." "A double!" exclaimed Ewen, raising his eyebrows. "How do you mean a man who resembles you?" "Aye, a man who so resembles me that even my close acquaintance have been deceived. He dogs my path, Mr. Cameron, and I get the credit of his ill deeds. He can even imitate my hand of right." "But who is he?" Young Glensheen shrugged his shoulders. "Some byblow of my father's, I must believe. And that, no doubt, since I never heard of the chief's recognizing him or doing aught for him, has led him to take this method of revenge by bringing discredit, when he can, upon my good name. 'Tis not, as you may guess, a pleasant secret for a man of honour to unveil, and I must be glad that I'm dealing with gentlemen." "You hardly called us that a while ago," retorted Ewen, knitting his brow. Had he been mistaken that night in the quick passing glare of the torch? If he had been, then he was wronging young Glensheen even more deeply than young Glensheen had wronged Archie. Hector's voice, silent for some time, broke in. "Is it not possible, Mr. MacPhair," it said, "that this discreditable double of yours counts for something in my affair?" "And how could that be?" asked Finlay, with a shade of contempt. "I hold no communication with him. He has not access to my papers." "Your papers?" said Hector like lightning. "If he had had access, you mean that he might know something of my loss? By heaven, Mr. MacPhair, I believe you have communicated the circumstances of it to someone." For a second, a very strange look had slid over Glensheen's features. He drew himself up under the shawl. "Allow me to say, Mr. Grant, that I am heartily tired of this inquisition about the damned letter, over which you make such a pother. I wish I'd never been so weak as to listen to your woeful tale. But I can hold my tongue with any man on earth, and my friends would tell you that I'm incapable of setting about anything resembling a slander." Ewen could not let it pass. He had sworn not to make it a subject of quarrel, but he could not let it pass. "If you search your memory, Mr. MacPhair," he said meaningly, "I'm afraid that you will find that is not true. I have it on the best authority that it was you who put about the slander concerning Dr. Cameron and the Lochaber treasure." "Oh, slander?" queried Finlay, with an undisguised sneer. "Oh, my dear Mr. Cameron, and the fact that the unfortunate gentleman is shortly to suffer for his loyalty, which we must all deplore, does not make my statement a slander. And upon my soul, your presumption in coming here to take me to task, first for one supposed action, and then for another, is—" He seemed unable to find a word to satisfy him. But, by the God above us, if we were alone in the Highlands, or somewhere quiet. He did not finish, but gritted his teeth. I'm not going to quarrel with you over it, said Ewen very sternly. At least, not now. Perhaps some day we may argue as to the ethics of your conduct, in the Highlands or elsewhere. For the moment, I'll say no more than that the action of traducing an innocent and scrupulously honourable man of your own party is worthy of this unnamed shadow of yours, in whom you invite me to believe. Oh, but surely, Ewen, broke in Hector, suddenly pushing back his chair. You're not taken in by that cock and bull story of a double. Why, a child. He stopped and involuntarily glanced behind him as a mild crash announced that his abrupt movement had overturned some small article of furniture, and, on seeing that this was a little table with some books upon it, he got up with a muttered apology to set it on its legs again, having no wish to give Mr. MacPhair a chance to reflect upon his breeding. Such a tale might deceive a child, he went on, meanwhile, picking up the fallen books and some papers which had accompanied them to the floor. But not a groan. He gave a great gasp and was silent. Ewen, whose attention had been withdrawn from Hector's little mishap to the remarkable agitation which it had caused in their host, looked round once more to see the reason for the sudden cessation of his brother-in-law's remarks. Hector was standing rigid, staring at a paper which he held, as if he could not believe his senses. And Glensheen the invalid, was flinging himself like a wild beast out of his chair. "Give me that," he shouted. "My private papers! How dare you!" Hector got quickly between them. "What is it? What is it, Hector?" Hector looked at him with a livid, dazed face. "My stolen letter is here, in his own possession. It fell out from these books. He had it all the time. Stand aside, Ewen, and let me get at him. No, he's not worth steel. I'll wring the treacherous neck of him." "Will you?" rang out Glensheen's voice, breathless yet mocking, behind Ardroy. "You'll lose a little blood first, I fancy." He had snatched up his sword from somewhere, got between the winged chair in which he had been sitting and the corner of the hearth, and was awaiting them, a flush on his pale face and his lips drawn back over his teeth, a real wolf at bay. "I suppose you'll need to come on both at once to give each other courage." Ewen gripped at Hector's shoulder, but fury had lent that young man the agility of an eel. He slipped past Ardroy, and his sword came out with a swish. "Keep the door, you, lest we be interrupted," he cried, pushed aside the chair, and next moment was thrusting frantically at the man backed against the wall. Himself shocked and revolted, Ewen rushed to the door and locked it, but ran back at once, crying, "Hector, stop! This is madness!" To have Hector either wounded by or wounding young Glensheen here, in a brawl in a London house, would be disastrous. Moreover, by the vigour of his assault, it looked as if more than wounding was in Mr. Grant's mind, and that would be more disastrous still. Ardroy's protest went entirely disregarded. He might not have been there. Glaring at each other, the two combatants thrust and parried without pause, steel clicking upon steel, with a celerity rarely heard in a school of arms. But Glensheen was already panting, and the sweat was running in little rivers down his face. "Stop, in God's name!" cried Ewen again. "The man's ill. Remember, Hector." For all response, the young officer unexpectedly cut over his opponent's blade, and all but got him in the chest. And Ewen, in despair, tugged out his own sword, with the intention of beating up both blades. But that was not easy to do without exposing one of the duellists to a thrust from the other. And if, another method, he seized Hector, the nearer, by the shoulder and dragged him away, Glensheen would almost certainly rush at his adversary and run him through during the operation. So Ewen dropped his own sword and snatched up the heavy shawl, which had fallen from the convalescent's shoulders, and then, waiting his opportunity, flung it unfolded over its owner's head, seized his brother-in-law by the collar and swung him away staggering, and rushing in, at no small risk to himself, upon the entangled young man against the wall, who, almost screaming with rage, was just freeing himself. He seized him round the body, pinning his arms to his sides so that his still-held sword was useless. And behind him, Hector, cursing him now, was evidently preparing to come on again, and Ewen was by no means sure that he might not find his excited point in his own back. But from Finlay MacPhair there was a most unlooked-for end of resistance. His objurgation ceased, his head fell back, and his knees gave. The sword in his hand went clattering to the uncarpeted floor. He would have followed it had not Ewen held him up. Hector, breathing hard, came to a standstill. "Where have you wounded him?" demanded Ewen. "I haven't touched the filthy carrion," answered Hector, inexpressibly sulky. "You prevented me. I'll curse you. Why the devil?" "Then it is merely exhaustion," said Ewen. "Oh, here, help me lift him to the bed, or that chair. He's swooning." "Oh, shamming, more like," said Hector disgustedly. "Oh, put him on the floor. Oh, I'd say throw him out of the window, but that... Oh, very well." He came to lend a hand, for big and powerful as Ewen was, the now completely unconscious Glensheen was neither small nor light. They carried him with little ceremony to the bed in the corner and dumped him on it. Ewen leant over him for a moment, shrugged his shoulders and left him there, merely observing. He said he had not recovered of his illness. "How luckily for him," was Hector's comment. The two stood looking at each other in the middle of the room. "Oh, I cannot believe it," said Hector, out of breath and still a trifle livid. "Oh, but here's the letter." He pulled it out of his pocket. "Oh, I knew my own writing in an instant." "Oh, but what should he want with it? And how did it get into his hands?" "Oh, we do not know yet what he wanted with it," answered Ewen gropingly. "As to the way in which it came to his hands, oh, he may have got it from Mr. Pelham." "Oh, you don't believe that tale of a double, of course." "Oh, not now." Ewen put his hand over his eyes. "Oh, Hector, as you say, it is incredible. It's like a dark, dark passage, and one cannot see where it leads. A MacPhair of Glensheen." "I'm going to see if there are more papers of the sort," said Hector, beginning to rummage feverishly among the books which he had tumbled to the floor. Ewen came to his assistance, but the little pile of volumes, most of them French and indecent, had evidently not been used as a hiding-place, nor indeed would they have made a good one. A few bills had been pushed underneath or between them, and with the bills, by some extraordinary inadvertence, Hector's stolen letter. "Oh, look at your letter again," suggested Ardroy, "and see if it bears traces of what hands it has been in." Hector studied it anew. "Yes, the names have been deciphered, sometimes with queries. And on the back, see, are some words in pencil. You will please to return this when you have finished with it. But they're not signed." "Well, the question is," said Ewen reflectively, "whether Mr. Pelham handed over the letter to Glensheen, for whatever purpose, or whether Glensheen sent it to him in the first instance." "Yes, that is the question. And how, in the latter case, did it first come into Glensheen's hands?" Dark and slippery paths indeed, such as Archie had hinted at last autumn. Ewen looked round the room, and there was a writing desk in one corner. Should they break it open? The key, no doubt, was on that limp, unstirring figure on the bed, but Ewen, at least, could not bring himself to search for it there. Hector was apparently less troubled with scruples or repugnance. He went and stooped over it, and came back not with keys, but with a pocket-book, and pulled the contents out onto the table. "More bills," said he. "A paper of accounts. An assignation, or what looks like it. A letter in cipher, addressed to Mr. Alexander Jeanson. Oh, who is he? Oh, 'tis probably an alias. And, oh, hello, here's a letter from Lil. He caught it up, ran his eyes over it, uttered a sound as if he had been stabbed to the heart, and handed it to Ewen. And Ewen read, Oh, Lil, February 15th, 1753. I shall punctually attend to the recommendation which you sent me by the young gentleman from Troy, and should it come to pass that my namesake is taken, I'll contrive that the loss which that gentleman has sustained shall serve as a cloak to cover Pickle, to whom commend me. C.S. Oh, I don't understand, said Ewen, puzzled. Who signs C.S.? Is it a pretended letter from the prince? Who is Pickle, and who is the young gentleman from Troy? Myself, answered Hector in a suffocated voice. Is not my name a Trojan one? And C.S. I know his writing. He has but reversed his initials, and see the reference to my namesake's capture. Is that Fox Samuel Cameron of my regiment, to whom, to oblige Glen there, I took a letter in January. Oh, the very letter, probably, that told him of my loss, which Glen had just learned from me. Was there ever such infamy, double infamy? He glared at the bed. And he made me his cat's paw, made me myself the instrument of what may yet be my ruin. Oh, I think I'll... But Ewen, as white as a sheet, was gripping his arms with vice-like strength. Hector, let's go. Let's go. A terrible thought has just come to me, and if I stay, I, too, shall be tempted to run my sword through him. Oh, God preserve us both from murdering a senseless man. Oh, come quickly. But what ails you? What is it, your thought? Ewen shuddered and began to drag at him. Oh, come. He glanced at the bed in a kind of horror. I saw him move. He's coming to himself. He unlocked the door, still with the same nervous haste, and only just in time to avert suspicion, for steps were hurrying up the stairs. A thin, pale young man, who seemed a servant, stopped at the top on seeing the two gentlemen in the doorway. Hector kept his head. We were just about to seek assistance for your master, Seamus, he said in Gaelic. He has had some kind of fainting fit, and we have laid him on his bed. And the gillie uttered an inarticulate cry and rushed past them. Exclamations of grief and of endearment in the same tongue floated out through the open door. We need not stay to listen to that, said Hector scornfully, and the dog will recover to do fresh mischief. But when he does... I think he has done the worst he can ever do, said Ewen almost inaudibly as they went down the stairs, and he put a shaking hand to his head as though he had received a physical shock. That was his gillie, whispered young Grant when they were outside. Did you recognize him as the man who held the torch last night? Instantly, answered Ardroy, who had a strange look as of a man sleepwalking. But it needed not that. That was not the first time his master had come out of that door. Oh, Hector, now I know, I think, on whose account it was that Archie had no trial. For whether Finlay MacPhair himself, or the unknown man who sent the information to Edinburgh from Glenbucky, be the Pickle, whom Samuel Cameron, of Archie's own clan and regiment, has slandered you to shield, there's not a doubt that the centre of the black business is Finlay. A MacPhair and a chief's son. God help us all. Is there no faith or loyalty left, save in the tower? End of section 21. Chapter 22 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Stone dead hath no fellow. 1. Aveling, said the Earl of Stow with determination, one morning 8 days later. I've decided to go about this matter today to one of the Secretaries of State and Jardine for choice. But, my lord, protested his son in astonishment. "Oh, you cannot. You're quite unfit to leave the house." For the enemy whose approach Lord Stow had announced to Ewen Cameron a fortnight ago, if still kept more or less at bay, had not yet withdrawn from the assault, and his lordship was still confined to his bedroom, where he sat at this moment in a dressing-gown, one swathed foot supported on a rest. "Oh, my dear child," said Lord Stow, "consider the situation. Here we are at the 2nd of June, and in 5 days, unless a miracle be performed for him, that unfortunate gentleman suffers at Tyburn. For all my promises to Mr. Cameron, and for all the representations which I have made to those in authority, I have accomplished nothing on his kinsman's behalf. Nor can I see any sign of the petitions delivered to His Majesty and the 2 princesses at the beginning of this week having had any effect whatsoever. I must make yet another effort, for when a man's life is at stake, what is a gouty toe? I'll call Rogers, let him dress me, and I will be carried down to my coach and go to see Mr. Jardine." Lord Aveling looked at his father with real admiration, and, indeed, who shall say that heroism is confined to the young and heroic? Then he rang the bell for Rogers, and to that horrified elderly valet Lord Stow conveyed his self-sacrificing intention. Meanwhile Aveling went to visit his mother, whom he found at her toilet table, her woman in attendance. "Oh, your father is completely crazy," she said, on hearing the news. "Oh, I have no patience with such foolishness. Oh, why should he so put himself about for this Dr. Cameron, who is less than nothing to him? If the government mean to hang and quarter him, they will, and no amount of inflammation to my lord's toe will save him. Oh, Willis, give me the hare's foot and the last pot of rouge that I commanded, the new kind. I am a thought too pale today." "Oh, I do not think," said her son, studying his mother's delicate profile as she leant forward to the mirror and put the last touches to her complexion. He was never admitted at any unbecoming stage of her toilette, and all fashionable people rouged as a matter of course. "Oh, I do not think that the Earl is doing this entirely on Dr. Cameron's account. He considers, as you know, that he owes a heavy debt to Mr. Ewen Cameron, and to use his influence on his kinsman's behalf is the manner in which he undertook to discharge it." Lady Stow dabbed with a hare's foot a moment before saying anything, and when she spoke, her tone was a curious one. "Oh, I, too, made an offer to that young man, that I would tell him anything he wished to know about your poor brother, and that he should be admitted for that purpose at any hour when I was not receiving. Oh, I cannot learn that he has ever tried to avail himself of the opportunity." "No doubt he has been very much occupied," suggested Lord Aveling. "It was probably he who escorted Mrs. Cameron when she went to deliver her petition to His Majesty last Sunday at Kensington, and fainted, poor lady, ere she could present it." The Countess laid down the hare's foot and surveyed the result. "To be frank, I think that unfortunate woman must be making herself a great nuisance to the royal family. The King, the Princess Amelia, and the Princess Dowager of Wales, all battered with petitions. Oh, I do not wonder that she has been shut up in the Tower with her husband, to prevent her from troubling any more people of position in that way." "Oh, shut up in the Tower!" exclaimed Aveling. "Oh, I had not heard that." "Oh, it may be only a rumour," admitted his mother. "If it be true, then perhaps we shall see Mr. Cameron here again. Oh, I wish you would tell me, Aveling, what you quarrelled about in Scotland." And she darted a sudden glance at him. Francis Lord Aveling shook his head, smiling. "Oh, about nothing that you could possibly imagine. And we are excellent friends now." "Oh, for your half-brother's sake, I suppose," observed Lady Stow, taking up a gold pouncet box and sniffing the essence in it. "Oh, I am not sure that that is the reason." "Well, whatever be the attraction, you can tell your new friend, when next you see him, that if he is tired of escorting females in distress about London, my invitation still remains open." Lady Stow rose, and sweeping away towards the long mirror at a little distance, examined the fall of her sack. And then, a tiny spot of colour burning under the rouge, she said carelessly, "Do bring him again, Francis. I vow his Highland strangeness diverts me." Only Mrs. Willis, her woman, noticed that her ladyship's right hand was clenched hard round the pouncet box, which she still held. The heroic, no doubt, must pay for their admirable deeds. Nevertheless, the consciousness of their heroism is probably sustaining during the latter process. Besides, this particular piece of heroism had not been in vain. When, about an hour and a half later, Lord Evelyn heard the rumble of his father's returning coach, he hurried down to find the courageous nobleman being assisted from it, and hardly suppressing his cries of anguish. "No, no, not like that. Ah, Jenkins, don't be so damned clumsy. Yes, that's better. Oh, my God, what an infernal invention is gout. Oh, is that you, Evelyn? I'm going straight to bed. Come and see me in a quarter of an hour." But when he entered the bedchamber, Lord Evelyn found his parent disposed in an easy chair, as before. "No, I was sure I could not endure the pressure of the bedclothes. The foot is better thus. Oh, damn it. Oh, don't speak, there's a good fellow." The young man went and looked out of the window at the swaying green in the square garden. More and more did he respect his progenitor. Yet it must be worse to hang. And the rest. In beautiful summer weather, too. "'Tis easier now, for the moment," said the sufferer's voice. "I'll come and sit down by me, Francis. Only, for God's sake, nowhere near my foot. At any rate, I've got something out of this inferno. I only wonder that it never occurred to me before, when I might have spared myself these torments." Jardine put the case in a nutshell. "Oh, why," asked he, "do you come to me? Go to the Duke of Argyll. If he will but intercede for Dr. Cameron's life, he will not be refused. He is our first man in Scotland, and it is not our interest to deny him a favour when he thinks proper to ask it. So you see, Evelyn, that if only the Duke can be got to make intercession for Dr. Cameron, the thing is done. Now, why did no one ever think of applying to him before? For there's no doubt that Jardine is right." And father and son looked at each other. "Well, it must be done at once," said Lord Stowe. "The Duke, I think, is in town." "Oh, but who is to do it?" "Why, the person best qualified, the poor gentleman's wife." Evelyn nodded. "But what if it be true, as my mother seems to have heard, that Mrs. Cameron has been shut up in the Tower with her husband? And what then?" "Oh, shut up in the Tower!" exclaimed the Earl. "Oh, surely not." He turned his head. "Oh, what is it, Rogers?" "Oh, I understand, my lord, from the footman, that Mr. Cameron is below, inquiring for my Lord Evelyn." "Oh, Mr. Cameron? I'll see him at once," quoth Evelyn, getting up. "Oh, this is very opportune. I can tell him this hopeful news of yours, my lord." "Yes, and tell him to urge the poor lady to appeal to the Duke without wasting an hour. Oh, don't for heaven's sake come near this foot, boy. Tell him that I will give her an introduction to his grace. Egad, I'll be writing now to the Duke to ask for an audience for her, while you interview Mr. Cameron. I'll tell him, too, at what cost you gained this promising notion," said the young man, smiling at his father as he left the bedchamber. Downstairs, in the library which had witnessed their reconciliation, Ewen Cameron was standing, staring at the marble caryatids of the hearth, so fixedly that he hardly seemed to hear the door open. Evelyn went up to him and laid a hand on his shoulder. "I've some hopeful news for you, my dear Mr. Cameron." Ewen turned. Evelyn thought him looking very pale and harassed. "Oh, I have need of it, my lord. In spite of his gout, my father has just been to see one of the Secretaries of State. No, no," he added quickly, for such a light had dawned upon the Highlander's face that out of consideration he hastened to quench it. "Oh, 'tis no promise of anything, but an excellent piece of advice. Mr. Secretary Jardine says that if His Grace of Argyll would intercede for Dr. Cameron's life, the government would undoubtedly grant his request. Neither my father nor I can imagine why we never thought of that course earlier." A strange hot wave of colour passed over Ardroy's face, leaving it more haggard-looking than before. "Then I suppose it must be done," he said in a sombre voice. "Do you know why I'm here, Lord Evelyn? And 'tis a sufficiently strange coincidence to be met with this recommendation. I came to ask what his lordship thought of the prospects of an application to the Duke of Argyll." "Oh, why," cried the younger man, "this is indeed extraordinary, that you, also, should have thought of making application in that quarter." "Oh, not I. I doubt if I should ever have thought of it," responded Ewen, frowning. "The notion is Mrs. Cameron's." "How excellent," cried Lord Evelyn, "because she is the one person to carry it out, as my father and I were just agreeing. If she will go, he will give her—" "How she cannot go," broke in Ardroy. "How that is the difficulty. She is herself a prisoner in the Tower now, at her own request, in order that she may be with her husband for the few days that remain. The only way, it seems, in which this request could be complied with was to make her as close a prisoner as he is. It was done the night before last. And this morning I received a distracted letter from her. Evidently this thought of appealing to the Duke to use his influence had come to her there, too late for her to carry it out." He paused. His hands clenched and unclenched themselves. "So, she has asked me to be her deputy." "Well, after all," said Evelyn reflectively, "you are a near kinsman of her husband's, are you not, which would lend you quite sufficient standing. My father will give you an introduction to the Duke. Indeed, I believe he is now writing to him on Mrs. Cameron's behalf." "Yes, I suppose I must do it," said Ewen between his teeth. He was gazing at an impassive caryatid again. "You will not carry so much less weight than poor Mrs. Cameron," observed Evelyn consolingly. "Of course, and to put it brutally, there's much appeal in a woman's tears, but, on the other hand, you will be able to plead more logically, more—" "Plead!" exclaimed Ewen, facing round with flashing eyes. "Aye, that's it. Plead. Beg mercy from a Campbell." Evelyn stared at him, startled at his look and tone. "What is the obstacle?" "I remember. Your clans are not friendly. But if Dr. Cameron can countenance—" "Oh, he knows nothing about it," said Ewen sharply. "And his wife, not being a Cameron-born, does not understand your natural repugnance." "Oh, she does," answered Ewen starkly, "for she is a Cameron-born. She knows what it means to me, but she implores me. And could I, in any case, hold back if I thought there were the faintest chance of success? And now you tell me that one of the Secretaries of State actually counsels it. Oh, God pity me, and that I must go through with it, then, and kneel to MacPhair more for Archibald Cameron's sake. Oh, I'd not do it for my own." The blank-eyed busts which topped the bookshelves in Lord Stow's sleepy, decorous library must have listened in amazement to this unchaining of Highland clan feeling, a phenomenon quite new to them, for even Lord Evelyn was taken aback by the bitter transformation it had worked in a man already wrought upon by grief and protracted anxiety. "Oh, let me go then, Cameron," he cried. "Oh, God knows, I'm sorry enough for your cousin, and I have no objection to appealing to the Duke of Argyll. I would do my very utmost, I promise you. Or, perhaps, you could find some other substitute." "Oh, you are goodness itself," said Ewen in a softened tone. "No, I am the man, since Dean Cameron cannot go. It may be," he added, in a rather strangled voice, "that just because I am a Cameron and an enemy, MacPhair More may be moved to do a magnanimous act. Oh, God, he must do it, for all other hopes are breaking. And there's so little time left." 2. It was with that despairing cry in his ears that Evelyn had hastened upstairs to his father's room and held counsel with him. As a result of this conclave, Lord Stow wrote a fresh letter to the Duke of Argyll, saying that he was anxious to wait upon his Grace with a friend whom he was desirous of presenting to him. He did not mention the friend's name, lest by chance the audience should be refused. But that as he was himself confined to his room with gout, he would send his son in his stead, if the Duke would allow. The same afternoon the Duke replied very civilly by messenger that he would receive Lord Aveling and his friend at 11 o'clock on Monday morning. The Sabbath, he explained, he kept strictly as a day set apart from all worldly matters. So 2 days were lost. But, as Aveling assured that friend, the Duke's influence was so great that he could no doubt have Dr. Cameron reprieved on the very steps of the scaffold. And to those, the Jacobite would not come till Thursday. Nor did Ardroy have to go to the Duke of Argyll with his hat in his hand and a letter of recommendation, like a lackey seeking a place, as he had pictured himself, since he went under the auspices of the Earl of Stow, and accompanied by that nobleman's heir. "How I shall present you," said Aveling to him as they went, "and then take my leave at the first opportunity. Is not that what you would prefer?" "As you will," replied Ewen, and then, forcing a smile, "Yes, I believe I should prefer it. You are always consideration itself, my dear lord." That was almost all that passed between them till they came to Argyll House. And, waiting in the portico, into which there drifted a faint perfume of late lilacs from the Duke's garden, Ewen thought, "When next I stand here, the die will have been cast, one way or the other." His heart began to beat violently, and when the door was flung open, he was so pale that his companion looked at him with some uneasiness. But as he stepped over Machcallan Moor's threshold, Ardroy had gathered up his forces and regained at least his outward composure. The two were ushered into a large and lofty room, sparsely but massively furnished, at the end of which hung a great blue velvet curtain, suggesting another room beyond. Over the hearth voyaged the Lymphad, the proud galley of Lorne, a sinister device to many a clan of the West. Ewen averted his eyes from it. How long, he wondered, would he on whose ancestral banners it had fluttered keep the suppliant waiting? But fortunately he neither knew as yet what name the suppliant bore, nor indeed that he came to sue. But the Duke was punctual to the moment. A large clock by the wall, with a heavy pendulum of gilt and crystal, struck the hour, and the echo of its chimes had not died away before the velvet curtain parted in the middle, held back by an announcing lackey. "His Grace the Duke of Argyll." And he who was sometimes called the King of Scotland came through. A man of 70, upright, dignified, and rather cold, plainly but richly dressed, with a heavy full-bottomed wig framing a delicate-featured face of much intelligence, though he had only succeeded his brother, the second Duke, a decade ago. For more than 40 years, Archibald Campbell, once Lord Ayla, had been the mainstay of the English government in the north, and all this was written, without ostentation, in his heir. Lord Aveling, who had never seen the Duke at close quarters, was impressed, and wondered what the Highlander by his side was feeling, but abstained from looking at him. "My Lord Aveling, I think," said Argyll pleasantly, and the young man bowed. "I'm sorry to hear that the Earl of Stow is indisposed. It gives me, however, the chance of making your acquaintance." He came forward with a little smile and held out his hand. "Oh, pray present me also to this gentleman, whose name I've not the honour of knowing." And all at once young Lord Aveling, used as he was to all the demands of society, knew nervousness, though not for himself. Something of it was apparent in his voice as he replied, "This, your Grace, is Mr. Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, a near kinsman of the gentleman now under sentence in the Tower." What age had left of the Duke's eyebrows lifted. A line appeared on either side of his mouth. "And what does Mr. Ewen Cameron?" There was the faintest stress on the patronymic. "Want of me?" And his gaze, not hostile, not piercing, but unmistakably the gaze of command, rested on Aveling's tall companion. "Your Grace," began Ewen, but it seemed to him that his voice was frozen in his throat. It was not awe which enchained it, for he was not in the least overawed, but the realization of this man's power for life or death, and of his personality. He was Machallan Mór, the chief of the hated, swarming and triumphant race of Campbell, and he seemed to be feigning ignorance of why he, the Cameron, was there to wait upon him, so that he might have the reason, which he could well have guessed, put by the petitioner into words. And the moment was as bitter as death to Ardroy, and he hoped that Lord Evelyn would leave them alone together. But he finished his sentence. "Your Grace, I am come on behalf of Mrs. Cameron, and by her express desire, she now having made herself close prisoner with her husband, and being therefore unable to wait upon you herself." "You come as the emissary of a lady, sir?" inquired the Duke smoothly. "Your errand must have my best attention, then. But we stand all this while. Oh, pray be seated, gentlemen." He waved them towards chairs. "Oh, if your Grace will excuse me," put in Lord Evelyn, "I will withdraw. I came but to present Mr. Cameron in my father's stead." "And both of you deputies, in fact," said Argyle, looking from one to the other, and again he smiled the little smile, which did not reach his eyes. "I am sorry to lose your company, my lord, but I know that you young men, if you'll forgive me for calling you one, have better things to occupy you than talking affairs with an old one. Mr. Cameron and I will then bid you farewell, with regret. Commend me, if you please, to his lordship, and convey to him my condolences on his indisposition." He shook hands again, with every appearance of cordiality. A footman appeared, and Evelyn was gone. The Duke turned with equal courtesy to the visitor who remained. "And now, Mr. Cameron. Cameron of Ardroy, is it not? Ardroy near Lochaber, if I am not mistaken. And pray be seated, and let me know in what I can serve you on Mrs. Cameron's behalf. And the chance to do so is not a pleasure of frequent occurrence where one of your name is concerned." "Oh, if your Grace will permit me, I'd rather stand," said Ewen somewhat hoarsely. "I'm come, as I'm sure you can guess, as a suppliant." "Oh, is that so?" remarked the Duke, looking long and steadily at him. His face betrayed nothing. "And you will forgive me, perhaps, if I myself sit, for I'm old and weary." And he seated himself slowly in a high-backed chair. "You come, you say, as a suppliant, and I'm to see in you the representative of Mrs. Cameron. Oh, if you please, my lord, of a woman who turns to you in her mortal distress as her last hope." "Oh, I think," said the Duke of Argyle in a soft voice, "that with a Highland gentleman such as yourself, I prefer to be Machallan Mór." Ewen swallowed hard. It had come to him that he could only get through his mission if he forgot that fact. "Because, for one thing," went on Argyle, "if you are a kinsman of Dr. Cameron's, you are equally a kinsman of his brother, the late Lochaber, and of the boy who is Lochaber now." "Yes, I am a kinsman of all three," said Ewen in a low voice. Archibald Campbell was trying, was he, to fancy that in some sort he had the chief of Clan Cameron before him, about to beg for mercy. "A kinsman by marriage. And do not think, Machallan Mór." He gave him the title, since he wished it, and had every right to it. "And do not think that Dr. Cameron himself knows of his wife's appeal to you." "No. But let us be clear, Mr. Cameron, on what score she, or you, or which am I to say, is appealing to me. You have not yet informed me." Ewen's lip gave a little curl as he drew himself up. How the Campbell knew perfectly well the nature of that appeal. He himself did not look much like a suppliant as he stood there facing the Duke, nor did he feel like one, but he did his best to keep his tone that of a petitioner. "Mrs. Cameron desires to throw herself at your Grace's feet, as at those of the foremost man in Scotland, whose wish is paramount with the government in all things Scottish, and to beg, to implore you to use your great influence to have the sentence on her husband commuted." "Oh, commuted," said Argyle, after a moment. "Commuted to what?" "To imprisonment, and to transportation, and to anything save an undeserved death." And the Duke leant forward, his fine hands half hidden by the ruffles, grasping the iron-headed arms of his chair. "How undeserved, do you say, Mr. Cameron? A man comes from abroad, with every circumstance of secrecy, not once or twice only, but constantly, during a period of 7 years, to work against the established government in the north, and to foment disaffection by any means in his power, to promise foreign intervention in aid of it. All this in a country just settling down after a most disastrous upheaval, in which he, too, bore a prominent part. And you call his death undeserved?" "Having regard to Dr. Cameron's private character," replied Ardroy firmly, "I do. Your Grace must know what on all sides is acknowledged to be the case, how blameless a reputation he bears, and how humane, and how strenuously, before the troubles, he upheld all Lochiel's efforts for the betterment of the clan. It was largely due to him, too, that Glasgow did not fare worse during the hostilities, and that Kirkintilloch was spared, and Mr. Campbell of Shawfield's house and property protected. Dr. Cameron's is not the case of an ordinary plotter, my lord." "In what manner can any plotter be extraordinary, Mr. Cameron, save perchance in the amount of harm he does?" asked the Duke. "In that certainly Dr. Cameron has been singular. Since the year 1747, his comings and goings, or his supposed comings and goings, have kept Lochaber and the West in a continual ferment. In his private character, he may be all that you urge, and more, yet he has proved the veritable stormy petrel of the Highlands, and the sentence on him is so well deserved, that if I were to crawl on all fours to the English government, they would not remit it." "You underrate your power, MacPhair," said Ewen in a low voice. Oh God, did he mean that? Or was he merely holding out for more fervid, more grovelling entreaties? "You underrate your power," he repeated, "and you would show more than your power, your generosity, by intervening on behalf of a man whose ancestors, and yours—" "Oh, no doubt," broke in Argyle, before the sentence was completed. "Oh, but that would be somewhat of a selfish luxury. I have to consider my country, not my own reputation for magnanimity." And Ewen seized upon this passionately. "Oh, my lord, you would be considering your country. The best interests of this government are surely not served by the carrying out of this extraordinarily harsh sentence, which your Grace must be aware is agitating all London. There is no doubt whatever, and in your heart you must know it, that an act of mercy on the part of the present dynasty would do far more towards establishing it in popular esteem than the depriving one Jacobite of life on a 7-year-old attainder could possibly do." "And when I spoke of my country, Mr. Cameron," said the Duke with emphasis, "I meant my native land, Scotland, whose welfare and good settlement I had at heart before you were born. Now, you desire that I should induce the English government to commute Dr. Cameron's sentence in order that he may have the opportunity of going back to injure her again." And as Ewen tried to protest, he went on more strongly. "No, Mr. Cameron, if I advise His Majesty's ministers to commute the sentence to one of perpetual imprisonment, that is only to make of Dr. Cameron a constant centre of intrigue and trouble, ending after some years in his escape, as George Kelly escaped in the end. For there are plenty of crypto-Jacobites in London who will conspire, though they will not fight. If transportation is substituted for imprisonment, then he may escape and return to Scotland more easily still. No, I cannot now go back upon the work and convictions of a lifetime and deliberately plant again in my country's breast the thorn which by good fortune has just been plucked from it." "You said a while ago," murmured Ewen, with stiff, cold lips, the great room grown a little misty and unreal about him. "You said that the government would not grant you this boon, though you crawled to them. And yet, one of its first officials has stated that such a request would not be denied for a moment if you made it. Now, you say that it goes against your conscience to make it. Which is it, my Lord Duke? Argyle got up from his chair. You are a very bold young man, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy. Are you trying to bring me to book? The look which flickered over his pale, dignified features was nearer amusement than irritation. How I do not think that Mrs. Cameron would have taken that line. Oh, believe me, it is not a wise one. Oh, I will take any line that pleases your grace, declared Ewen, desperate. Was he throwing away what Jean Cameron might have won? Do you wish me, who, though I am not of Lochaber, have a strain of the blood, and am a cadet of the clan, do you wish me to kneel to you? I will, here and now, if you will ask for Archibald Cameron's life. There is no need for you to assume that uncomfortable position, Mr. Cameron, replied the Duke dryly. Spiritually, you are already upon your knees. And I'm sorry if the floor is hard, since I cannot for a moment entertain your request. It is a harsh saying, no doubt, but a very true one, when matters of this kind are in question. And it was an Englishman who uttered it. Stone dead hath no fellow. I am grieved that I must endorse it in the case of Dr. Cameron, for I consider that the government is more than justified in carrying out this long overdue sentence. A sentence better merited, indeed, today than it was even at the time of its infliction. And for the sake of Scotland's welfare, I cannot advise them to do otherwise. Ewen put his hand up to his throat. Otherwise he did not move. Those were the accents of finality. To entreat further was only to batter oneself against a rock, to lower Archie himself in the eyes of the Campbell. Would Jean Cameron now have wept, implored, clung round the knees of Macalin Mor? Oh, surely not. Oh, it is not, went on Argyle, walking slowly to and fro with his hands behind his back. It is not as though Dr. Cameron had shown the slightest sign of real repentance for his ill-doings, and the slightest intention of future amendment. His answers before the Privy Council in April were inspired by the most obstinate intention of concealing every fact he knew under cover of having forgotten it, and when last month, immediately after sentence had been passed upon him, he, in a conversation with Mr. Sharp, the solicitor to the Treasury, seemed to lament his unhappy position, and to say that if His Majesty extended his clemency to him, he would strive to lead his fellow clansmen into less treasonable paths. There was not one word of the only course which could conceivably merit such clemency, the making of disclosures. Through the silence, the slow swing of the pendulum of the great gilt clock behind Ewen seemed to emphasize how fast the sands were slipping in the glass of Archibald Cameron's life. Ardroy clenched one hand round the wrist of the other. His eyes were fixed, not on the Duke, who had come to a standstill, but on the shaft of yellowish light which penetrated the aperture between the curtains. Oh, so that was the only chance. A mocking rift of hope like that blade of thin sunlight, a spar in the tumbling sea which one must let drive by and drown without clutching. Disclosures, he said at last, and there was nothing in his voice to show what he thought of the word or the thing. You mean, my Lord Duke, that if Dr. Cameron were to become a second Murray of Broughton, that if he would tell all he knows? The Duke held up his hand quickly. Oh, pray, Mr. Cameron, do not associate me with any suggestion so affronting to a Highlander. I merely mentioned that Mr. Sharp, as I remember, seemed much disappointed. For the government are well aware that there is some new scheme afoot. You must draw what conclusion you can from that. For myself, I think the bargain would scarce be worth the government's while. Yet, out of a perhaps misplaced humanity, I will go so far as to point out that that door, which was once open, may, for aught I know, be open still. Open still, open still. the crystal pendulum swung on. But that was not what it was saying. "Your Grace is very good." Ewen heard his own voice and wondered at its cold steadiness, since his heart felt neither cold nor steady. "But that is not a door at which a Cameron of Lochaber could ever knock. I will detain you no further, mach Callain more." He supposed that Argyle must have summoned a footman, for soon after that he passed once more through the pillars of the portico. And once outside, in the brief summer shower, laden with that scent of lilacs, which was now making sweet the June dust, all the leaping flame of repressed feeling sank to extinction, and in its place there was nothing but ice about his heart. He had failed. The last hope of all was gone. On Thursday. And now he must write to Jean Cameron and tell her. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Constant as steel. And after that came the death and life of those intervening 2 days, which seemed a whole lifetime on the rack, and yet a river hurrying with implacable haste to the sea. There was no hope for Archibald Cameron now, except the faint possibility of that 11th hour reprieve, to which a few still pinned their faith. At one moment, Ewen would feel that the intensity of his desire alone must call this into being, and the next, that he had always known the sentence would take its course. Lord Stow, grave and disappointed, advised him not to trust to a miracle. It was remarkable that Evelyn, young and generous-hearted though he was, gave the same advice, and would not take the easier path of trying to buoy up his friend's spirits with an anticipation which he did not share. But Lady Stow, with whom Ewen had had an interview, not of his seeking, on the Tuesday, proclaimed her conviction that the execution would not take place, and hinted at the influence which she herself had brought to bear on certain members of the government. Hector Grant was in a frenzy, dashing hither and thither, sure that something could still be done, and talking wildly of a rescue at Tyburn itself, of kidnapping Lord Newcastle or Henry Pelham and holding them to ransom, and other schemes equally impossible. But by noon on Wednesday, Ewen had abandoned all dreams, sober and extravagant alike. His faint hope of seeing Archie once more was dead too. Even the Earl of Stow's influence could not procure him another interview. And in the afternoon he shut himself up in his lodging, and would see no one, not even Hector. He could talk about tomorrow's tragedy no longer, and, like a wounded animal which seeks solitude, only asked to be left alone. How desperately hard it was to meet a friend's fate with composure and resignation. How much less hard to face one's own. He knew, for he himself had once been almost as near the scaffold as Archibald Cameron was now. He had sat for he knew not how long that afternoon, immured in the close little parlour, with the window fast shut, since the moment when he had overheard 2 men in the street below, arranging to go to Tyburn on the morrow, and one of them, who was a trifle drunk, offering the other some only too vivid reminiscences of the execution of the Scottish Jacobites in 1746. Ewen had sprung up, and, calling upon his Maker, had slammed down the window with such violence that he had nearly shattered it. And then, after walking to and fro for a while like a man demented, he had flung himself down on the settle, and was still sitting there, his head in his hands, when a timid tap at the door announced Mrs. Wilson. "I'd not disturb you, sir," she whispered sympathetically, "but that there's a messenger below from the Tower in a hackney coach, and he brings this." She held out a letter. Ewen lifted his head from his hand. "From the Tower?" he repeated, looking at her stupidly. Surely she did not mean that. But, opening the letter, he saw the heading, saw, too, that it came from the Deputy Lieutenant. Dear Sir, it ran, Dr. Cameron having very earnestly desired to see you once more, and I myself having come to the conclusion that it were better Mrs. Cameron did not pass the night here, but left before the gates were shut, and that some friend should be present to take her away, I have obtained leave from the constable for you to visit the prisoner, and also to perform this office, and have therefore sent the bearer in a hackney coach to bring you back with all speed, as the gates must infallibly be closed at 6 o'clock this evening. Your obedient humble servant, Charles Rainsford. Ewen drew a long breath. Oh, I will come at once, he said. Nearly all the way, jolting in the coach with a warder, or whatever he was, Ardroy was turning over and over a once entertained but long abandoned idea of changing clothes with Archie. And the same obstacle brought him up again, his own unusual stature, though Archie was of a good height himself. Yet this unexpected summons did so clearly seem as though fate were holding out a last opportunity of rescue. But what opportunity? Ewen's former visit had shown him how impregnable were the tower walls, how closely guarded the gates. Tonight, every soul there would be doubly alert. And if Archie were by now in irons, there was no hope of any kind. There was little enough, in any case. To his surprise, when he came to the Byward Tower, they did not offer to search him, and he was told, also, that Dr. Cameron had been moved from the lieutenant's house, and was there, in the Byward Tower itself. Ewen asked the reason. Oh, it was thought safer, sir. My lords Kilmarnock and Balmerino were lodged here in 46, though my lord Kilmarnock, too, was at first in the lieutenant's house. And Mrs. Cameron, is she in this tower with her husband? No, sir, she remains in the lieutenant's house until she leaves, before the gates are shut. He would see Archie alone then, and he could not but be glad of that. It had indeed a very different setting, this last meeting, and one which better fitted the circumstances than the former. Unlike the pleasant apartments, with their glimpses of the outer world, this place was heavily charged with an atmosphere of finality, for the roof curved cage-like above the large circular stone-vaulted room with its narrow windows. In the middle was a table with a couple of chairs, and at this table Archie was sitting with a book open before him. But his eyes were on the door. He was not in irons. They clasped hands in silence as the door swung to and clashed home. Only then did Ewen see that they were not alone, for some distance away a wooden-faced warder sat stiffly on a chair against the wall. Oh, cannot that man leave us for a little? Murmured Ewen. No, said his cousin. I must have a shadow now, until there's no more need of watching me. Oh, this good fellow must even sleep here tonight. Oh, but we can speak French or Erse. He'll not understand either. Ewen was bitterly disappointed. If there were a witness present, they'd not the faintest chance of changing clothes. He said as much in his native tongue. Oh, my dear Ewen, replied Archibald Cameron, smiling. How nature, when she gave you that frame, never intended you for such a role. And, in any case, it is quite impracticable. Now come, sit down, and let us talk. You see, there's another chair. It seemed of a tragic incongruity to sit quietly talking at a table, but Ewen obeyed. Talk he could not at first. But Archie began to speak with perfect calm of his last arrangements, such as they were. He had given his wife, he said, what he had been able to set down from time to time of his wishes and sentiments, by means of a bit of blunt pencil, which he had contrived to get hold of, after all. 4 or 5 scraps of paper they are, he concluded. I could not come by more, but I've signed my name to every one of them, that they may be known for authentic. Only once did he betray emotion. It was in speaking of his young children in exile and their future, so desperately uncertain when he was gone. "Oh, I've no money to leave them," he said sadly. "Had that gold from Lochaber really stayed in my hands, and they would not be penniless now, poor bairns." "But I've been very much pleased," he went on, "with a letter which my wife showed me from my eldest boy. You remember John, Ewen. He always had a great admiration for you. I have for some time observed in him a sense of loyalty and honour, much beyond what might have been expected from a boy of his years, and in this letter of which I speak, he expresses not only his conviction of my inviolable fidelity to the cause, but a desire that I should rather sacrifice my life than save it upon dishonourable terms. I have great hopes of his future, even though the principles of uprightness and loyalty be not over-popular nowadays." Ewen saw that great velvet curtain in the Duke of Argyle's house, with a shaft of light slipping through. How did Archie know of that appeal? He certainly did not know of the chance of life which Ewen himself had rejected on his behalf, and for that Ewen had not communicated to Mrs. Cameron when he wrote. "Did the Privy Council," he asked, somewhat hesitatingly, "ever hold out a promise of mercy if you would make disclosures?" Archie nodded. "Yes, and I believe that hopes of my doing so must have been cherished for some time after my examination, since Mr. Sharp, the solicitor to the Treasury, certainly had them as late as the 17th of May, when I was sentenced. Now tell me, Ewen," he added, looking at him hard, "for Jean has confessed to me the step which she worked upon you to take. Had his Grace of Argyle the same hopes?" "You know of that," exclaimed Ewen, half apprehensive, half relieved. "You know, and you forgive me for going to him." "Oh, my dear lad, there's no question of forgiveness. I ought to thank you from the bottom of my heart for undertaking what I know must have been a very repugnant task. Moreover, as I am neither a saint nor a hermit, but an ordinary man like the next, I'll not deny that a span of 46 years sometimes seems a little short to me. If MacPhair Mór could by honourable means have prolonged it, I should not have relished accepting the boon from his hands, but I should not have refused it." Ewen turned very pale. "Archie, you make me feel like your executioner. You might have had your life, perhaps, but in effect, I refused it for you. But it's not too late." He half rose from his chair. Archie caught at his arm. "Lachin, I guess why you refused it for me. Should I think that you know me less well than my poor John? I'd like to have had the refusing of it to MacPhair Mór himself, on the terms which I can divine that he offered. To do him justice, he offered nothing. At the end, indeed, he spoke of a possible door. You can guess what it was. He would have naught to do with it himself. Yet," and Ewen turned his head away, "what an inhuman, sterile deity seemed, after all, that abstraction called honour. Oh, Archie, if it were possible to accept. It was not so hard then to turn one's back on the chance. I did it without weighing the matter. I knew you would not consent. But it is much harder now." And at last he looked at his cousin with eyes which, half ashamedly, implored, as if somehow. Archibald Cameron smiled and gave his head a little shake. "You will be glad by this time tomorrow. What welcome do you think Murray of Broughton's former friends give him nowadays? And would you set the door of Ardroy wide for me, Ewen, were I to save my skin as he did? Oh, you know you would not. But enough of this talk. There's been no choice in the matter. I could not bring myself to betray either my companions or my prince's plans. Yet you yourself have been betrayed, came instinctively to Ewen's lips. Archie's face clouded a little. "I'm glad to think that I do not know the informer, whether the thing was done of his own free will or at another's instigation. It is easier to forgive thus. This time it was Ewen who was determined that Archie should read nothing upon his face, and he said it immovably. Of what use to burden his spirit, so soon to be gone, with the hatred and suspicion which lay so heavy on his own since the encounter with young Glensheen? Moreover, luckily perhaps, Archie here pulled out his watch. Good Mr. Falconer, the Scots non-juring clergyman who has been visiting me and will attend me to Tyburn tomorrow, is to bring me the sacrament at 5 o'clock. I would have wished to take it tomorrow morning before I set out, but then Jean could not have received it with me, nor you. If you wish to do so. Will it be here? Yes. The doctor pointed to where a little table, covered with a white cloth, stood against the wall, with 2 or 3 footstools ranged before it. And Jean herself will be brought hither. But I've said farewell to her already. Ewen, be patient with her. Though, indeed, she has the bravest heart of any woman living. You do not need to urge that, said Ardroy. I know that I do not. It is you who are to take her away from the tower, too. God bless you. Shall I take her back to Lille? It is not necessary. That is arranged for. Archie got up suddenly. Ewen had a glimpse of his face, and knew that he was thinking of the fatherless children to whom she would return. He sat there, rapidly and quite unconsciously fluttering over the leaves of the book lying on the table, and then said in a voice which he could scarcely command, Archie, is there nothing else that I can do for you? Dr. Cameron came and sat down again. There is something, but perhaps it is too hard to ask. If it be anything which concerns me alone, it is not too hard. Then I would ask you to be there tomorrow. Ewen recoiled. I did not dream that you would ask that. You would rather stay away. Archie, what do you think I'm made of? Archibald Cameron looked at him rather wistfully. I thought, but it was, I see, a selfish thought, that I should like to see one face of a friend there at the last. I've heard that a Tyburn crowd, accustomed to thieves and murderers, is not a pleasant one, and I've been warned that there will be very many people there. They will not be hostile, Archie. That I can stake my soul on. You do not know the sympathetic and indignant feeling there is abroad. But if you wish it, I will be there. Nay, if it is your wish, I will make it mine also. Yet even you will not ask me to remain until the end of all, he asked imploringly. No, said his cousin gravely but serenely. Not until that. Yet I think the end, thank God, will matter very little to me. In spite of the terms of the sentence and of Lord Chief Justice Lee, I've a good hope that I shall not be cut down until I am quite dead. Ewen, think it's yourself that's going to the gallows, as you nearly did once, and not I. You would not play the child over your own fate, I know that well. For Ewen had his head on his arms, and his nails were digging into the table. He did not answer. I could wish it were not Tyburn, Archibald Cameron went on, as if to himself. My lords Kilmarnock and Balmerino were luckier to suffer on Tower Hill and by the axe. Yet I must not complain, being but a commoner. Indeed, I should think of the great Marquis of Montrose, who was hanged likewise, and from a very lofty ladder, too. And I thank my God I was always easier ashamed than frightened. Ewen, Mr. Falconer will be here in a few minutes. Do you wish to make some preparation before you take communion with me? Ewen roused himself and mechanically knelt down by the table where he had been sitting, put his hands before his face and tried to say a prayer. But it was impossible. His whole soul was too pulsing with revolt to bow down before that mystery of divine self-humiliation and pain and joy. He could not even say, "Lord, I am not worthy." His heart was nothing but a burning stone. Nevertheless, he still knelt there, rising only when he heard the bolts withdrawn, and there came in, first a very tall, thin man in lay dress, who walked with a limp, and then, on the arm of Rainsford himself, Mrs. Cameron. The deputy lieutenant considerately dismissed the warder, and himself took the man's place, and almost before Ewen, and dazed with pain, had realized it, the service was beginning. Archibald Cameron, his hand in his wife's, knelt at some distance from the improvised altar, Ewen a little way behind them. And, save that it was not dark, but a June evening, and the bare masonry of the place might almost have suggested an Eucharist in the catacombs, but Ewen did not think of that. He seemed to be able to think of nothing, and though he did perceive that Mr. Falconer, who appeared to be greatly moved, was using not the English Communion Office, but the proscribed Scottish liturgy of 1637. When the moment of communion approached, the two in front of him rose, and Archie glanced round at him, but Ewen shook his head, and so Dr. Cameron led his wife to one of the footstools and knelt beside her. But when Ewen saw them kneeling there without him, the ties of human affection drew him more strongly than his non-juring training, with its strict doctrine of the Eucharist, and his own fear of unworthy reception held him back. So he got up after all, and knelt humbly on the floor by Archie's side, and drinking of the cup after him whose viaticum it truly was, he felt for the moment wonderfully comforted, and that the giver of that feast, first instituted as it was in circumstances of betrayal and imminent death, had pardoned the hard and rebellious heart in him. And he remembered, too, that peaceful Eucharist by the winter sea in Kilmorey of Arnamurchan, and wished that Mr. Oliphant were here. And then he went back to the table where he had sat with Archie, and knelt down again there with his head against the edge, and for a long time. At last he looked up. The service was over. Mr. Falconer was gone. Archie, with his back to him, had his wife in his arms. Ewen thought that if he also went, the two might have a moment or two together, save for the presence of the deputy lieutenant, who, considerate as ever, was looking out of one of the little windows. But he could not go without a last word. He got to his feet, approached a little way, and said his cousin's name. Dr. Cameron put his wife into a chair and turned, and Ewen held out his hand. "Oh, I shall not see you again to have speech with," he said in Gaelic. His very hands felt numb in Archie's clasp. "Oh, I wish I could die with you," he whispered passionately. Archie held his hands tightly. "Oh, dear lad, what then would Alison do, wanting you, and your boys, and your tenants? You have work here. Mine is over." "Gentlemen," came Rainsford's voice from behind, "there remains but 11 minutes ere the gates are closed." Oh, time, the inexorable, had dwindled to this. Ewen caught his breath. "Oh, goodbye," he said, after a second of struggle. "Oh, goodbye, faithful and true. Agree to look here for me. I will keep the promise I've made you. Look for me there, and give me a sign." He embraced Archie and went out quickly, for the door was ajar, with the armed sentries close outside. Only Mrs. Cameron and General Rainsford remained behind. But outside, beyond the sentries, was still Mr. Falconer, with his handkerchief to his eyes. As for Ewen, he leant against the wall to wait for Mrs. Cameron, and folded his arms tightly across his breast, as if by that constraint he could bridle a heart which felt as though it were breaking. Perhaps he shut his eyes. At any rate, he was roused by a touch on his arm. It was Mr. Falconer, still painfully agitated. "Oh, sir, I shall spend this night praying less, I think, for him, than for strength to carry me through this terrible business tomorrow, without faltering." "You mean the attending Dr. Cameron to the scaffold?" asked Ewen, in a voice which sounded completely indifferent. "Yes," said the clergyman. I declare to you, sir, that I do not know how I am to come through it. And Dr. Cameron's composure shames me, who am supposed to uphold it. My great fear is lest any unworthy weakness of mine should shake his calm in his last moments, and though that hardly seems possible. Ewen was sorry for him. Oh, you cannot withdraw now, I suppose, for he must have a minister with him. Oh, it is usual, I understand, but he does not need one, sir. He has not left it until the 11th hour, like some, to make his peace with God. I must carry out as much of my office as he requires, but he does not need me to pray for him on the scaffold, and priest though I be. I shall ask his prayers. I would ask yours, too, sir, and that I do not by any weakness add to his burden tomorrow. Ewen looked at him with a compassion which was shot through by a strange spasm of envy. This man, who dreaded it so, would see Archie once more at close quarters, be able to address him, hear his voice, and go with him to the very brink. And then through the half-open door came the deputy lieutenant with Mrs. Cameron again on his arm. Oh, she looked half fainting, yet she walked quite steadily. Mr. Falconer being now nearest the door, and General Rainsford put her into his charge, and called hastily for the warder to take up his post again within. In a kind of dream, Ewen watched the clergyman and the albert widow go down the stairs. His heart ached for her, little and brave and forlorn, her dress slipping slowly from one worn stone step to the next. He had started to follow her, and had descended a step or two, when he was aware of a voice calling hurriedly but softly to him from above. He went back again, wondering. It was the deputy lieutenant who had called after him, and now met him at the top of the stairway. Dr. Cameron has remembered something which he had intended to give his wife, but it was you whom he wished called back, if possible. He pulled out his watch. 4 minutes, no longer, Mr. Cameron. So he was to have speech with Archie once more. And the warder being still outside, and the deputy lieutenant not seeming to purpose coming in again, and for that brief fraction of time they would be alone. Had Archie made a pretext to that end? He was standing in the middle of the room with something in his hand. Oh, I forgot to give these to Jean, as I intended, for my eldest son. And he held out to Ewen 2 shabby shoe buckles of steel. Oh, bid Jean tell him from me, he said earnestly, and that I send him these, and not my silver ones, and that if I had gold ones, I would not send him the gold, but these, which I wore when skulking. For steel being hard and of small value is an emblem of constancy and disinterestedness, and so I would have him always to be constant and disinterested in the service of his king and country, and never to be either bribed or frightened from his duty. How will you tell her that, Ewen? No, he had not been sent for under a pretext. And Ewen took the buckles. She shall have them, and I will faithfully repeat your message. Then he was mute. It seemed as if Archie were gone already, as if the immeasurable gulf already severed them. Archibald Cameron saw the dumb misery on his face and put his hand on his arm. Oh, don't look like that, my dearest Ewen. Oh, I thank God I'm ready to be offered, and you need have no apprehension for me tomorrow. Oh, it is poor Falconer I shall be sorry for. Indeed, said Ewen, finding his voice again. He seems most painfully apprehensive. He was speaking to me just now. Oh, I fear, as he does, that his presence will be no support to you. I was about to ask him whether he could not procure another clergyman to take his place, but so few in London are non-jurors, and I suppose he would... He never finished. The colour came surging over his drawn face, as a wild arrow of an idea sped winging into his brain. Oh, Archie, he said breathlessly in Gaelic. Oh, if a layman might. Oh, if it could be contrived. Could not I take his place tomorrow? In the doctor's face also the colour came and went for a moment. Oh, my dear Ewen, oh, if it is like to prove a trial to Falconer, how would you? Oh, I'd rather stand with you in the cart than see you stand there from a distance and be unable to get at you, said Ewen with great earnestness. Why should be near you? I could speak to you. Mr. Falconer says you have no need of his ministrations. And I would not break down, I swear to you. Oh, Archie, would you be willing? Oh, willing, exclaimed Archie in the same low voice. Oh, I would give one of the few hours left me for your company. Oh, but it asks too much of you, Ewan. Oh, not so much as to stand in the crowd and watch you like a stranger, reiterated Ewan. And, oh my God, the 4 minutes must be nearly gone. 'Tis as if Providence had planned it, for Mr. Falconer is little under my height, and lame of a leg, as I am at times. If I wore his dark clothes, oh, 'tis a pity he goes in lay dress, but that cannot be helped. And perhaps his wig, who would look at my face? And the clergyman always drives by himself to Tyburn, does he not? Oh, I believe so, said Dr. Cameron, considering, and in a closed carriage. You would not be seen on the way, since you would not travel publicly and slowly, as I shall. Oh, I only wish I could, with you. Oh, but Mr. Falconer apart, would you not rather have some clergymen? And, as Archie shook his head, Ardroy asked hastily, knowing that his time must be almost up. Oh, is there anything which I must do? There, to be sure I can ask Mr. Falconer that. Oh, I suppose it is usual to read a prayer. I should like the commendatory prayer from the prayer book. And I'd 1,000 times rather you read that for me than poor Mr. Falconer. Mr. Cameron, said Rainsford, impatiently appearing at the door. Oh, you must come instantly, if you please, or I shall be obliged to detain you as a prisoner also. But not here with Dr. Cameron. You have but just time to join Mrs. Cameron in the coach. Oh, I have your leave, then, if I can contrive it, whispered Ewen. Archibald Cameron bent his head. Oh, goodbye, he said, in English. Remember my message. And this time Ewen hurried from the room, with but the briefest farewell glance, so afraid was he of being detained and prevented from carrying through his scheme. By running down the stairs, he reached the carriage just before it started. Mr. Falconer, hat in hand, was at the door of it, Mrs. Cameron invisible within. Oh, give me your direction, sir, said Ardroy hastily to the clergyman. Oh, I must see you when I've escorted Mrs. Cameron home. It is of the utmost importance. Yes, he's much of a height with me, said something in his mind. Mr. Falconer gave it. Oh, I shall await you this evening, he said, and Ewen scrambled into the already moving coach. But now, as they drove out under the archway of the Lion Tower, he must put aside his own plan, his own grief, and think of one who was losing even more than he. Jean Cameron was sitting upright in the corner, her hands clasped, looking straight in front of her, and alarming him not a little by her rigidity. Suddenly she said, without looking at him, "Oh, he's not afraid." "No, madam," answered Ewen, "no man was ever less afraid." "Oh, the pure in heart shall see God," she murmured to herself. And a moment afterwards, somewhat to Ardroy's relief, she broke into wild weeping. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. The Sallyport to Eternity. Thursday, the 7th of June, 1753, dawned just as those would have wished who were intending to make its forenoon a holiday. Sunny and clear-skied, yet not without the promise of a cloud or two later on, whose shadow might be grateful if one had been standing for some hours in the heat. For many of the spectators would begin their pilgrimage to Tyburn very early in the day in order to secure good places, since, though the great triangular gallows could be seen from almost any distance, the scaffold beside it, for what came after the gallows, was disappointingly low. Moreover, it was 1,000 pities not to hear a last speech or confession, if such were made, and that was impossible unless one were fairly near the cart in which the victim stood before being turned off. So hundreds set off between 6 and 7 o'clock, and hundreds, even thousands more, came streaming without intermission along the Oxford Road all morning, and the later they came, the more they grumbled at the inferior positions which they were necessarily obliged to take up. Yet they grumbled with a certain holiday good nature. For, though disgraceful scenes did take place at Tyburn, some, at least, of those who in this 18th century came to see a fellow creature half-hanged and then disembowelled, were quiet, well-to-do citizens who were conscious of nothing callous or unnatural in their conduct. An execution, being public, was a spectacle, and a free spectacle to boot. Moreover, today's was a special occasion, not a mere hanging for coining, or murder, or a 6-shilling theft. Of those there were plenty, with a dozen or more turned off at a time. But Tyburn had not seen an execution for high treason for many years, the Jacobite rebels from Carlisle having all met their deaths on Kennington Common. And Ewen Cameron, as he sat in Mr. Falconar's clothes in the shut carriage, which, with some difficulty at the last, had brought him to Tyburn a little before noon, was appalled at the density and magnitude of the crowd, and almost more at the noise proceeding from it. Mr. Falconar had only agreed to the substitution, with many tergiversations and much misgiving. He was afraid that he was turning his back upon his duty. He was afraid that the fraud might be discovered by one of the Tower officials, if the coach appointed to take him to Tyburn had to follow in its slow course the sledge on which the condemned Jacobite would be drawn there, a transit which would begin at 10 and take a couple of hours or more. But while Ewen was closeted with the clergyman, there had come a message from the Deputy Sheriff of Middlesex in charge of the execution to say that, owing to the crowds which were anticipated on the morrow, the carriage was to fetch Mr. Falconar from his house at a later hour, and to go to Tyburn by a less frequented route. So Ewen did not follow Archibald Cameron in his sorry and yet perhaps triumphal procession through the streets of London. But he was come now by a less protracted pilgrimage and to the same heart-quelling goal. And he was come there first. He had not alighted, nor even looked out. There was a sheriff's man on the box beside the driver who would tell him, he said, at what moment his services would be required. Till then I should advise your reverence to stay quietly in the carriage, he was remarking now. And there's nothing to be gained by standing about, unless you'd wish to get used to the sight of the gallows, and seeing as you ain't in parson's dress, some might not know you was the parson. I will stay in the coach, said Ewen. You haven't never attended a criminal here before, sir, I should suppose. No. That was true, too, of the man whom he was impersonating. The good-natured underling went away from the step, but came back a moment later. No sign of him, he reported. The prisoner is long in coming, but that we expected, the streets being so thick with people. But we hear he's had a very quiet journey, no abuse and nothing thrown. Indeed, some folk in tears. Thank God for that, said Ewen, and the sheriff's officer removed himself. Faces surged past the windows, faces young and old, stupid, excited, curious or grave. Some looked in. Once a drunken man tried the handle of the door, and the babel of sound went on, like an evil sea. Ewen sat back in the corner and wondered, as he had wondered nearly all night, whether he had undertaken more than he had strength for. He tried to pray, for himself as well as Archie, and could not. Not only was yesterday evening's rebellion back upon him in all its force, but, in addition, he was beset by a paralyzing and most horrible sensation, which he had never known in his life. He seemed himself to be standing on the edge of some vast battlement, about to be pushed off into naked, empty, yawning space that went down and down forever, blackness upon blackness. In this nothingness there was no God, no force of any kind, not even an evil force. Oh, certainly there was no God, or he could not allow what was going to take place here, when a life like Archibald Cameron's would be flung into that void, and those other lives twined with his, wantonly maimed. Of what use to be brave, loyal, kind, and faithful? Of what use to be pure in heart, when there was no God to grant the promised vision, no God to see? Archie was going to be butchered. To what end? A louder hum, swelling to a roar, and penetrating the shut windows as if they had been paper, warned him that the prisoner's cortege was at last in sight. And as it seemed to be the only way of summoning up that composure, which he would soon so desperately need, Ewen tried, as his cousin had yesterday suggested to him, to imagine that it was he who was facing this tearing of soul from body. The attempt did steady him, and by the time, it was a good deal longer than he expected, that the sheriff's man appeared at the window again, he was tolerably sure of himself. And he had the comfort of knowing that Archie, unless he had undergone a great change since yesterday, was not a prey to this numbing horror. "Oh, the doctor's just gone up into the cart, sir. So now, if you please." And with that, Ewen stepped out from the coach into the brilliant sunshine, and the clamour of thousands of voices, and the sight of the gaunt erection almost above his head, and of the cart with the drooping-necked horse standing beneath it. In the cart, with his arms tied to his sides above the elbows, stood Archie. And another figure. It was then about 12:30. "You go up them steps, sir, at the back of the cart," said the sheriff's man, pointing. "Way there, if you please, for the clergyman," he shouted in a stentorian voice. "Make way there, good people." There was already a lane, but half closed up. It opened a little, as an excited murmur of, "Oh, here's the parson," surged along it, showed a disposition to close again, as several voices cried, "Oh, that's no parson," but opened again as others asseverated, "Oh, 'tis a Roman Catholic priest, or a Presbyterian, oh, let him pass." And the speakers good-naturedly pressed themselves and their neighbours back to make sufficient space. Ewen made his way to the steps. They were awkward to mount, and when he reached the last two, there was Archie, in what would have been the most natural way in the world, had his arms been free, and trying to extend a hand to him. "Oh, so, you are come," he said, and the warmth of greeting in his voice, and the smile he gave him, was payment enough to Ewen, and for what he still had to go through. Dr. Cameron was newly attired for his death, smarter than Ardroy had often seen him, in a new wig, a light-coloured coat, scarlet waistcoat and breeches, and white silk stockings. Ewen looked at him with a mute question in his eyes. "Oh, I'm very well," said his cousin serenely, "save that I'm a little fatigued with my journey. But, blessed be God, I am now come to the end of it. This is a kind of new birthday for me, and there are many more witnesses than there were at my first." Still rather dizzily, Ewen looked round at the sight which he was never to forget. The sea of lifted faces, indistinguishable from their mere number. The thousands of heads, all turned to the same direction. The countless eyes, all fixed upon this one spot. There was even a tall wooden erection to seat the better class. Near the cart in which he now stood, with Archie, were 2 or 3 mounted officials, one of whom was having trouble with a spirited horse. Not far away was the low, wheelless sledge on which the doctor had made his journey, the hangman sitting in front of him with a naked knife. Each of its 4 horses had a plume upon its head. And on a small scaffold, nearer still, its thin flame orange and wavering in the sunny breeze, burnt a little fire. Ewen knew its purpose. By it was a long block, an axe, and a great knife. Archibald Cameron's glance rested on them at the same moment, with an unconcern which was the more astonishing in that it contained not the slightest trace of bravado. At this juncture, the gentleman on the restive horse tried to attract Ewen's attention in order to say something to him, but the noise of the multitude made it impossible for his words to be heard, and though he beckoned in an authoritative manner for silence. He then tried to bring his horse nearer, but it would not obey. The rider thereupon dismounted and came to the side of the cart. "I wished but to ask, sir," he began courteously, looking up at Ewen. "The Reverend Mr. Falconer, is it not? How long you are like to be over your office?" But it was Archibald Cameron who answered. To save him embarrassment, Ewen was sure. "I require but very little time, sir, for it is but disagreeable being here, and I am as impatient to be gone as you are." "Believe me, I am not at all impatient, Dr. Cameron," replied the gentleman, with much consideration in his tone. "I will see to it that you have as much time allowed you as you have a mind to." "You are Mr. Rayner, the under-sheriff?" queried Archie. "Oh, I was not sure. Then, Mr. Rayner, as I do not intend to address the populace, for speaking was never my talent, may I have the favour of a few words with you?" "Oh, assuredly, sir," replied Mr. Rayner. "And for the better convenience of both of us, I will come up to you." And in a few seconds he had joined them in the straw-strewn cart. At this, the clamour of the nearer portion of the crowd considerably increased, and it was plain from their cries that they imagined a reprieve had come at this last moment, and were not displeased at its arrival. But Mr. Rayner had no such document in his pocket. Ewen heard the brief conversation which ensued, as a man hears talk in a foreign tongue, and though every word of it was audible to him, it seemed remote and quite unreal. "Although I do not intend to speak to the people, Mr. Rayner," said Archibald Cameron very composedly, "I've written a paper, as best I could by means of a bit of old pencil, and have given it to my wife, with directions that you should have a copy of it, since it contains the sentiments which, had I made a speech from this place, I should have expressed as my dying convictions." "If Mrs. Cameron will deliver the paper to me," replied Mr. Rayner, "I will take order that it is printed and published, as is customary in the case of a dying speech." The doctor inclined his head. He said, with much gentleness, "For your civility and concern towards a man so unhappy as I." He paused a moment, "as I appear to be. But, believe me, this day which has brought me to the end of life is a joyful one. I should wish it known that I die in the religion of the Episcopal Church of Scotland, which I have always professed, though not always practised. I know that I am a sinner, but I have no doubt of God's mercy and forgiveness, even as I forgive all my enemies, especially those who have brought about my death." "You have the sympathy of a great many persons, sir," said Mr. Rayner in a low voice. And after a second or two's pause, he added, "Oh, there's nothing further that you wish to say? No last request to make?" "Yes, there's one," answered the dying Jacobite, and Ewen saw him glance, with no trace of flinching, at the little scaffold. "It is that you would defer, as long as the law will admit, the execution of the latter part of the sentence. I think you know what I mean," he added. "I know so well," replied the under-sheriff gravely, "that I give you my solemn word of honour that it shall be deferred for at least half an hour. That much I can do for you, and I will." And with a bow he went down from the cart. His last words had lifted a great and sickening apprehension from Ewen's heart, and, who knows, from Archibald Cameron's also. "Oh, I think there's nothing now to wait for," said Archie, and he suddenly looked rather weary, though he showed no other sign of the strain upon nerves which, however heroically commanded, were only human. "And, oh, my dearest Ewen," he dropped his voice until it was almost inaudible, "oh, take my last and best thanks for coming and facing this with me, and for me." "Oh, but I've done nothing," said Ewen in a dead voice. Oh, nothing. You've come to the threshold with me. What can any friend do more? And now I must go through. But you wished me to read a prayer with you, did you not? Oh, I think I can do it, and it would perhaps seem more fitting. In his heart, still a thrall to that dark horror of nothingness, Ewen thought what a mockery the act would be. And yet, would it? If you can, said Archie gently, we'll say it together. You have a prayer book. Ewen took Mr. Falconer's out of his pocket, and while the quiet horse in the shafts shook his bridle once or twice as if impatient, and the flame on the scaffold, replenished, shot up higher, Ewen read with very fair steadiness, and Archie repeated after him the commendatory prayer for a sick person on the point of departure. Around the cart many bared their heads and were silent, and though in the distance the noise of innumerable voices still continued, as unceasing as the oceans. O Almighty God, with whom do live the spirits of just men made perfect, after they are delivered from their earthly prison. We humbly commend the soul of this thy servant, our dear brother, into thy hands, as into the hands of a faithful Creator and merciful Saviour. And as Ewen went on, the poignancy, even the irony of that prayer, read as it was over a man in full health and in the prime of life, was softened by the perfect courage and readiness of him who joined in it. The black void was neither black nor void any longer, and for a moment this parting under Tyburn's beams almost seemed like some mere transient farewell, some valediction on the brink of an earthly sea, some hand-clasp ere crossing one of their own Highland lochs, when, as so often, the mist was hanging low on the farther shore. He finished. Amen, said Archibald Cameron in a low voice. He looked up for a moment into the June blue, where the swallows were reeling. Lord, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Oh, Ewen, you had best go now. Oh, and do not fear for me. You heard what Mr. Rayner promised. Ewen was gazing at him with shining eyes. Oh, I know now that there is a God, and that you are going to him. May he give me grace to follow you some day. Then Archie held out his hands as far as he could, and they kissed each other, and Ewen turned away. Yet on the narrow steps leading from the cart he all but stumbled, and above him he heard the sound of his cousin's voice for the last time. It still held the same extraordinary and unfeigned composure, even cheerfulness, in its tones. Oh, take care how you go. I think you don't know the way as well as I do. The press was now so enormous that though Ewen was able to reach the carriage again, it was found impossible to drive it away. So he was there, on his knees, when Archibald Cameron died, though he saw nothing of it. Afterwards, he was glad that he had been so near him at his passing, even glad that the long groan of the multitude round the scaffold told him the very moment. And before, at last, a way could be made for the coach, he knew by the length of time itself, and that Mr. Rayner had kept his word, and that the brave and gentle heart cast into the fire had been taken from no living breast. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elin. Epilogue. Oh, Keithy wants to swim too. Oh, Keithy cannot, and let us have no greeting over it now, said the handsome elderly lady, who, coming at the end of the long, fine day to take the air by the side of Lochaber before sunset, had just been annexed by her younger great-nephew. Little Keith, in Morag's guardianship, had been enviously watching his brother's progress through the clear, very still water, but Donald was back now, and dressed in the boat wherein Angus MacMartin, his instructor, had rowed him out a little way from shore. "When Donald pushed Keithy into the loch," proceeded the small speaker, looking up earnestly at Miss Cameron, "Keithy swimmed and swimmed till father came. Donald couldn't swim then." "Didn't Keithy swim when you pushed him in, Donald?" he inquired, raising his voice to carry to the boat. 9 months older than on the disastrous day to which he so uncompromisingly referred, Keith no longer used the possessive case of the personal pronoun to designate himself. Donald, preferring to ignore this query entirely, cupped his hands together and shouted with all the strength of his healthy young lungs. "Oh, Angus says that you can come into the boat now, Keithy, if Aunt Margaret will allow it, and sail your wee ship. Or will you come too, Aunt Margaret?" "No, thank you, Donald, I will not," replied his great-aunt with much firmness and in her ordinary voice. "I prefer something stable under my feet." "Oh, Keithy," she clutched at his impatient little form. "Oh, bide still. Do you want to fall in again?" "Oh, Keithy didn't fall in," corrected the child, raising his eyes of velvet. "Donald pushed—" "Oh, now don't say again that your brother pushed you," admonished Miss Cameron. "It may be true, but you'd do better to forget it. You know that Donald is very sorry for having done it, and you yourself were very naughty to throw in his claymore hilt." "Yes," admitted little Keith, and his features took on an angelic expression of penitence. "Oh, Keithy was very naughty." He sighed. "Oh, but good now," he added with a more satisfied air, and as if to prove this statement, stooped, his hand still in Miss Cameron's, picked up something at his feet and held it out towards his brother in the boat, which Angus was now rowing into shore. "Oh, Donald, Donald, you can throw my wee ship in the loch, because I throwed—" The elder boy, standing in the bows, gave a sound like a snort. "Oh, you know very well that your ship floats," he retorted indignantly. "Oh, it is not the same thing at all." "Oh, but the ship goes like this sometimes," explained Keith eagerly, illustrating with the little painted vessel itself and the topsy-turvy position which he had not vocabulary enough to describe. "Oh, come now," interrupted Aunt Margaret, who was always direct, yet not the less esteemed by her great-nephews on that account. "Are you going with Angus, or no, Keithy?" "I'll wait, ma'am, if you please, till I make the boatie fast," said the careful Angus. At 23, he was as reliable with his chieftain's children, or with anything that was his, as any veteran. He brought the boat into the bank and knelt to pass the rope round the root of a birch tree. "I shall sail my wee ship round and round and round the island," proclaimed Keith, skipping up and down. "How I shall sail—" "Oh, preserve us, who's yonder?" broke in Miss Cameron, her eyes caught all at once by the figures of a man and a woman under the trees on the southern shore of the loch. They were standing very close together, looking at each other. Very still, and very silent, too, else in the windless calm their voices must have floated over the water. And the westering sun smote upon an auburn head. "Oh, it's father! He's come home at last!" cried Donald, and was out of the boat like a flash and tearing along the path towards them. Angus jerked himself upright. "Oh, indeed it's himself," said he, in an odd and joyful voice. "How blessings be on the day!" "Oh, take the bairn and go," commanded Miss Cameron, and in a second the young piper had tossed Keithy to his shoulder and was off to his master. The sunset had been angry. Now it was smoothed to serenity. A sea of the palest chrysoprase, with little islands of gold, which had once glowed fiery rose, and far-stretching harbours clasped between promontories of pearl. "Oh, I shall never forget it," said Ewen to the 2 women, the old and the young, who stood with him where the loch of the eagle reflected that dying glory. "No one who was there will ever forget it. He went to his death as a man goes to a banquet. All London was talking of it, friends and foes alike. And now Scotland. See, when I came through Edinburgh, this letter from London had already been published in a journal there." He pulled out a newspaper and pointed, and the two ladies read. Dr. Cameron suffered last Thursday like a brave man, a Christian and a gentleman. In short, I cannot express what I've heard of his behaviour. It was reckoned by the thousands that saw him more than human, and has left such an impression on the minds of all as will not soon be forgot. His merit is confessed by all parties, and his death can hardly be called untimely, as his behaviour rendered his last day worth an age of common life. We have had another Montrose in our kinsman, said Miss Cameron proudly, but it does not surprise me. Did his body suffer the same fate as the great Marquis's? No, Aunt Margaret. It was not quartered, and though his head was struck off, it was not exposed on Temple Bar, but buried in the coffin. And he was silent, thinking of that midnight scene in the vault of the chapel of the Savoy, where, in the presence of a little half-clandestine gathering of mourners and sympathizers, the mangled body of the last Jacobite martyr had been laid to rest. Again he saw the torchlight run glimmering over the inscription on the coffin lid, heard Hector sobbing like a woman, and bowed his own head before the overwhelming conviction which possessed him, and that the determination to have vengeance on the informer, which flourished so greenly in his heart, was but a mean, a shrivelled, a dishonouring wreath to lay upon the grave of one who had died with such noble and unvindictive fortitude. Archie's life was too precious to be paid for in such coin. The traitor must go untouched by his hand, and the renunciation should be his tribute to the dear and honoured memory of Archibald Cameron. Oh, not that he forgave, though Archie had forgiven. Ewen came back to the present. Miss Cameron was drying her eyes. Alison's face was hidden against his breast. He held her close and laid his cheek for an instant on her head, for he could feel rather than hear her little sobbing breaths, and he guessed that she was saying to herself, "Oh, Ewen, Ewen, what if it had been you?" And then he saw Donald, preceded by Luath the deerhound, come bounding along the path under the birch trees. In the boy's hand was the hilt of the broken claymore from Culloden Moor. "Why, I went to the house to fetch this, father," he cried, holding it aloft. "I told you that Angus dived and brought it up again. And I've had a notion," he went on fast and excitedly, "and that it could be mended and have a new blade put to it. Oh, why is Mother crying?" Holding Alison closer than ever, Ardroy took the broken blade and looked at it as if he were seeing more than what he held. "No," he said, after a pause. "Oh, I think it can never be mended now. It never could have been. Oh, I do not know, Donald, but that you'll have to get your new kind of sword when you are a man." He gazed over his wife's dark head at the sunset, fading, fading. How Archie had loved this land of mist and wind and clear shining, which he had left like a malefactor and a hero. And these lochs and hills would doubtless yet breed more of his temper, but never a one who united to his courage and loyalty so much simple goodness. Never a one. All the colour was gone from the sunset now, save the faintest opal tones, like the last cadence of a song. The four of them turned from the loch side and began to go homewards under that June sky of the north, which knows no real night, and the child with the broken sword led the way. End of section 25. End of The Gleam in the North by D.K. Broster.